Think we're good. No technical issues, please? Okay. Wow. I think this is one of the first times that I've actually clicked the start stream button and something hasn't, like, exploded within my computer. Which is good, considering MoP Remix starts in, like, literally 1 minute. So if I ran into technical issues right now, I would have been screwed. But I think I'm good. And yeah, on that note, so MoP Remix is about to start. I wanted to start like 5 minutes early just so that I could explain generally like my scheduling and what I plan on doing. So we'll just kind of do that as we go. Also, I think I like pulled a muscle or something while like running around trying to... Okay, there we go. Yep. Fuck. Good enough. Just going to move this up here, that way I can access it easily. We're just going. Yeah, so, also my leg is fucking killing me right before I started stream. I'm just going to start the timer. Now, wow. Yeah, I started it literally a minute on time. Alright. Perfect timing. Hello, Peter Os. Good to see you. Is my Leatrix Plus enabled? It is not. Good thing I checked. Where do I... They forgot to enable it. Oh no, Blizzard. Oh no, Blizzard. Blizzard forgot to enable it. Oh no. There we go. Alright, investigate the unstable rifts. Where do I go? Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I am starting off slow. All my settings are fucked. I should have before. I didn't decide on my character name until the absolute last second. Alright. Arceus' artifact taken? Oh, I have to loot him? Oh, fuck me. Okay, the initial level or two is going to be... It's gonna be rough as I try to navigate this shit. We feel your excitement, bro. Is that what you feel? Because I would describe my feelings more as complete and utter exhaustion. Though, I mean, I'm excited for this. It's just... I am also extremely tired. I will be completely honest. And that's not gonna change anytime soon. Because... There's something over there. Because I have so much that I need to do. I'm stuck in combat. I'm gonna hope that, yeah, somebody killed whatever mob was attacking me. You're behind on leveling? Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to get ahead of people. Keep in mind that, like, dungeon leveling is also going to be one of the best ways, up to 20 at the very least. Because Jade Forest is not only a fairly slow zone, it is also pretty much a decent bottleneck. Where? Oh, nice. It starts me off as Windwalker. Thread collected from Infinite Ravager. Yeah, by the way, just bear with me for, like, the first minute or two. There's obviously a lot of, like, scheduling stuff and whatever that I want to get through eventually, and also I naturally want to explain, you know, I want to narrate and talk through what I'm doing, as I always like to do. But at this point, during the initial early leveling, I'm just trying to focus. We are in, like, full gamer mode right now. I'm just trying to level as quickly as possible. Okay. Well, I think I got out of here faster than most people. Do I get flying right out of the gate? I do get flying. If I recall... Nice, 14 bronze. This should be the dragon riding tutorial. Time to return. Okay, collections, mounts, umbrellas. Yak. Come on. Why? There we go. And there we go. Okay. I should have done this quest first. Instead of doing the dragon riding unlock. That's, yeah. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. These initial few levels are going to be really tough. I think the Alliance are slightly less bottlenecked because theirs just requires them to, like, press one button. That being said, people who are familiar with the machine gun quest, like myself, should probably be at a slight advantage here. Okay, there's a few over there. Shoot these guys. Yeah. I will say, even though, like, right now it's like, oh no, I'm behind, like, it literally does not matter. If you are generally familiar with these quests and you just level efficiently, there's always chances to get caught up. This is... It's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I'm struggling here at this point to get tags. You can see that mobs are getting erased almost the moment they spawn. Yep. Yeah, I shot that one almost immediately. Oh, this quest is still just as bad as it was on MoP launch. I don't know why I fucking did anything else besides this one first. Oh well, fuck. There's still plenty of time. There's still plenty of time. I'm gonna get, like, a little bit ahead in the questing route, and then we're gonna do dungeons. Just, heads up. Okay, also, I asked this in my Discord, so I'll just repeat it here. If anybody is not, like, actively leveling... Oh my goodness. Anybody is not actively leveling and has time to check to see if you can mail heirlooms, that would be much appreciated. I can't get any tags. This is such a despair quest. I think I just aim at the respawn point and just hope. You have a question for me about Kata? I'll do my best to answer, but no guarantees at this point. Oh, God, these quests suck. This is... Of course! Right after I stop aiming at that point. Oh, man. They never change these quests. Yeah, Zach, It's specifically a remix thing that I'm curious about. Alright. I need 4 more mobs. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'm actually just so tilted right now. There we go. Fucking hell. I have only myself to blame for that minute time loss. I'm just so mad at myself. I don't know what I fucking... No, it's regular WoW realms. There's no special remix realms. It's just regular servers. Very least, this is where we catch up, hopefully. Reddit threads say no. What do you mean Reddit says no? Yeah, hold on. You guys are gonna have to give me a minute to just read everything. It is extremely hard to, like, hyper-focus on stuff like this and try to read chat. So I will... We'll read in a second. I don't even have my buttons in the right spot. Oh, fuck up. Stole that. Surprisingly, my, security. Kick. Oh my god. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why am I stupid? Why am I stupid? Why am I so stupid? Why am I so stupid? Okay, we need mobs, we need mobs.
I am out of range. Target something first. I require a target.
Okay. One more. One more. Why am I stuck in combat? Oh.
I must get closer. I don't have a target.
We're good. We're not good.
I can't use that item yet. Too far away.
Come on. Out of combat. Out of combat. I'm out of combat. Finally out of combat. Alright, alright. We are slowly starting to get into a slightly better position. Slowly but painfully.
It's not ready yet. I must get closer. That item is still recharging. Too far away.
When I feel like I'm comfortably ahead of everybody else, I'm going to just blitz through chat. That is Dio from JoJo, yes. I play Windwalker Monk with a JoJo sound pack. Yeah. I've had this for years. Do you play DH or learn Brewmaster? Both are good. Both are good options. Right, I don't turn this in here. Right, I don't turn that in either. Oh no, I do wait there. Okay. Yeah, so I want to keep repeating this just so everybody knows. just as a heads up, I need to wait for Nazgrim. Yeah, just as a heads up, I will read chat, just not at this immediate moment. I'm going to do my best to just get ahead, and then when I'm at this point, because there's RP, I can start reading. Good luck in the run, thank you. Hello, Dan Wesley. Hello, Peter Oss. I'm gonna slowly try to read through everything. Crashed on loading, so you're behind. Everyone says Balance Druid sucks for leveling, but you've been leveling one, it feels good. It doesn't suck for leveling. You could see my tier list if you really want. Very big difference between something being bad for leveling and something just not being efficient. So Balance Druid, like, is it going to be insanely good for leveling? No, it won't. But can it level as fast as, like, many other specs? Yes. The real issue with Balance Druid is not so much Balance Druid itself, but rather you're playing Druid, and Druid has quite literally the fastest leveling spec in the game in the form of Guardian. So, Balance Druid is obviously going to get compared to other specs within its class, and it is just not faster than Guardian by a long stretch. But it is not a bad leveling spec. There are many specs from other classes that are significantly worse than Balance. The other weird thing about Balance, though, is in order to, like, level efficiently, you need to run a lot of talents that, at endgame, are considered to be relatively unviable. So when I was doing my Balance Druid leveling testing, I talked to a lot of my Balance friends, and we discussed, like, what the optimal talent setup would be. And they showed me, like, a lot of the talent builds that they were running at max level, and I was like, that's just not going to be good for leveling. I want to run these other things because I think they're going to be better. And it's a lot of, like, basically off-meta talents for endgame that actually just end up being really good. So the thing is, a lot of people, when they say that Balance is bad for leveling, they don't do what I did, basically, and they will just slot in the like endgame talent builds, and when that doesn't work, they're like, oh, hey, this sucks. But really, you just need to think for yourself. You need to play it like a different way. I think we are solidly ahead. And you may notice I haven't opened any of my boxes yet. It's intentional. At this stage, mobs are still dying really slowly, so I want to make sure that when I open my boxes, I am like 1 or 2 levels higher. That way, my starting gear is ever so slightly stronger. It's not going to make a huge deal, but what the hell was that? That must be some, like, special bonus effect that you can get. I need one more, but I still need to talk to this mob. Need one more mob, and then I need to talk to Mayor Honeydew. Unfortunately, I don't think War Mode is available still. Okay. At this point, I'm going to quickly open up all my stuff. Take Ascension. Scrap this. Can't see anything because of all these pop-ups. Oh my god, Blizzard, why? I hate this shit. Can't believe I've self-sabotaged like this. Okay. Alright, they have not fixed this bug. That's fun. Just going to use the buff that it gives me. Go. This. One of those items. Tinker Socket, Sunshredder's Flourish. Another Tinker Socket. Do this and Kindle. What is that? Speed. Speed, Mastery, Leech. I want stats, so we'll take Mastery. Stats. Extract a gem. Are you fucking shitting me? Alright. Get all my gem stuff. Good to go now.
I am out of range.
This is how stormtroopers aim in Star Wars.
Target something first.
That's good. So for this quest, honestly, it's not inefficient to kill one at a time. We'll probably want to kill, like, packs of 2 or 3. But doing mass pulls here actually doesn't really help much because you have to loot each item individually. So if I pull, like, 5 mobs, then they can only drop the next item in the quest. Now that I have a baseline, I'm once again going to hoard my boxes for a little while. And one of the other nice things about doing all of that at the exact same time, basically opening up everything in one sitting, is, as I always say for leveling, you want to minimize your time spent doing, like, menuing shit. You want to spend as little time as possible.
I am out of range.
Stuff like that. Good thing you got into the realm before the Timeless Isle died. Did it die?
Something first.
That's unfortunate. Tag all these.
Fire a target.
Yep.
I can't attack that.
There's a vendor that sells a potion that increases swim speed, but I don't know. Could it be fast? Maybe. But it's not really that important.
Target something first.
Alright, quests come in. Can you send mail to time-walking characters? I don't know. You could on the PTR. I have asked if anybody can help me test. Maybe if I scroll down in chat, somebody's going to have the answer for me. The flying off rip is already showing its power for leveling? Yep, absolutely. I completely agree. What class are you using? This is a monk. Life is to be savored.
Too far away. I will fire a target.
Also, apologies, but because I'm going to be trying to focus a decent amount, I'm also just not going to spend a lot of time reading joke messages today. Now, I normally like to entertain random, like funny haha messages in chat. I'm going to look at chat, and if I see, like, an actual question or something, I will do my best to answer it. But I'm not just gonna, like, read out funny things, because I do want to focus. Not that I really particularly care. If you, like, post it, just letting you know, because I know, I'm going to be slightly less fun today. I will just give you that warning right out of the gate. I do want to level quickly. I am, not only would it be nice to level fast, but My time is so strapped this week that I need to make sure that I am being hyper efficient with literally every second of my like life this week. So, you can thank Blizzard for that one. I'm still unbelievably pissed off that they are releasing this right alongside Kata. It completely fucks me, and it's just, it is making me constantly stressed out. So, what spec am I playing? I'm playing Windwalker Monk.
I require a target. Tell me a story. I don't have a target. I know you. I must get closer.
There's a fireworks thing right here. Don't need that laborer. I'm just going to tot it. Just to get it out of the way. One more gyrocopter. I'm not getting credit for my gyrocopters. Please? I think people are shooting them down before I do. Which is really, really frustrating. Fucking Christ. Oh, that is actually a really annoying one, I gotta say. This is, if anything, good practice for, like, MoP Classic launch in a year from now. Because these quests definitely aren't going to change, and they are incredibly bottlenecky. Where are the gyrocopters? Of course, now that I go up here, the gyrocopters just stop spawning. There we go. Okay. Last fireworks launcher. I'm going to go for that one. If somebody snipes that, thank God. Okay. Nice. These mobs are up.
Something first. I must get closer.
I think we're almost done with the quests. Yeah. Somebody stole that. Yeah, I have good advice. I mean, if you have a specific question about Windwalker, I can try to answer it. I am not like... I am good at Windwalker Monk, but I am not like a super duper Windwalker Monk expert. It is something that I play for fun. I could probably answer most basic questions about it, but I'm not I'm not about to give you like a dissertation on Windwalker, basically.
Too far away.
I need to kill this mob. Low-level dungeons are bad. People are pulling like they have heirlooms. Yeah. That's why I'm going to do dungeons at the end of Jade Forest. Because Jade Forest, at this point, it's still efficient, but it gets bad really quickly after this. So I'm going to keep going now that I have a slight edge. And then when I reach a point where Jade Forest is no longer efficient, I'm then going to spam dungeons. Paralysis. Why? Am I missing anything on my bars?
I must get closer.
Beasts know when to give up. Filthy animals. Keep their stink away
I
from
need to target something first.
Turn to camp. There we go. There's no more PvP servers anymore, Zach. They removed PvP servers back in BFA, remember? So no.
The tip of the Horde spear.
The just chlorophyll.
I require a target.
Windwalker has some of the sickest looking spell effects. I completely agree. I really like Windwalker. I like Monk in general. For reference, for anybody who's like, you know, new to my stream or something, hasn't watched a lot of my stuff before, I main Monk, so I am being a little bit boring here. Obviously, Monk is really good for leveling in general, but I'm just leveling my main as my first character. That said, if you want to pick what I level next after this, there is a poll, which is pinned on the stream, and you can go over there. There's 5 options, and you get to pick what my second class will be that I level. Emergency supplies. What? Where? Oh, it's from the water sprites. Okay. In that case, can I do a big AoE here? Somebody killed that. This is probably the best I'm gonna get for now. You don't remember shit, yeah, it's all good. But yeah, it does seem like there is no PvP at all for this mode. It is just a PvE thing, which makes sense because we did just get Plunderstorm, which was PvP only, so I can understand Blizzard's logic. I do wish that we at least had the option to turn on War Mode, but I can kind of understand that it's not a major priority for them. Can't without PvP is Dookie? Nah. I think it's still gonna be fun for what it is. Right. Fuck. I forgot about this. Can't even do anything servers so lag you can't do the first quest. Yeah, welcome to launches like this, especially when they have heavy bottlenecks. Got trash XP for a dungeon. Well, thing is, what happened there? The thing about dungeons is it's less about the spammable experience and more about the individual dungeon quests. But I suspect that you're correct, and that generally questing is going to be faster. I mean, that's, you know, anybody who knows anything about speed leveling already knows that's the case. Nice. Okay, that time it worked. Now, quests like this aren't necessarily efficient. This is where the questing experience starts to fall off a little bit. But it's not completely terrible, so basically I'm going to keep following the quest line until it is really bad. Like, unplayably bad. And I don't think we're there quite yet. Come on. Yep, there we go. What is this remix all about? Nope, not a new server. It is just you can level characters in a special mode on existing servers. That's it. Also, let me just remind you, I like to do this at least once per stream, but if you are enjoying the stream and, you know, like watching this type of leveling content, etc., make sure to throw it a like, because likes help streams just as much as they do actual videos. The algorithm works in mysterious ways. Shrine of the Sun visited. Shrine of the Moon visited. What the hell is Shrine of the Sun and Shrine of the Moon? I guess I'll do this while I wait. How much experience do these treasures give now? None. Okay. Didn't think so. Kodo N said, glad to see you live. You did enjoy the videos. Awesome. Glad to hear that. I don't know where the shrine is, because I can't see it because this is overwriting my objective. There we go. Touch of Death OP. Especially at low-level scaling like this, when I can't kill mobs effectively, but Touch of Death allows me to just one-tap elites. Easy peasy. And then there's the coin. At the very least... Yeah, that gives me an achievement, so it's worth doing. Your PC almost exploded loading into the first area. Yeah, I'm hearing that it is rough, people are saying. Okay, perfect. So Lorewalker Cho's just going to talk my ear off for a little bit, so this is a great opportunity to open up this stuff. He's not talking. Oh, I need to... Right. I can sort this stuff. Haste gloves. Okay, I already have haste gloves, so we're going to use this bag for scrap stuff. Haste boots. Equip that in a second. Avoidance chest. This is a slight upgrade. Leech gloves, don't want that. The Rockster said, first visit to your channel, looking forward to seeing more videos and lives. Awesome. Good to have you here. Sorry, I usually... Generally speaking, on streams like this, I try to be, like, super active, read chat all the time. But it is very stressful. Very stressful right now. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Is my phone going off? Fuck. My phone. Then it is actually nice that there is a little bit of an RP break for me to do this stuff. Can you bail stuff over? The leveling is slower than normal, Jay Faulkner, on your first character, yes. But you get stacking XP modifiers, so it's not the end of the world. I got Blink. Okay. Honestly, I don't hate Blink. I'm gonna put it on Shift 6. Blink is... Actually, I'm just gonna put it on 6. Now I want to do that. Do that. Scroll of Chaos. So I can throw over there.
Here we are. Be careful. I have had trouble in this area before.
Nice.
I am out of range.
You were waiting for a mob to spawn and you got phased when it appeared. That is rough. Can you mail stuff over? Don't know yet. Do not know. If somebody... If somebody already tested the leveling thing and has posted about it in chat, can you just say it again? Because I've been trying to read, but if somebody has said something about it, I have missed it. And if nobody has tested it, I would very, very, very highly appreciate it if somebody could test to see if you could level, or if you can mail over heirlooms from your main character. As we can see, the heirloom tab is not available, so I suspect not, but that is the main reason I want to test it. Okay, Trailblazer. Speaking of random Honkai discourse, Trailblazer. Yeah. You cannot mail anything over? Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to know. I did call it, did I not? A lot of people were saying that, you'll be able to mail stuff over. And I said, from the moment it was available in testing, there's absolutely no way that is intended. They are totally going to fix that. Where am I stopping Jade Forest? I'm honestly not 100% sure. Technically speaking, this is a candidate to stop, but the Lorewalker Cho quests suck, but there are like a handful of good quests up until Gruken Hill. Gruken Hill is like the hard cutoff point where I'm going to do dungeons.
We Pandaren do not worship our ancestors, but we revere their memory and the wisdom that they have passed
Do that.
to us. It was my great-grandfather who first told me the tale of the MoP.
In fact, while this RP's going on, I'm actually going to swap to Brewmaster and spend my first few talent points. That way, when I do dungeons, so then he's going to be like, oh, light the incense, oh, I am Lord Wakacho. And I have to wait on that. Smash. Okay. Gotta love getting griefed by shit popping up in front of the things I need. Alright. Oh boy. I'm getting kind of dog stuff right now. Lifestorm's not the worst thing I could have gotten, but it's certainly not the best thing I could have gotten. Swap back to Windwalker. Yeah, honestly, it's not a really big deal. But I am a little bit disappointed in the quality of some of the gems that I've been getting.
I must get closer.
Actually, you know what? Lifestorm maybe is not the worst thing ever. Oh, you know what I need? You know what I desperately need? Sea Turtle, my beloved. Sea Turtle, my beloved, where are you? There we go.
I am out of range.
Hello, owner. Good to see you.
Target something first.
Okay. Huracan over Sea Turtle? Yeah, Huracan's cool. I don't have it, but it's definitely a cool mount, I will give you that. Shit. Someone do me a solid. Get me, post in chat the script for the dragon riding talent pane. Somebody can do that. I will very much appreciate it. This is now a brew learning stream for you. Well, that being said, I would not recommend using this as a one-to-one Brewmaster learning experience. Cardasso, thank you so much. I need to... Why is it doing that? Blizzard really needs to fix the dragon riding pain, so you don't need to do this. Yeah, the main issue with this is, as you'll see soon, there are going to be so many random, like, cantrip effects in here that your class doesn't matter at all. Which is why, like, I was talking on Discord before starting the stream about how something that I'm seeing a lot, like Wowhead has, like, class leveling guides for MoP Remix. I've seen a few different YouTubers make videos about what are the best classes for MoP Remix, and it's like, they're the same classes. What do you mean? What do you mean, what is the best class for MoP Remix? It's the same as always, and not to mention, the class itself barely even matters, because, your, like, cantrip effects are going to amount to the vast majority of your damage. So it like, literally does not matter. But clickbait never changes.
Too far away.
Okay. This. What am I looking for again? Bug legs. That said, I think I want to, if memory serves, I want to turn in these quests first. Yeah, because then the other things are side quests, and it wants me to kill mobs on the shore there, but one of the campaign quests... Okay, you can't skip this cutscene. Nice, I got to have some coffee. Got Brittle, nice. Let me know, how, like, much damage Brittle's doing, because I'm 99% sure they fixed it so it's not, like, overpowered, but I'm sure it's still going to be strong. Let me scroll up, read some messages. Monk was added with Pandaria? Yes, that's correct. I read most messages, nice. So I'm not too far behind. I suspect that a lot of people this stream are probably just going to put it on in the background while they do other stuff. So thankfully, not nearly as many messages that I need to catch up and read. Which, you know, don't get me wrong, I love reading messages, but one of the other things about doing some of these streams is when I am trying to go fast, I'm always stressed out because I feel like I need to read everything. And when there's, like, a massive backlog of messages, it gets really stressful. So, kinda nice. And then this should tell me to kill, yep, River Strider Jinyu, and now I kill 2 birds, 1 stone. Alright, good that I waited. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was saying before about these quests are decent because they're like all 3 stacked on top of each other. So I don't love the Lurewalker Cho stuff, but I do like these quests. Now, keep in mind that once you have more XP modifiers, you'll probably hit level 20 way faster. It's still nuked? Awesome. Yeah. That's good, then. You know what? I'm just going to pop... That's... somebody asked what level am I? I'm level 17. You can see in the top left of my screen. If you ever want to see. Hard to see. I think that question might have been asked while I was in a cutscene. If so, no worries. But that's usually... If I'm not in the middle of a cutscene, that is how you will see it. Nice. Get both of those. Might get in range. Nice. Nice. Round this up. Ah, yes! That's... Oh, that is not what I meant to press. The one thing about having Blink is I'm so not used to it being on my bars there. So I'm probably going to fat finger it a few times before I, like, remember that I have Blink sitting there. Though... Yes. Weak auras. It's not even a weak aura, it's just an add-on. It's actually really easy to get for yourself. It's called JoJo Monk SFX. You can just go get it on CurseForge. And there's a bunch of different ones. It's not just Dio. I usually use either Dio or Jotaro, but there's a bunch of them. I think they have like Giorno, they have Josuke. Most of the JoJo characters are on this sound pack. Been using this thing for years, and I'm gonna be honest, I personally feel that Windwalker Monk is unplayable without it. That's just me. There's just, like, I don't know. It doesn't hit the same if you press Fist of Fury and you don't hear Dio screaming. Whoa, okay. Big explosion. Life Storm here. You set up sound effects on some of your characters with weak auras, debated on doing it for new tunes. Yeah, generally speaking, I never go through the effort to, like, do it with weak auras. Just way too much work for me. But because this is literally you install the add-on, and it's just that easy. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is where I do dungeons. So I'm just going to... Yeah, I'm going to just queue for a dungeon. Right out of the gate. I guess I'll queue as a DPS too, because I can do that. I'm pretty sure this is the really bad quest. Yeah, this is the really bad quest. This is where you stop. I have absolutely zero interest in doing that. Okay, we have the Infinite Bazaar, so I'm going to wait on that a little bit. No instant dungeon queue pop is surprising, though, you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity, and I'm just going to fix up some of my gear. Mastery gloves. Yep. I like that. Let's just start putting that stuff there. This I can put there. I actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do this now. Good thing I did. Mastery helmets is... Yep, that is just better. What's the queue time on dungeons? How is this so long? What the hell? Problem is, I also... Oh, nice. Why can I not put this on my bars? Hello? Okay, my bars are kind of broken right now. Versatility chest piece. Yep, that's fine. This is item level 28. Yeah, we're good. Honor blade. This is, yep, also 28. Yeah, so the reason why I'm not too concerned is I need to do this stuff anyways. So basically, as long as the dungeon queue pops soon, low on healers probably, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna... You know what? Fuck it. Who gives a shit? It's a normal dungeon. If I kill everything, yeah. Good call. Good fucking call, Tori. Yeah, if I kill everything, then people don't need healing. Good fucking call. I'm mad that I didn't think about that, but what is this add-on? What the hell is this add-on? Oh my, I literally can't press any buttons. I have no idea what add-on that is. It's called Force Taint Strong. I literally have absolutely no fucking clue what that is. But apparently it is preventing me from doing anything. Did it force me into... Oh, it forced me into Mistweaver. Okay. Well, I'm just going to switch decks.
Class is now in session.
Botting add-on? Yeah, sure, buddy. I'm botting MoP Remix.
I don't have a target.
You can go, dude. There's a lot of weird internal Blizzard shit like that. Also, this actually feels really slow. This is really slow. It doesn't help that the tank is obviously doing, like, baby bitch pulls. Pulling one mob at a time, like, this is fucking classic. ESM does that all the time, yeah. Like, I get that you can't do really large pulls here, but you're a fucking prop paladin. Yeah, and, like, he's casting Flash of Light instead of using Word of Glory. Okay,
Class dismissed.
I am out of range.
well, I don't want to put myself in a position where tank is dying to trash. To be fair, any tank worth their salt would be able to keep themselves alive. Like, you can see here, I'm able to keep the group alive and top DPS as a Windwalker monk. Like, it's not hard. It's just, like, I have a prop paladin tank who is spamming Flash of Light on himself instead of using Word of Glory. But killing the first boss, at least this doesn't give me the 30-minute lockout. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to flame the guy because obviously, yes, I get it. Probably a brand new player. He's, like, slowly walking around pulling one mob at a time and Flash of Lighting himself like it's classic. But at the same time, there is absolutely no way I'm going to do that. So I guess we are questing in Jade Forest. You know what? No, we're not. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make camp here just in case. And I'm pretty sure that the side quest hubs here unlock early. Check out the dragon riding questline. 99% sure I already did that, right? Unless you're talking about the what do you mean, the Cloud Serpent quests? Is that what you're talking about? You can restart it? Did they not fix the infinite experience thing from testing? Is that actually still a thing? Can you just, like, do the dragon riding tutorial infinite times still? Because if so, Jesus Christ, Blizzard.
Speak. What do you want?
I am just the...
You actually can't? Are you fucking kidding me? Walk me through it, Chori. Real quick. Just, like, give me a quick explanation on how to do that, because I'm going to do these quests real quick, since I'm already here. And I know for a fact that these are good. But you can explain it, I will try it. I mean, that actually pisses me off so much. That also makes me think that they have just not fixed LFR at all. If LFR is still as broken as it was on testing, I'm just kind of done with this mode. I'm going to be completely honest. Because at that point, what are we doing any sort of testing for? They better have fixed that. Go back to the first zone and tell the NPC to restart the questline at the spot where the Orgrimmar portal was. Question, though, is it actually good experience? Because I know people were doing that basically, people were doing that in between dungeon queues to farm free experience. I fucked up, unfortunately.
What wisdom do you seek? May the red crate live forever in your heart.
Level 15, you're getting 1,000 experience. That's not too good. I'll just skip it then. If I end up doing, like, spamming dungeons and it hasn't been fixed by then maybe I'll do that. Like, if I'm spamming LFR, because it ends up being really good. Though that being said, I'm probably going to be in a weird position where by the time I unlock LFR, most people won't have. So I will need to wait a little bit.
What do you need? Slow down.
Yeah, these quests are pretty good. Now the question is, when do I leave Jade Forest? Because at this point, I'm all alone here. So, while Jade Forest isn't great, the fact that I have no competition is quite nice. I would like to get to the better zones sooner rather than later. What's the noise that comes when I'm spinning Crane Kick? That is Dio. Dio Brando. Muda, 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 muda.
Hello. White Tiger watch over you. Until next time.
Okay.
Welcome.
Doing a dungeon was a bad idea? Yeah. I learned that very fast. The moment I did a dungeon, I'm like, oh, nope, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Yeah, it's not good. I'm going to do... I might do dungeons later. The problem is, I think no matter what happens, I'm going to mostly get low-level dungeons with people who have, like, no upgrades. So, I think, honestly, what I should probably do is just wait until much, much later to do dungeons. Because at that point, I would say the average player will likely have much better gear, and things will go a lot faster. I remember this. Oh, come on. I have to wait for the stupid... This quest sucks. How did I get it to work? How did I get what to work? Warlock's so good here? Warlock's fine. Queue as a tank and keep doing quests? No. No. I'm not gonna waste my time. I genuinely think doing dungeons at this point would be a waste of time. I think I got misled a little bit because, like, I tested dungeons on the PTR, and this is why it's you always need to thoroughly test stuff before you make like an actual guide. This is why I didn't want to make a real guide, because like on the PTR, dungeons honestly weren't that bad, because we think about it this way: the type of person that would test this in the PTR is the type of person that like kind of knows what they're doing. So on average, your groups are going to be significantly better. And here, they're not, because you're just getting the entire player base. So the average leveling time is just, it's so different when you have like 4 good players versus no good players. Okay. Oh, what the hell? What killed that there? Why did my Touch of Death just kill 2? My Touch of Death cleaved somehow? Oh, it's just an add-on. I said it earlier. It's just called JoJo Monk SFX. If you go on Curse, find JoJo Monk SFX, you can do it too.
Hello. Stay focused.
It's not ready yet. I am out. I need to target something first.
I'm gonna wait to use this stuff. How much XP am I getting from each quest? Oh wow, I'm already 19. 3.5k. Yeah, so this is just better. Especially because the quest density here is actually quite good. Yeah, and Monastery is a relatively solid subzone. What would be better class for both dungeon and solo content? It's the same as always. If you want like a tier list, I have a tier list for Dragonflight leveling, and this is Dragonflight leveling, just so we're clear. Obviously, while this is MoP Remix and there's like gems and stuff, and it's only within Mists of Pandaria, if you look at my Dragonflight leveling tier list, that purely evaluates the classes and specs themselves. It has nothing to do with like, you know, Dragonflight content. So all of that is still 100% accurate. So if you are not familiar with like which classes or specs are good for leveling, go check that video out. It's, I don't have a link to it on hand. I don't know if somebody wants to drop that in chat, but if you go to my channel, it should be pretty easy to find. I would hope. If it's not easy to find, then I've fucked up, and then I should probably make it a little bit easier to find. The gems are like corruption and BFA? Yeah, personally, I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of the gems. I like the idea of MoP Remix, but the gems are, without a doubt, my least favorite part. It's probably the only thing that I objectively think is just a bad idea. I get that a lot of people think it's cool, a lot of people liked corruptions, I hated corruptions, and I would rather that my class itself be what does most of my damage. And you may think like, well, at this level, right, it's like the actual proc effects are doing 1% of my overall, but the effects that I've gotten so far are quite bad. The really strong effects, which I will hopefully find later, are absurdly powerful and will do the bulk of my damage.
Too far away.
I'm really hoping that I don't need to wait until like level 60 for it to actually drop for me though, because that would be a little bit tragic. Someone may have notified you. Yeah, Heirloom's a male. Somebody did tell me, but I still very much appreciate you checking it for me, AwareWolf. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, everybody, for checking that stuff. It really helps, because if it was available, I wanted to make sure that I did it, but obviously I want to focus on doing the actual leveling, so I really appreciate you guys checking that for science. That makes my life so much easier. I cannot thank you enough. Let's just Todd that. Professions are not available, no. There's like no professions, no auction house or anything like that. Basically, it's very much a self-contained gearing system that is kind of exclusive to this mode. No elemental force, unfortunately. Yeah, theoretically, if mailing had been available, you could have sent over enchants and stuff, or consumes, etc. But that's the main reason why I said there was absolutely no chance that it was going to go live. Because, well, there was a chance. The only way that mailing was enabled is if Blizzard just didn't do any due diligence whatsoever and just ignored all testing feedback. But that is one of those, like, very glaring oversights that I expect Blizzard to correct. And credit where it's due, they did correct it. So, you know. I shit on Blizzard a lot. I talk about how they release unpolished content, and, like, you know, they still do. They do a lot, don't get me wrong. But, at least in this case, they actually did, something right. Can you do normal content after 70? No. These characters are locked to the events until War Within launches. After War Within, or, well, not after launch. Blizzard hasn't said exactly when. It's close to launch. They basically said sometime during War Within pre-patch, you are going to be able to transform these characters into regular, normal WoW characters. Until then, you just cannot. It is straight up not available. Thundering Orb is quite good, yes. I would say Thundering Orb is one of the better options. Honestly, Lifestorm is... it's surprising me here. I didn't think it was that good, and I know that it's gonna fall off later, but the damage is significantly better than I remember. Admittedly, I didn't really test it that heavily during the weekends, because it was one of the last meta gems that I unlocked. So I, like, played around with it a little bit, and my conclusion was... it's worse than the ones I had. It was worse than Nizal, it was worse than Thundering Orb. But it's not bad. And the other thing is, like, we get insane self-healing at higher levels, so the healing from the flowers doesn't matter. But there have been a few times already while leveling where I've dropped low and I've stepped into one of the flowers and it's kind of saved my ass. So I guess there's a fair argument to be made for Lifestorm actually being quite good at this point. And there are, like... there are 5 meta gems that are just absolute dog water. And I didn't get one of those, so... can't complain. Am I going to level up only with quests? No. I'm going to level up primarily through quests, because quests are just good. That's all there is to it. Quests are just an efficient way to level. Said it before, and I'll say it again. Alright, well, I'm level 20. Let me think for a second. I need to fix my gear. And then I'm going to go into the next zone. I don't really think there's that many more quests here worth doing. And at the very least, I want to make sure... this doesn't matter. I want to make sure that I stay ahead. Nice, okay, I got that. Tuft of Yak Fur, I can put that on... let's just go with Shift 5 from now. Actually, let's go with Shift 6 so I don't fat finger it. Put that in my main thing. I'm gonna just break open all these boxes. Windweaver is quite good. I'm happy with that. I don't know if I'll be using it just yet. This is a better one-hander. You actually have 2 better weapons. Take that, put that there. Leech we don't want. Scroll of Cleansing. Shift 2. Windweaver, put with my gem bag, which should be the 3rd one. Why is this here? That should not be there. Critical Strike Shoulders, that's an upgrade. I forgot to put a Tinker slot in those. Oops. Helmets. Mastery, that's exactly the same. Haste boots, those are the ones I just replaced. Yes. Stuff I won't be able to upgrade. I'm just gonna check to see if any of this is eligible. These are solid pants. Okay. How much XP does your cape have? Good question. 10% at this point.
Is there something you need? We'll speak later. I can't use that item yet.
Do you think we're gonna find some hyperspawn to farm bronze later? I have absolutely no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm gonna move all my gems into a separate bag. Makes it easier to stay organized. So need to find where's the whelp. There's the whelp. Scroll of Fortitude. Doesn't really matter. Let's get one more of those. Then I don't need Mystic Power because I do that normally. So we'll do this. Yeah, that is good for now. I'm quite happy with that. Take this stuff, put it here. Fuck. This should be... I want versatility, I want mastery. And that's it. That's all my gear. Alright. Playing as DPS? Yes. Playing as Windwalker Monk. Figure, might as well kill this mob while I can. Item might come in handy.
We need to target something first.
Mobs up.
Ran out of range.
Ah, mistimed that. I also should have used my buffs beforehand. I just forgot that I didn't really think there was a chance that I'd be fighting mobs. Nice. think it's a good way to a classic player who's never played retail to start. If you think it looks interesting, sure. I can't tell you the best way to play. What I can tell you is that this is nothing like retail. This is a special retail mode, and it's not going to feel at all like what retail normally feels. That could be a good thing, that could be a bad thing. I just want to give you that disclaimer, so you're not expecting that this is going to accurately reflect the retail experience, basically. But it could be fun.
Greetings, Chen. Lily, you may stay, but I do not need any of your ale.
Nice, there's already other people here too. This is going to be kind of annoying to deal with. I don't really want to stay in this zone too long. They seem to be ignoring this section, which is nice. It's just regular WoW servers. There aren't special servers for this. Should you quest as Brew or are you just slowing yourself down? Play whatever you want, but Brew is slower than Windwalker by a good amount. Brew is also heavily carried by heirlooms. It is... heavily carried is maybe a stretch. Brew's damage at lower levels, the only reason why it's not as big of a problem as like on normal leveling is because with heirlooms you just kind of one-shot stuff, so having low cooldown abilities is not really that much of a problem.
Do any of you know where the hidden master lives?
But it is not a very good leveling spec at lower levels. At higher levels, you get the full damage rotation, but the thing about, like, Windwalker is you get all of your really good damage abilities. What the hell?
I can't attack that.
Oh, I see, they attack me. You get a lot of your really good abilities, like, right out of the gate. I already have the bulk of the Windwalker rotation. What I get at higher levels as a Windwalker is I get really good passive effects. And I get cooldown abilities, which are nice, for sure, but they are, they're not like the bulk of my damage. My damage is already fine. Brewmaster, a lot of your core stuff that makes your, like, actual rotation work, you don't get until much later. You cannot send stuff to other characters. No, they did fix that. Which one of your buttons does the re? That is Fist of Fury. I think Spinning Crane Kick might as well. We're thinking of making one and trying it out, but what, making a DPS? Which, yeah. Or are you saying that you were thinking of making specifically a DPS monk? Either way, they're both good. Okay, the watermelons are over here. Oh, that guy is also a Mythic Raider. Cool. It's always fun that, like, now that I'm in the zone where, you know, all the really fast levelers are, most people already have their owl mounts. I believe I find this in the little cave. Yeah. What do you think are the best gems? I have a video on that on my second channel. I don't think I've liked it. TLDR, Brittle, Victory Fire, Slay are the three best by far. They may have been nerfed since first testing weekend, but on the first testing weekend, those 3 gems, especially those 3 gems combined, but even standalone, were ridiculously powerful.
The eyes of one who has traveled.
So talent points. How do I do this quest again? Right, I need to bring the stuff to the mob. Now I remember. Stop here, there is... Oh, Hyrule Grumble doesn't give me that quest yet. Right. When does LFR unlock? 25. Okay, these quests are really good.
Tell me of your travels. Speak up.
There's a rare mob, nice. Is Oblivion Orb good? Yes. Oblivion Orb is arguably one of the 2 strongest of the meta gems. Assuming the name is the one I'm thinking of, where it's like you drop a big sphere in the ground and it explodes. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But if that is what you're talking about, then yes, Oblivion Orb is very good. Where is...
Tell me of your travels. Oh, hello.
Ashio's Vision. Speak with Ashio at the Pools of Purity. I'm going to go ahead and guess that somebody has done this quest and the mob has not respawned. So I have no idea where it is. That's it? Yeah, that one is... It is very good. So congrats on getting one of the better starting options. Since I'm sure people will ask, it is possible things have changed from the first testing weekend, right? We had very limited testing knowledge. On the first testing weekends, the best meta gem, for leveling at least, was Nizal. The one where you turn into Nizal and stomp around. It does crazy damage. It is, it's just really good.
Target something first. I am out of range.
Got Thundering Orb and Oblivion. Which one should you use? You got 2 of the best. So, honestly, it does not matter. Both of them are good. Oblivion, I would say use Oblivion. Actually, at lower levels, you're probably better off using Thundering Orb, maybe, just because Oblivion is better when you can magnify your damage. They are both like equally insane, effectively. It really does not matter. And yeah, it is an add-on, yes. Jojo Monk SFX. Man, I need to add that to the FAQ whenever I'm playing Windwalker.
I can't attack this target.
You still have no idea how to use it? It should be fairly straightforward. It just, for me at least, it was just an install it and it works kind of thing. There wasn't really, there's like nothing special. Oh, come on, I hit a plant! I hit a plant! Game. Why do you hate me so, game?
I require a target.
Those quests are done. Locus of Power any good? No. Probably not. It is, to give you an idea of the meta gems, it is basically the three that we discussed, Nizal, the Oblivion Orb, and Thundering Orb, or whatever, Oblivion Sphere. Those three are the best. Nizal is, in my opinion, the best out of those. And then there is a massive gap. Or actually, not a massive gap. Then I would say there is a minor gap. Then you have Lifestorm, the one I have. So I would say the one that I'm currently using, this is like, in my opinion, the fourth best. Not amazing, but I don't hate it. After Lifestorm, there is a massive gap between this one and all the rest. Now, at higher levels, there might be some use cases for some of the other ones. While leveling, there just isn't. That, put that there, take that, put that there. This is 52 item level, yep. Alright, everybody, say goodbye to Blink. Blink has served us well. We are no longer cosplaying as a mage, we are now cosplaying as a warrior. Okay. Let's do this. I'm trying to stay roughly on top of my inventory management from the very beginning here, instead of just letting it spiral out of control. Because during testing, I just didn't really stay on top of that. I just let it get out of hand, and yeah, this time... Okay, these quests I have not done in a while. These are ones that I did not actually practice during testing weekends.
Oh, hello.
But it shouldn't be too hard. Inventory management makes you want to cry already? Yeah, it is rough. The absolute major, like, the most impactful time loss for anybody that didn't do the testing weekend is going to be learning what the fuck to do with everything in their bags. By far. Because I literally sat down for, like, it must have been 2-3 hours during the testing weekends to figure out what I should be doing. It was bad. It took me a lot.
That item is still recharging.
Can't do that in combat. I can Todd you. Better Bags MVP.
I am out of range.
I don't know that one.
Target.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't remember these quests being particularly efficient, but
I must get closer. Don't have target.
we're doing what we can because dungeons are kind of a no-go at this point. I never really used Adabags,
I am
so
out of
no.
range.
Heard the name, never tried it. Alright. If I recall, these quests aren't bad, per se. There's, like, some okay stuff here, which is why I'm doing it, because it's not... What I'm trying to do, basically, is I'm trying to routinely stay in unpopulated areas. So I'm going to go to the next available leveling zone almost immediately. I am going to stay in Kunlai for probably a little bit longer than I need to, because Kunlai, as we know, is a very good zone. But I want to reach Kunlai Summit as quickly as I possibly can. Oh, I got phased.
Too far away.
There we go. spooky. Spooky, spooky, spooky. That was especially scary because I was not expecting to get phased, and I just kind of pressed everything. Slay, Brittle, and Victory Fire are the best tinkers to get. So far, I have gotten none of them. But I've gotten some of the mid-tier ones. The ones that are like, eh, I'm not upset about it, not thrilled with it. Like, for instance, I'm using Bloodthirsty Coral, which, not bad, but just not what I want at this particular moment. Yep, no problem. Ah! That's the only issue with dragon riding. That jump.
Oh, hello. Travel safe. May your days bring you joy. That item is still recharging.
Okay. I have to go into the cave here, and if I remember correctly, there's a rare spawn in this cave? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna do a big pull out here. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at my health! Look at my health! Oh, am I alive? Brittle's insane? Yeah. Brittle is pretty insane. Holy shit. These mobs feel a little bit overtuned. I'm going to be a little less aggressive, especially because I don't have kick yet. Until I have kick, I can't really do large pulls. I'm trying to open all my boxes as early as I possibly can, because I really, like, at this point, I'm not even trying to hoard, I just want to get the really good Tinker Gems. And I just haven't. And it's pain. Okay. Oh, I can mount in this cave? Oh shit, this counts as being outdoors. Well, that's jank. But I won't question it. Do you go to Kun? No. So, if you watched my video, check the pinned comments. I made a few corrections after reading some of what Blizzard put in their blue post. Basically, Jade Forest is not up to level 15. It's up to... Hold on. Ah, fuck. Oh, that was so close. That actually... Ah! Shit. Windwalker leveling without Turbo Fists is actually really rough. Yeah, I was not prepared for the leap. I'll be honest. I thought I had everything under control, and suddenly the cat fucking leaps, and all my plans are ruined. Yeah, that one... that one definitely caught me off guard. Yeah. To be fair, I should have... Well, hindsight's 2020. I should have canceled the cast. I was, like, literally a millisecond away from living. It's one of those situations where, like, if I had gotten the cast off, everybody would think I'm a god. So, you know. It's a millisecond difference between looking like a perfectly calculated legend or a fucking idiot. That's just how it goes sometimes. But, yeah, I knew that I was safe if the cat didn't leap. I saw the leap, and internally I went, oh fuck. But then I thought I might still have this, and I was like, just a second off. But, obviously in hindsight I should have canceled the cast and just... I could have outran it. and just waited for Expel Harm at that point, which would have been better, because then I wouldn't have had to rebuff, but hindsight is 2020. I don't think I necessarily played that poorly. That's just one of those unlucky moments.
It's not ready yet. That item is still recharging. Target something first.
I have multiple Kata speedruns up. Yes. Yeah. Multiple on my channel already. And I will, of course, be playing Kata launch and doing that. I will have a Kata leveling guide out. Though, right now, the focus for Kata leveling is 80 to 85. Cataclysm is, as you might imagine, a lot more involved than Modern WoW for routing. So, my current plan is to just get 80 to 85 fully figured out. And then after launch, once things have settled down, then we will deal with 1 to 80.
I am out of range. Get closer.
I should be able to Todd this. No. Nice. What was I saying about Jade Forest before? Right. Yeah. Just give me 1 second. Basically, Jade Forest goes up to 20, not 15, as I originally thought. And the only difference that makes is you now stay in Jade Forest until 20, and then you follow everything else that I said in my expected route. At least, that is my current plan, right? The finalized route could end up being different, but what I told you in... Oh, nice. Explosive Barrage. This is a good one. What do I drop? And Kindle's pretty trash. Actually, the shield is good. Sunstrider's Flourish is doing very little damage right now. Going to take it, put it over there with the rest of my stuff. For general leveling, 1 to 80 is dungeon grind. There are going to be much faster routes, yes. Dungeon grinding is not efficient at all. Weaving dungeons into leveling in Cataclysm is going to be a good option, but just spamming dungeons will not be. I don't necessarily know if just killing Dragonkin will be faster. Mob grinding is especially good at lower levels. I suspect that it will not actually be the best option by the time you get to like 20-ish. Because a lot of people, they're still in classic mindset of like just mob grinds. But the thing about Cataclysm is we finally start to get really efficient zones. So for instance, 20 to 25, for Horde at least, you have Hillspread Foothills. And I hope I don't need to tell you, if you're familiar at all with, you know, my channel and leveling and stuff like that, how efficient Hillspread Foothills is. It's just a very, very, very good zone. So Hillspread is one of those. I'm going to turn this in, and then I'm not going to do the rest of this. I'm going to get into the wilds. Yeah, Hillspread is extremely good, and I suspect that it'll be better because it's just very, very efficient for questing. Same with like Silverpine up to 20. And you have Stone Talon 25 to 30 is really good. Nice. Sand. Okay, not nice. Zandalari War Scouts are not scaled. I should have looked. That is a skull mob. I cannot kill that. Ah. Oh. This... I'm not going to do... Appreciate your answer so far, no problem, yeah. Alliance, if I have any tips, Yeah, I honestly, Alliance, I have a general idea based on just historically what zones were good. So, like, early on, Elwyn Forest, Redridge Mountains, Lochmodon, Duskwood, Westfall, those are all solid options. I have not really thoroughly tested Alliance yet. I've, like, started to test low-level Horde stuff, just because I've been leveling my own alts, because I main Horde. But I do not main Alliance in Cataclysm, so I do plan on testing it eventually, but it's one of those things where when I test it, I will have to specifically go out of my way to test it. So it's just not the type of thing that I'm really going to be doing like in general. And I also, the other thing is, I remember, generally speaking, what the fastest way to level Horde characters is, because I had played Horde for so long that I remember what I did as a, like, kid when I was leveling characters back in Cataclysm, and I remember, like, what was good, what was not, but I never did that. So all of my experience leveling characters in, I don't like these quests. I'll do that if this chain doesn't get me to 25. But I do not like these two zones. This is the slowest part of Pandaria by far. But we're almost at the good shit. Improved roll, flashing fists. Nice. Yeah, but if you go into my Discord, I laid out like a very speculative route on what I think it's going to look like in the pinned comments in the Classic channel. So that might help you, I hope. Here. And now I just need to primarily kill a bunch of mobs. Yeah, and keep in mind the way that leveling here works, because I know this may seem slow, and if the testing weekend is anything to go off of, I'm going to have multiple people coming in here. Wow, this seems really slow. Is it just me, or is leveling here really slow? And if you were not here for the testing weekend, the way it basically worked is leveling was really slow at the start, and then around like level 40 or so, you kind of turn the corner. And when you get, like, all the really good powers, and you get, like, really good gear and stuff like that, you just start cruising. Also, you start to get massive experience modifiers. Though I will say, it is very clear they have heavily nerfed the Cloak's gain. I think I had already gotten more experience by this point. War mode's not enabled. Finally 20. That dungeon was horrible. Nice. You're so far behind, you're kind of wondering if you wait a day and come back tomorrow for efficient leveling. One of the issues with Jade Forest in particular is Jade Forest is extremely bottlenecky. So, I mean, I don't want to tell you that it would be better, because, like, obviously it sucks having to say, like, yeah, it may be better to just come back later. But you are not wrong in thinking that it really sucks when you're behind in Jade Forest. Jade Forest is like one of, like I said, the most bottlenecky zones there is. It is, it's rough. It's fucking rough, man. Okay, I don't want to do these quests. Fuck. Where do I go for efficient questing? I think I just do the Nessing Ray quests. And just say, fuck it, suck it up, do that. I could also try a scenario. That's honestly not a bad idea. But yeah, if you weren't around for Miss Pandaria launch, it was kind of a shit show. Like, a lot of people think that WoD launch was bad, and WoD launch was bad, don't get me wrong. But the thing that made WoD launch bad wasn't the zone itself. It was the fact that garrisons were bugged, and nobody could interact with, like, the little telescope thing. So, WoD launch was bad because of just a quest design bug, and people griefing it by standing on top of it with a mammoth. MoP questing, I remember it being extremely controversial at the time how bad Jade Forest was as far as bottlenecks go. And think of it this way. If you look at almost every single expansion except for Dragonflight, pretty much, Dragonflight and Shadowlands, which, what were my biggest complaints with Dragonflight and Shadowlands? It was the bottlenecking in the MoP and the bottlenecking in the Waking Shore Zeppelin. Like, anybody who watched pretty much my very first Dragonflight speedrun, the moment I saw the Zeppelin, I'm pretty sure if you go back and get a clip, one of the first things I probably said was, they really need to rethink this. This is going to cause major bottlenecks. I saw it a mile away, and I was a fucking prophet. I didn't necessarily predict that they were going to fuck up the code and crash their own servers, but I saw the problem coming a mile away, because I've been through this shit, right? Like, I experienced MoP launch, and it was really, 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 really bottlenecky. And that's why in WoD, what did they do? Outside of the intro, which the intro obviously was a little bit of a bottleneck, but Alliance go to one zone, Horde go to another zone. And then Legion, you get to pick which zone you start in. BFA, Alliance go to one zone, Horde go to another zone. They, from that point on, tried to heavily divide up where you actually go, because MoP was so bottlenecky. And the thing is, Alliance and Horde actually started on different sides of Jade Forest, but then eventually you meet up. And the introduction quests, even still, if you watched, like, the early part of the stream, like, I was absolutely fucked on that Gatling gun quest for a little while. It was rough. Let's go, level 25. Looks like only doing the first Dragon Riding quest is faster. That is so dumb. I can't believe they haven't fixed that. Yeah, at this point, honestly, though, you're probably not wrong. Because these two zones are just very bad. Do you actually need to Dragon Ride at all, or are you literally just spamming turn-ins nonstop? Like, how does that work exactly, Chori? Level 25, but no cloak upgrades, right? I don't know what you mean. You got a Dragon Ride through 5 hoops? I see. Oh, come on, man. Aw. This is so shit. Also, my group members are AFK or something? I don't fucking know. Can't do that well in combat. Oh, lovely. It's because I guess we're all shared in combat. So I need to wait for them to finish killing whatever they're killing to do anything. I guess I just sit here and read chat. You're not risking doing that quest over and over? Well, I will tell you this. If Blizzard bans people for doing that quest over and over, they have only themselves to blame, because it was literally discovered, like, 5 fucking minutes into the PTR. And they just didn't change it. Like, yeah. That's just... Why do we have PTRs if they're just going to not fix basic shit like that? Why? Just came in, not sure if you... Are scenarios going to be faster than dungeons? No. I mean, dungeons are bad, so maybe, but scenarios are not fast. I'm literally only doing a scenario because you need to do one scenario for the daily quest. So I'm just doing this now because it's not fast, but also Valley of the Four Winds and Krasarang Wilds are also very much not fast. So I'm doing this stuff while I am on the inefficient questing section. That way, when I get to Kun Lai... Oh, that being said, Shori, now I will say this is 100% cope, but have you actually gotten any good rewards from the quest? Because, yeah, of course, the scaling on this is fucked. Why wouldn't it be? One problem that I can foresee is, let's say you don't get anything good out of the quest. If you try to do leveling later, you're gonna have like no gems, no gear, anything. Absolutely. Yeah, so that is one downside. Because that being said, if you can spam that quest and that is the fastest way up to 70, obviously that's dumb and that would be fine. But eventually, I would imagine it falls behind. Because, like, keep in mind, you got to 25 faster, but this is the worst part of the zone by far. And another thing, you're not getting any threads. So eventually I'm going to get XP modifiers. Stuff like that. You wanted to do Raid Finder? Oh yeah, actually true. It's a good test. And either way, I appreciate you testing it because now we know. What did that guy use? Yeah, see, Thundering Orb. Jesus, fuck. Ah, if only I had gotten one of the good items. Yeah, Azura, dude, I don't, like, exactly what you said. Why do we bother reporting shit on the PTR and they just don't fix it, ever? Like, watch LFR still be broken. At this rate, I would be surprised if it was actually fixed. Do you need to do quests to unlock the first wing of LFR? Ooh, maybe. It's possible. I don't think so, because at the very least, if there is a prereq, then it's something that you get very early on. Okay, so as we can see, the scenarios give terrible experience. So that is not good for leveling. It's good that I tested it, though, because we need to do one for the quest anyways. So now at least it's confirmed. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, it gives a shit ton of bronze, though. Okay. Okay. Well. Yeah, maybe it's not good for, maybe not good for leveling, but definitely good for bronze farming. Goddamn. Bear with me, I'm just switching around this stuff. Haste boots, same as mine. That is a ludicrous amount of bronze. The problem is at this point, because I don't have any of the really OP shit like Nizao, I am a little bit limited in the pull size that I can actually get away with. Come back to WoW after many long years. What is remixing? Does it give anything cool? It's basically a fun way to level up alt characters, and it's a special game mode where you get a lot of really good stuff. So yes, it gives a lot of cool stuff. You want Garrosh heirlooms? It has that. You want Tusks of Manaroth? It has that. You want unique appearances that are like recolors of MoP stuff that you can only get during this event? It has that too. Lots of very good stuff from this mode. As for whether or not you'll enjoy playing it, that is subjective. But does it give good stuff is an absolute yes. Okay. I want to pull Darkhide. No, I'm just gonna kill Darkhide really quickly. Fuck it. I'll do these quests while I'm here, even though this technically would get me to 25. I think this is probably worth doing. Lifestorm. What did most of my damage there? Yeah, Fist of Fury is still doing way more than any of my special effects at this stage. You don't know what to use bronze for? My personal recommendation... Woo! Ah, it's avoidance. Never mind. Shit sucks. I would say use it for upgrades while leveling. A lot of people are going to be, like, really worried about spending bronze because they're going to be like, oh, well, I need to save it for cosmetics. Buy gems with it. Buy gems with it, level up faster, and then you'll get to max level. You get more bronze at higher levels, and it's easier to kill stuff and farm at higher levels. So if you really want to just, you know, get more bronze, spend more bronze. Spend money to make money. Classic saying, right? I'm not going to do the Sly Fox quest because these things are hard as shit to find. Are the monk quests disabled? No, they work. That's actually not a bad idea. I probably could have done the monk quests. Didn't think of that. But that is not a bad suggestion. Just grab this. Okay, now we get to Kun Lai. All I really care about is getting to Kun Lai before at least most people. I'm sure there's going to be people who are already there. I don't really think I'm, like, ahead at this point. But if I can stay at least roughly ahead and I don't need to worry too much about overcrowding, then I'll be happy. I should have held on to that quest. I forgot that that was my... That was my scenario quest. Not a big deal. Honestly, really doesn't matter. Chi-Chi, I don't want. What I will do is... talk to... God damn it, I hate this shit. I hate how there's no way to click off those pop-ups. To... Scroll of Chaos 1. Wow. Where's the gem vendor? This is gem procurement. Can you right-click the pop-ups? If so, I didn't realize that. I'll try that next time.
It's not ready yet.
Lightning, explosive barrage, definitely. What tanks do you think are good for leveling or for rating content normal and up? I mean, to be clear, there's no real difference between tanks on lower or higher difficulties. The tanks that are good at the high difficulties are the tanks that are good at the low difficulties. It's just, the only difference would be one of them might be, you know, you get away with it easier. in the lower difficulties, but fundamentally it's no difference on either of them. Right now, honestly, the only tank that isn't really good for raiding is Prot Warrior. But if you like Prot Warrior, play Prot Warrior. Don't let me stop you. All the other tanks have strengths and weaknesses, and they could be argued as a really good option, depending on what you're looking for in a tank. I want this. I want this. I want east. H. No, wrong gem. Doing normal, normal. If somebody has tried Heroic Dungeons, let me know if they've changed anything, but if it's anything like the PTR testing weekend, if you do Heroic Dungeons while leveling, you are going to get your teeth kicked in. I genuinely don't understand why they let you queue for it at this level. It was just demolishing people on testing. Like, basically impossible to do, effectively. That's how hard it was. And definitely not efficient. Just did a heroic, holy moly, it's hard, yeah. And it's one of those where, like, you know, it is theoretically possible. Like, I know one or two people who managed to do a heroic dungeon during testing. But just why would you bother? Because it doesn't really give that much more experience, and it takes, like, 3 times as long. So it's not even twice the experience, but it takes 3 times the length of time. So it's just worse. 25 straight, yeah, pretty much 25 basically straight into Kun Lai. Dungeons will become a more viable option once people have gear, but as it stands, they're just really slow. I should also... I'm kind of fine with the rest of my quests. But yeah, Krasarang and Valley of the Four Winds, like, there are individual subzones. Like, that one by the water that I did, you could see that was really good. Like, this, where is it? This quest line, really good. The first few quests here aren't bad. Missing Ring ones are okay. Stoneplow is very short, but it's fine. Honestly, the quests that I did over here weren't bad, but, like, this is the stuff that you would skip when you have a higher XP modifier. So definitely the best stuff in Valley of the Four Winds is these quests here and the first few. So when you have much higher XP modifiers, you're definitely going to do Pools of Purity, because holy shit, the quest density there, it is something to behold. Oh, there's another person here. They flew off. Just got Explosive Barrage, nice. May not be the best way to earn bronze, but that is my favorite way to earn bronze. Just running around and grabbing stuff. It's the Dream Surge strat of earning bronze. I will say I am kind of getting fucked here though, because if I don't get any of the really good ones soon, my damage is going to start to fall off hard. Because the way that this worked on testing is the mob damage scaled really fast. And it got to a point where I was getting cranked by the mobs. But I got a lot of the really good powers early, so I would end up killing things on my Windwalker on my first testing run before it actually mattered. The issue right now is I don't have the stuff that lets me kill mobs really quickly. So I'm at a point where if I don't get any of the really good, like, effects before long, I'm going to start not being able to kill mobs in time, and that's going to really start to be an issue. Right now, it's not bad. Like, you can see I can manage. But I think I have to go over here. Yeah, Batari Fire Warrior. And Todd. Shit. At least it didn't interrupt my... Is LFR open? Yes. I'll queue for LFR just to see. I do not expect that the LFR queue will pop quickly, but I'm queuing all roles, so that will increase my chances, but there probably are not that many people who have hit 25 yet. Maybe a good amount, but I don't know if we're talking like enough to where LFR will actually pop. Slow down. Life is to be savored. Come on, did I not? So just realized... That's what my problem was. That's why my nameplates weren't working. I was missing that setting. These quests can be very annoying if there's a lot of other people here, because the spawn rates in some of this stuff is not the best. But with one person, easy peasy. So I'm glad I got here before most people got to Kunlai. And this stuff I did practice in the PTR. So this is like... This is my jam. Where is this? Ah, shit. Button. How much bronze do you think you've gotten? Well, I just spent a bunch. I've gotten roughly 5-6k so far. And spent most of it. Is Sunstrider Flourish a good tinker? At this level, no. At higher levels, yes. It's not amazing, but it requires other stuff to really scale with it. Because it's based on your critical strikes, right? So if you aren't critting a lot, then it's not going to be very good. But there's a lot of stuff that gives you a crap ton of crit at higher levels. But right now, it's just, it doesn't do much. So I stopped using it. Yeah, look at all the quest icons here. You love to see it. Quest density. Oh, mwah. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these are breadcrumbs to different little areas. They aren't all completely condensed. But it's still pretty good. Oh, you can't queue for LFR because of item level. Oh, no. That's tragic. Well, I mean, at this point, you have a choice to make, Troy. You could keep testing that quest for science, or you could just give up and start doing stuff to increase your item level. If you want to keep testing for science, though, like, I respect it. You're 6 item level. Jesus. Is there a reason you picked that race to power level with? Yes. I don't necessarily know how helpful Volpera will be for this. Volpera is the fastest race for Monk for, like, standard leveling in Dragonflight and stuff because of Make Camp. Now, the thing about Make Camp is it's very much a ratio where you need to know when to use it. And I'll be honest, in Pandaria, I don't really know when to use it. But a lot of the other racials just really don't matter at all for leveling. So if while leveling I happen to spot a scenario where I'm like, oh hey, I can use make camp here and save like 3 minutes, well then that 3-minute time save is basically already more than you would get from any other racial ability. Most racials are very much not impactful. Make camp can just straight up save you minutes of time if you find the right use case for it. And obviously for actual Dragonflight speedruns, I already have all the best make camp spots memorized, so I just know automatically, okay, this is where I press make camp, and then I drop this, I do something, I teleport. And I'm sure that there will be spots to save time with make camp. There may have been spots that, like, I already missed. Are there... I want to say... Is there a quest over here? That I missed? No. I think I'm just confused. You're gonna keep doing it until 30 for the rare threads? Wait, are you getting threads off the quest? Or are you saying you're going to wait until 30 because then you have a chance at getting rare threads after 30, which I can't remember how that works, but... Is Monk my main in retail? Yes. To be fair, though, I main... Like, in retail, I am a tank player. That is what I mean. Currently, though, the tank that I am playing for Raid is Monk, so that is definitely true. But, like, there have been times where I'm, like, despite the fact that I do like Monk, I haven't been playing it because I'm playing, like, another tank for Raids or something like that. It really just depends. That's just kind of how it goes with tanking. In a Mythic Raid environment, as a tank, you are one of two things as a tank. You are either a Blood DK, or you play multiple tanks. Pretty much, Blood DKs are the only motherfuckers that can get away with being one-tricks, because Blood DK has historically been so good that you almost always want to have one of them. So most raids have that one Blood DK player, and, for instance, my current co-tank has like 5 Blood DKs, so, you know, Blood DKs, they all fit the stereotype, right? Like, he has multiple Blood DK alts, he plays Blood DK on Retail and Classic. Like, that's just kind of what those players live and breathe. But for everybody else, we have to have alts for multiple different classes. Not that I mind, I actually like the diversity. I like being able to play different tanks when needed. It's like, I enjoy Brewmaster, but it's really nice for sometimes it's like, hey, this tier... Prot Warrior is really good, or this tier Vengeance Demon Hunter is really good, and then I play something different for a little while, and that's just like how it goes. But as it currently stands for retail, yes. And I didn't check where my rankings finalized last night, because we just killed Mythic Razageth last night. The only, oh shit, okay! What the fuck? Hell of a world drop. And it has Leech, which, like, unlucky, but it still has mostly haste, so... Shit, I'll take it. I think I did not get a single purple item my entire first run. Wonder if guilds are doing the same strat of 30-man queues for LFR? Maybe. If Blizzard hasn't fixed LFR, then yeah, it's still gonna be the best way. So I guess we'll find out. If we start hearing that, like, Liquid and Echo or whatever are doing 30-man groups and just hitting max level before any of us are even remotely close, then we will know if that exploit still works. But until then... Did I get purple pants on my Paladin? Maybe I did. I'm gonna be honest, I have... My memory of that Paladin run, it's, like, I basically have none. It was one of those where it was just kind of like... I remember that I did a Paladin run, but I could not tell you anything that actually occurred over the course of that speedrun. I was so, like, zoned out and exhausted during that entire stream that I barely remember what happened. The only thing that I actually have concrete memory of is that I finished the run in the Nessingwary area. And I vaguely remember that there was this one point where I just, like, mob grinded for 30 minutes while rambling about something, because I wanted to see how easy it was to farm threads. That's, like, basically all I remember. Not sure, that may have been you upgraded a piece and it turned purple. Yeah, I don't think that can happen. I don't think you can do that. Maybe I'm wrong. Either way, you could be right for all I know, and I just, like I said, don't remember. Got a frost armor tinker, bet that's gonna be good for tanks. Yeah, it's solid. I remember using that one a little while. Not bad. I would say the self-healing ones are better for tanks, but, like, if you have enough gem slots, I'm pretty sure I was using frost armor in one of them. But it's lower priority compared to some of the others. May you find mastery in your passions.
Nothing shall stand in our way.
Have you brought fresh corpses?
Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. I'm gonna open up all my boxes after we're gonna, like, keep questing until we hit a breakpoint where I'm very clearly... Let's see, these guys are 27, 28. All right. What level are you now doing that, Troy? Like, how close are you to 30? Also, I want Storm, Earth, and Fire. Two-thirds the way to 30. Jesus fucking Christ. That is such a stupid leveling method. I cannot believe that works. My God, I'm trying to read chat. I'm just gonna focus. I keep trying to look at chat and then running into, like, walls and shit. Okay, tab target, please. Love tab targets sometimes. Alright, need oil. Mostly because of no travel combat. Yeah. Oh, I mean, if the quest takes 15 seconds, then yeah, that is ridiculous. I mean, that is just absolutely ludicrous. Well, it looks like there's a decent amount of people who are within LFR range now. Where do you upgrade gear with bronze? In the main, like, little towns, the sanctuaries that you get teleported to when you use, like, the, Nostwin's voucher. Yeah, mob health is starting to become an issue for me. After these quests, I definitely need to open up all these boxes and pray that I get something good, because I am starting to... I'm really starting to fall behind on power curve. How much bronze do you have so far? I've gotten like 5k. Nice. What? Oh, fuck off, game. It didn't give me credit. There we go. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck. Please. Oh, no. No, 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 please. I think my internet just flickered. I hope that didn't really fuck me. That was either the game or... If you guys could hear me saying, oh fuck, then it was the game and not my internet. Either way, I was really worried that I was going to land in between those three mobs, DC, come back to getting killed and losing all my buffs, and that would really suck. Think we're good? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't... I'm not getting any warnings on YouTube, so I think it was just the game. I just panicked. I immediately assumed that, like, my internet went down or something like that. But at the same time, the servers are probably really fucked, so could very easily just be the game. We heard you the whole time? Okay, yeah, that's just the game shitting the bed. Oh.
I must get closer.
How much item level do I have? 33 at the moment. Yeah, this should be... Yeah, this should be a good turn-in. Searing Light. Don't need that. Alright, 28. What do I get? Fast Feet. Wait, you got 28? Oh, 28 item level. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Leech. So, one of the most important things to do is just remember to drop that. Just going to... And just get all that stuff out of the way. Mastery bracers. Wow, that's a big upgrade. Okay. Wow, I did not realize my bracers were so far behind everything else. I got brittle! Ah, yes, okay. Now we're cooking. Now we are fucking cooking. Yes. I want to get rid of this stuff. We'll just scrap it. Okay, that is definitely big. Very glad. Yeah, it looks like normal dungeons and scenarios both give 400 bronze, which is pretty good. So that is the most efficient bronze farming method that I found so far. But I suspect that there'll be better methods at higher levels. You're getting melted, you need to stop and look at the gems. Yep. There is a reason that you see me doing so much inventory management, and you know how much I hate having to do inventory management in the middle of speedruns. It is usually a waste of time in regular runs. You should have all that stuff figured out. Like, why do you think that in my actual speedruns, I start the run with you know, all my shit already mailed over, and then I basically spend the first, like, few cutscenes organizing all of my bags perfectly and making it so for the rest of the speedrun, I never need to worry about looking through my bags. The most that I'll do is sometimes hop in my expedition yak and just vendor a bunch of greens really quick, so I don't need to think about anything else. Extensive inventory management is massive downtime. That being said, I'm doing it a lot here because it is just required. Even if you know what you're doing, you are going to get cranked if you don't have the right gems and stuff. And oh my god, Brittle is so good! Yes! Finally, okay. I was starting to panic there for a little bit because I was just not getting any of the good powers. But now we have Brittle. We stand a fighting chance. Oh, things are just melting. Look at the damage. Actually, well, that's mostly for Fury. Brittle still helped. I mean, Windwalker's still broken, don't get me wrong. But, like, yeah, you can't... I think it's not registering on the damage breakdown. It definitely did damage there. But because I think a lot of the damage happens as the mobs die, doesn't really matter. What I really need is Slay. Victory Fire, Brittle, they're both going to be very strong when I start doing, like, big AoE pulls, but Slay is the one that is just universally beneficial, and it allows these to be really, really, really powerful.
Too far away.
Right. Brittle's best for big packs. You kill like 9 mobs, kill one, and Brittle kills all the others. Oh yeah. Brittle fucking owns. I love it so much. Yeah, let's try a big pull. I really need to get Touch of Karma. There we go. Brittle Cascade there. Nice.
Tell me of your troubles.
This is an escort quest. Does he chase me? I assume this is one where I just walk to the end and he follows me. If not, I'm not doing it. So, we'll see.
What wisdom do you
Yep, nice.
Come, speak with me.
I hate when random mobs are eligible for Tiger Palm. Or, Tiger's Lust.
You have the eyes of one who has traveled
Dead Inkgil laid to rest. Oh, this is just a cutscene. This is probably not worth doing, but I'm going to wait it out anyways. Stuff like this is a nice opportunity to manage inventory. Old front is terrible. Banish, I don't care about. This is Critical Strike. That is an upgrade. Okay. So faster, there are 2 different game modes. Don't be concerned about that. If all you care about is like preparing your characters for the War Within and stuff, then it's way too soon to tell whether or not this is faster or War Within is faster, but fundamentally they're 2 different versions of playing the game, so I would not really concern yourself with it. Why can I not click on this? Oh, I see what happened. I did click on it. It's just I need to wait for this mob to do its fucking RP shit. I'm actually gonna skip this quest. This is bad. And it's just a optional thing. That's a war scout. Nope, nope, nope. That is a rare I do not want to throw hands with. Nice. Yeah. Brittle's doing a lot now. Now I just need Nizao so I can reliably do big pulls. Very nice. This should be all the quest items I need. Oh, that means I can't loot that stuff. You can't wait for the Tinker Gem tier list. Yeah, that's, yeah. Windwalker Monk looking crazy good. Windwalker Monk's always crazy good. For leveling, Windwalker Monk is S tier. I would say it's the second best leveling spec in the game. For this mode, might even be the best. Hard to say. Hard to say. It's very, very strong. Level am I now? 29. That's still, yeah, that's the Zandalari War Scout. Okay, this is... You just pick up the axe and you run him back. Don't necessarily know if I really want to do these quests, but... eh. I think they're fine. Yeah, because, like, while the Yak quest may not be that good, there's relatively good... Yeah, there's good quest density here. It's one bad quest amongst a lot of really good ones. Gonna do this. Alright, my Storm Earth and Fire is bugged and not attacking. Now it's attacking. Jesus Christ. Oh. 38 item levels still can't do raid? Well, that's definitely not a... That must be a pre-quest thing. So, I don't know. You thought you'd be 70 now? Are you fucking stupid? Honest question. Are you fucking stupid? If you were 70 by now, you would have literally beaten my world record on your first character. No. I hope that's sarcasm. Otherwise, I question your reading comprehension and general intelligence. Unfortunately, knowing a decent chunk of the WoW player base, would not be surprised. I really want to get Slay. It's gonna come from these next boxes, though. I feel it. Okay, I need 2 more Yongle.
I can't attack that target. Too far away.
Oh, nice. You got Oblivion Sphere? Yeah, that's a big pickup. I think the irony is, like, at this stage, because my self-healing is still so dogshit, like, obviously I wish I had the better gems, but Life Storms actually kind of saved my ass just because the rest of my gems are so bad that I kind of need the self-healing. As terrible as that feels. Alright, this one I remember, if you get too far away, it breaks. So I need to do the strafing strat. Hello, Frank Jeffrey. 400 bronze per dungeon are once a day. Oh, are they? Ah, well, that's good to know. I appreciate you letting me know. Now, Tripod Goblin, have you done a scenario yet? Because if not, try to do a scenario and let me know if you can get 400 once a day per dungeon and 400 once a day for scenarios. Because if so, that would be a pretty good farming method. And that would encourage you to make a bunch of alts. So then the more alts you have, the easier it would be to farm. I'm going to swing by this area to see if one of the treasures is up. There's the, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, can I fly? Stupid mobs are just, like, spawn camping me. Not letting me move. Just gonna Todd this shit. And I'm going to get on a regular flying mount. That way I can just scout this in peace. Grab that. Does not look like the treasure is here. Whatever you do, don't do heroic scenarios on a low level. Yeah. Learned that the hard way on the testing weekend. It's good to see that they have not fixed that. I genuinely don't know why they give you the option of queuing for it. I thought it was just an oversight on the testing weekend, but if they're still letting you do it, it's just weird. There's no advantage to doing it on a low level. And it's just, objectively speaking, not designed for level 10 characters. They should just not give you the option. First thing you did, and everyone kept wiping and saying, why is it so hard? Yeah. That's the thing, though. It's like, I don't blame people for being confused, because if the game lets you queue for something, you expect that you're supposed to be able to do it, right? You expect, oh, okay, well, Blizzard's letting me do this content. Clearly, it must be designed for my level, because that's how literally everything else in this game works. And for whatever reason, they let you queue for heroic dungeons and heroic scenarios at the start, and you just are not meant to do them. The scaling is not correct. So it is 100% Blizzard's fault for letting people queue for that at low levels, because there is just no advantage to it, and it just misleads players into thinking this must be an intended leveling method. So right now, so for reference, the single thing that I have seen so far that they have done is they have nerfed the rate at which you acquire cape upgrades. So far, that is the only tangible difference between the testing weekend and this version of the game that we're playing. Everything else that was kind of like yucky on the testing weekend is still here. And obviously there are still a few things that we need to test to see if they're still like broken. But considering almost everything else is broken, I would not be surprised if LFR is still overtuned and overtuned in terms of how much experience it gives. I would not be surprised if most like stat scaling stuff that was ridiculously broken is still ridiculously broken. It genuinely seems to me like they did a single testing weekend, waited a month, did no further testing, and then just shipped the game without listening to any of the feedback. At that point, why even do testing? Now, I could be crazy here. There could be stuff that I'm just not seeing, but it genuinely feels to me like nothing has changed. You can queue for LFR at item level 30, trying now? Yeah. I'm already queued for LFR. If for whatever reason Chori is unable to queue... Oh! Well, there you go. Speak of the devil. All right, let's see how much experience this gives. So I just hit level 30. Questing is usually the most optimal way to level, but things are really weird here. It is possible that there are other methods of leveling that are faster just because MoP Remix seems to be poorly tested. Scenarios still give 400 bronze after a normal dungeon. You can check in the dungeon finder if it shows a minor or lesser bronze cache. Scenarios give good XP. I'm gonna be honest, I completely disagree with you. I did a scenario and it did not give me good XP, so I don't know what your definition of good XP is. Did I queue for the wrong wing? Oh, no wonder I wasn't getting the queue to pop. That makes a lot more sense. I queued for the wrong LFR wing. That's why it was slow. Shit. Well, I feel like an idiot. It gives the same as a dungeon? Yeah, but dungeons give terrible experience. So. You had to change it to Guardians? Yeah, fuck. I wish I noticed that. Either way. I guess we'll see if they fix this boss. If they have not fixed this boss, then I will not be convinced that they have fixed anything. You've been cranking dungeons and just now 25. Not bad. Especially considering how crazy the dungeon tuning is. That's solid. I should be opening these boxes while I'm in here. I don't really want these bracers, and it gives the same amount of tinker slots. See, what I wonder is, this gives me more threads on my low-level characters. Right now, I only have plus 33% experience gain on this character. If I create a new character, how much XP will that character have? Okay, now the question is, will this mob bug out and reset? No, this is working at least. Okay, so they fixed this much. How much bronze do you have so far? A good amount. I'm gonna be honest, that question gets asked literally every 5 minutes. I'm probably just going to stop answering it. Right now, all I will answer from now on is I've spent most of my bronze. So, at current, not a lot. Is it worth buying random gems? Only the stat gems. Do not buy the random green gems. As much as I am frustrated that I don't have a lot of the really good random green gems yet, I am not going to buy random ones. It is just a waste of money. But the random stat gems, those will always be good. Why don't I just add a bronze counter? Yeah, just add a counter to the stream. It's so easy. Just add, like, you know, go find a way to add a stream overlay, constantly update it, so it's always, yeah, you know, that's just a really easy thing to do while I'm, you know, actively trying to do a speedrun. Why don't I just do that? So easy. Arl spicy today. I hate it when stupid people say stupid shit. It's just annoying. Like, honestly, I'm more annoyed. I'm more annoyed about that than I am about, you know, people asking about bronze. The thing about asking bronze, but like, oh, why not just add a fucking counter in the middle of a speedrun? Like, yeah, let me get right on that. Yes! Thundering Orb. Okay. Alright. I finally have something that's actually good. Use your knowledge in computer science. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, I could put a counter if I had the time to do that. Yeah.
Good fortune to our friends.
Like, I'm not saying it is impossible, but here's the thing. I'm doing a fucking timed activity. It's just a dumb fucking suggestion. Let's see. Okay, nice. It automatically updates on my bars. Saying stupid shit is your job? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I already have Zach to do that. Okay, now... nice. So you can just instantly requeue. Yeah, that is the correct one, right? Let me double check. Yeah, Vault of Mysteries is the one I don't want. So it looks like the actual boss experience wasn't that great. It was okay. Your monk sound effects are great. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. You said it's faster leveling than normal, but it doesn't feel like it.
Can't use that.
Well, you can't expect it to be faster on your very first character. They never said that your very first character is going to be significantly faster than a, you know, regular leveling process. Like, you get a 300% experience modifier. So to answer your question, no, it's not faster than regular leveling, at least not right now. The entire idea behind it is as you level up, as you get better shit, as you get more experience modifiers, yeah. Yeah, for reference, like, I have plus 33% experience gain. Also, something that I want to test real quick. I'll do it after I reach the top. Makes sense? Yeah.
I must get closer.
Need that, so I can chuck that in there. Awkward show. Door of Shadows is neat. I'm not going to use it, but... I'd like Fae Form, but I'm, like, not too concerned if I get it or not. Like, if I get Fae Form, I'm happy. If I don't get Fae Form, I'm chill. Like, Heroic Leap is my second favorite anyway, so that's, like, the one thing that I genuinely don't really care about. Okay, so what we're testing real quick. I have this thing. Time running characters begin with more threads collected. My current cape, you can see, 33% experience gain. So we're going to log out. We're going to create a new character. Time runner. Arl thread test. You got 0 XP from the first boss of the raid. What Blizzard might have done to curb the strat where you just leave and rejoin is they may have put all of the experience at the end of completion bonus, which would, in my opinion, be really good. If so, I hope that they've done that, because that would fix the main problem. Okay, Cloak of Infinite Potential. How much do I get from this? 5% experience gain. Okay. So that answers that question. I'm also, while we're testing this, I'm going to go ahead and test something real fast. You just deleted Thundering Orb spell from your action bars by accident. Where can you find it? It should just automatically pop up on your bars. There may be some place in your spellbook where it appears. Why did my logout get canceled? Hello, game? Also, so you'll hear that there's game sound running in the background. I'm testing something. Wait, can I not? Okay, time running is... Is it available on the PTR? So one thing I'm trying to test is on the PTR, I have the maximum... I have the maximum thread count achievement. Okay, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not working. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to hop over to the PTR, see if I could create a time running character and see what that character starts off with. But... Wow, okay. Alright. This is a loading time. World of Warcraft? Hello? What the fuck? Jesus, this game is shit sometimes in terms of optimization. I mean, I'm sure that the servers are probably also literally on fire right now, so... Probably explains why. Alright, moment of truth. How good is this? You met Cho and still no LFR. Maybe, Chori, try going to the bazaar. Maybe it's like you have to talk to the NPCs there and pick up the quest. And, oh, there is a quest around Gruken Hill that directs you towards the bazaar, so maybe that's the prereq? What do you do with the gear you replace? So in order to replace it, basically you don't sell your gear. There's this ability that you get called Unraveling Sands. You get it, like, you should have it. You get it really early. You use this, it creates like a little floating thingy. You interact with that, and it lets you scrap your gear for bronze. You have not done that and can do LFR. Yeah, then I don't know. Troy, I think you might have bricked your character there, man. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna do Thundering Orb here. Yeah, Thundering Orb plus Brittle is doing a sizable chunk of my damage. I do think that if LFR is actually worth doing, you can see I'm getting no experience from those mobs, by the way. That was like 4 XP per mob. So that's really bad. Is it normal that you get hammered as a tank in normal dungeons? Seems kind of overtuned. Yes. Well, it is overtuned. As for whether or not it's normal, you are not doing anything incorrectly, is what I can tell you. But it is not normal outside of this mode. In this mode, yes, it is, unfortunately, common. The tuning on it is not perfect. I think at this point, my next talent points that I should spend for Windwalker are I go down the left side of the tree. Because that's where I get Shadowboxing Treads, right? Yeah, I want to get Shadowboxing Treads. That's the main thing I need at this point to complete my kit. At least until I get to the capstone section. But people are trying to do dungeons with 0 gear. But, like, that's the thing. The game lets you do dungeons with 0 gear. The game lets you immediately queue for dungeons, but it starts you off without a kit, And the tuning is assuming that you actually have your full kit. So Blizzard just fucked the tuning. And this is why a PTR is important. Because if you realize that the way that things are tuned, yeah, so these bosses give barely any experience. I wasn't looking at exactly how much my bar moved, but you can see it was by almost nothing. I did get Quick Strike, though, which is not bad. I think, if anything, it looks like LFR is a really good way of farming abilities, because you almost always get something off the boss. So if this gives even half-decent experience, it might be worth it for me to do it for a little bit until I get the really strong options, so I can actually cruise through questing. It's working now after logout? Yeah. But yeah, so what I was saying before, though, it's a game design issue on Blizzard's end. If they have, and it's not as simple as like, oh, just tune dungeons to be lower, because that's the problem. You get so much insane power from these gems, and the dungeons all scale. That's how it works. So you can't just like undertune low-level dungeons, quote unquote, because then either one of two things would happen. Either you are more powerful by default at lower levels without your gems, which is kind of what we see in retail happening. Like, the Blizzard solution in retail for dungeons being harder at low levels is exactly that. They undertune it or they overscale the character. And then when you see me on a Holy Priest one-shotting mobs in TBC dungeons, it's because of that. It's because to compensate for the fact that you don't have any power as a low level, Blizzard just makes all your shit hit like 500% harder. But if they did that now, it would create this counterintuitive thing whereby engaging with the system that they put in place, this tertiary power system, you actually become less powerful. So they clearly didn't want to do that, so their solution was to just make dungeons really fucking hard. But then the problem with that is you end up in situations where you are just getting trucked at low levels. So it's the inverse problem. Now, I have said before, I think the solution is really simple. They never should have added the gems in the first place. I may be in the minority here, and I think a lot of people are like saying, oh, it's like corruption, it's cool. I genuinely think it's bad design, and I genuinely believe that as more people start to play around with this, I think people will hopefully come to agree with my opinion that this game mode would have been better off without the green gems. The meta gem where you get like the big power up, that's cool. The, like, you get a class utility option, that's also cool. The stat picking thing where you get to choose the gems to give the stat you want, that's really nice. I actually quite like that. The random bonus proc effects that do a big chunk of your damage and are basically mandatory to like progress in content because of how impactful they are, that's just lame. It just means that stuff like normal dungeons is going to feel arbitrarily more difficult before you have it, and when you do have all those proc effects, you're just going to steamroll it. That's just boring. I just think that's boring. And if Blizzard was so dead set on doing this, then it's really simple what they should have done. They should have just locked dungeons. I'm sure people would have complained, but I think that the way that it currently works, like, how many times so far this stream has somebody, like, popped into chat and said, I'm getting destroyed by dungeons, like, is this normal? And there's going to be so many other people, like, these are the people who are willing to go to a stream and, like, ask somebody a question, right? The average player who doesn't engage with the community at all is going to be like, oh, hey, I saw an advertisement for this MoP remix thing. Let me go in and try dungeon leveling, which is something that I like to do. You know, let that tank paladin that I had in the one Skullomance run that I did, the guy spamming Flash of Light on himself, now that guy obviously wasn't good, but he is going to get his ass chewed out and spit back at him in those normal mode dungeons, and he's probably going to do 1 or 2 dungeon runs, say, wow, so this mode is just blatantly overtuned, it must not be for players like me, and he's going to stop playing. I think that's just bad design on Blizzard's end. So if they're not going to fix the issue with the gems, then they at least need to make it so dungeons are not available, and especially heroic dungeons are not available until you actually have, like, the bare minimum of most of your gear slots, like basically where we're at now. You have most of the basic gear slots, and you have your meta gem, your utility gem, and some basic power gems. Because before then, you just can't really do dungeons. No XP at the end of the raid? Well, Yeah, I will say so far, it seems like they have gutted LFR, which, in my opinion, good, because running LFR 50 million times was not my idea of fun. But I do think that this is overkill, right? Because it's one thing for it to be the best leveling method by far, but it feels like right now I am gaining almost no experience. Like, the mobs are literally giving me 4 XP. That cannot be correct. There's absolutely no way that 4 XP is the right value. That's just Blizzard pendulum balancing at its finest. Of like, oh hey, LFR was a little bit too good during testing. We're going to nerf the mob experience by 500%. Now you will never be able to do LFR. And honestly, it's a shame because I think the concept of LFR leveling is cool. Like, when I first did my testing run, I'm pretty sure I said at some point that I really like the idea of LFR being a thing that you can do while leveling up, and the idea of leveling raids in general is cool. Because, like, you do that in Final Fantasy, you have trials and stuff mixed into the leveling process. But then, when I realized that spamming LFR was the only leveling method in testing, I said, wait, this sucks, I hate this. But I wish Blizzard would actually tune it instead of doing what they always do, and just it's easier to nerf it into the floor, so we know for a fact it's not going to be viable, instead of trying to balance it so it's at least competitive with other leveling methods while not being overtuned. But, you know, one of those things requires paying developers, the other one requires an intern.
I don't have a target.
Did I get anything good off that last boss? Yeah, I got crit gloves, actually. That's pretty nice. How much XP you got? I'm level 30, and I'm like this percent into 30. I'll hover over it if you want to read it. 34,000? Besides this raid, where are you currently leveling? Kunlai Summit. And unless there's a massive end of raid bonus, which Diggy just said there's no... Is it Diggy or Diggle? It's hard for me to see at a glance if that's an L or an I. But they just said that there's no bonus at the end of raid, so I'll take them for their word and assume that this is not worth doing. Let's get Quick Strike in here and Enkindle. Alright. You meant bonus XP? What do you mean? How much bonus XP do I got? Also, it looks like, yeah, so the random scenario gives 13,000 experience, which doesn't seem that bad until you realize that that's like 1/4 of a level for a really long amount of time. Oh, sorry, Chori, I'm a fucking moron. 36. Still, yeah, still no Slay. I mean, even without Slay, though, I'm cranking the damage. As I'm supposed to be healing, but... I'm gonna use Thundering Orb here. How much damage does it do on single target? Not terrible, honestly. That's like fine. Worth pressing on single target at least. You got Slay and Explosive Barrage, you're sitting pretty nice. Yeah, I would kill to have Slay right now. I guess you could say I'd slay to have Slay. Does fit. Windwalker Monk rotation, even at low levels, feels so clean. Like, so many specs don't actually get a coherent rotation until much closer to max level. Windwalkers, they have almost their basic, like, entire kit this early, and it feels amazing. Yeah, what the hell? They gutted LFR. Oh my god, that's overkill. That is overkill. Well, LFR is completely dead as a leveling method, and this is why we don't make guides before the content is released. Imagine if I had put out a guide and said that LFR was the best leveling method. and they completely remove all of the experience from LFR. Imagine doing that. I'm willing to bet there is somebody who actually recommended LFR as a leveling method in a guide released. Oh yeah, it gives like no experience. I queued for that like roughly middle of level 30. I did the entire wing of LFR. I am only here until level 30. After like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It is actually, out of all of the things I have tested so far, LFR is now the singular worst leveling method by a mile. Like I said, it is classic Blizzard pendulum balancing. They never, ever, ever balance things normally. If something is overpowered, they will never tune it to be reasonable. They will always just nerf it into the floor. That is just how they do things. Ah, shit. Yeah, so here, by the way, this would be like a nice little time save if I used Make Camp. So something to keep in mind, going into this cave, then when I want to come out, I could just teleport out instead. What I don't understand is something about LFR experience has to be not working correctly, because there is absolutely no way. Like, look at how much XP I get from killing this mob. 169. A singular mob out in the world, non-elite, gives 169. Mobs in LFR are giving 4 experience. That cannot be correct. I don't care how much Blizzard nerfed it. There is absolutely no way they are so stupid as to make LFR mobs give literally single-digit experience. That is either spiteful, like, we just really do not want you playing LFR, which, like, if so, sheesh. But I personally feel it has to be an oversight. Like, there's absolutely no way. And 400 bronze from LFR, so... It looks like the daily completion of all of these gives 400 bronze. So that's fairly consistent. Now, the real question is, do you get 400 bronze on all characters? Oh, fuck. Wait, those are pants. Oh, fuck. I'm stupid. It just doesn't really matter. I just resocket my chest. Why did I think that was a chest piece? LFR's taking so long because a lot of fresh 25s are queuing. Yeah, well, I will say, if anybody is queuing for LFR, genuinely do not waste your time. It is not worth it. It is not worth the time. And Chori, I forgot to ask before. I don't know if you said it. If so, I didn't see. What is your cloak at? Because you asked me what mine was at. I assume you were trying to see how yours stacked up. Questing is the best at the moment? That's what it seems, yes. Currently, I have been getting the most efficient experience by far just by doing quests. What do I want here? I think it's time to just take... do I take Interrupt? Yeah, I should just fucking take Interrupt. I kind of need it at this point. And let's just crack open these boxes. This is the same as what I have. I'm gonna buff myself real quick. Use the potion for the buff. Oh, fun little facts that took me a while to realize, so I'll say it here in case anybody else hasn't noticed. The healing potion that you get, so this thing. Now, you may look at this and just be like, oh, that's just a health pot. I use it whenever I'm low in health. But you'll notice that it also gives you 3% stamina for 30 minutes. So the health pot is actually also a buff item. So you can see there, I just used it. I used it because I'm not going to be in combat with any actual mobs for like another minute or two. So I can send it, refresh my buff, and that way I have 3% stamina. Am I 34 already? No, I'm only 31. Yeah, I basically just wasted 15 minutes doing LFR, but that's what I'm here for, right? I test things for science so that you guys don't have to. And now we all know, and you guys can just ignore LFR because it is not worth your time. No, this is Miss Pandaria only. You're so behind. You'll get back there. And I mean, you get better rewards, you know, the more you level, right? So you'll start getting more XP threads. It might, like, by the end of the leveling journey, you might end up being slightly behind on experience compared to where I'm at. But I would say the difference between our final experience values should probably be comparable. It'll be interesting to see, though, like, when we both hit 70, what our experience percents are at. That'll give a good idea of, like, you know, really how big the margin of error can be. Because one of the things that makes me really concerned with the way that they're doing experience in this is because there is no cap, but it's not account-wide. Effectively, the best way to do speedruns in this would just be to... what's it called? You would just keep hoping to get an insane amount of XP threads to drop, and then, theoretically, assuming that it's just completely random, somebody could get, like, non-stop XP threads and hit level 20 with, like, a 50% XP modifier, and that would obviously be very insane. And that would just be objectively the best way to level. So, assuming it does work like that, then I will never, ever, ever want to speedrun this at all, because that's just not fun. Like, if we thought Dream Surge RNG was bad, this is just pure, complete RNG that would make speed leveling miserable. Which, I get that that's not... Blizzard doesn't give a shit about, you know, speedrunning or whatever, and, like, competitive integrity. They don't care. I don't expect them to care, mind you. Like, that's not... I complain about Blizzard, you know, ignoring XYZ, you know, thing that I think is important. I fully acknowledge that my speedruns are not important whatsoever. They're something that I like to do, and 90% of people do not give a shit about. But at the very least, I say that because I know there are people who were interested in seeing me do MoP Remix speedruns. And unless there is some deterministic way to, like, make sure experience values always end up around the same, like, if we compare the XP values for, like, multiple different people and they're all, like, within 10 to 15%, and it becomes clear that, like, okay, Blizzard made it so you're usually going to gain the same amount of plus experience while leveling. In that case, yeah, that's reasonable RNG. Like, let's say... I think, honestly, 10 to 15% is a good number. If that's the level of variance that we're looking at, I'm chill with it. But if we get to a point where, like, some people can get 100%, like, experience more than others, that's just not fun. Oh, Corey Austin became a member again. I thought you already were a member, but I guess maybe it, like, temporarily expired or something. Either way, welcome back. Just came back from work to hear about nerfed LFR. Yeah. On the plus side, though, when I say it's nerfed from the testing weekend. So, the only good thing that Blizzard did is they didn't wait until live servers to nerf it. Because, unfortunately, that is something that they have done in the past a lot, where it's like, they forget to nerf something, a bunch of people exploit it, you know, the classic exploit early, exploit often, and then they nerf it on live servers. LFR, as far as I can tell, was nerfed during or after the testing weekend, and it has been bad from the start. I'm kind of happy about that, though. Like, at the bare minimum, right? Another thing that would have made me hate speedrunning this, if speedruns for MoP Remix from 10 to 70 were just reach level 25 and then spam Q LFR all the way to 70, well, I would never do a speedrun for this because that's boring as shit. But this is like, if it's questing and it's just go through MoP questing in a relatively efficient route, that's kind of chill. If there is deterministic XP percent increases, and questing is mostly the way to level, then I could actually see myself speedrunning this. But those are big ifs. You never know with Blizzard. Let's sort through this stuff. Bank was banking and had to change cards. Ah, I see. Yeah, no worries. You know I appreciate it either way. Good thing they fixed all the exploits. Yeah, that... I really don't know how that one slipped under the radar. Obviously, LFR was like the standout exploit from the the PTR. If they hadn't fixed LFR, I'd be like, why did they even do a testing weekend? That would have blown my mind. So I'm not surprised that at the bare minimum they changed that. I do still think they over-nerfed it. But at the same time, the dragon riding quest is literally something you unlock in the first 5 minutes, and people were exploiting it as early as the first hour of the testing server. The fact that Blizzard somehow completely missed that really surprises me. Good thing they finally fixed 61 chromie time in retail. Yeah. I'm actually really surprised that still has not been implemented. Like, I thought it was bad when the patch went live without something that was in the notes. Because to me, I'm like, wow, that's really bad, Blizzard. Imagine putting something in your patch notes and then just not testing it at all, and then you have to add it in after your patch actually goes live. Wow, that's really embarrassing. And then it's still just not in the game. Like, I genuinely don't understand that one. It's not necessarily, like, the worst thing that Blizzard has ever done. There's obviously a lot of stuff that Blizzard has done that is objectively worse. So, like, I'm not even really mad so much as, like, surprised. Like, how do you fuck up so badly that you write down something, we changed this in this patch, and it at no point on the test server was ever working, and is still not working on live? It had to have been, my best guess, is something where it's like, there was a dev who went out of his way to do that. It was like his personal passion project. And he told them, oh yeah, I'm putting this in patch 10.1.5. And they said, okay. And they put it in the patch notes. And then the dev who was responsible for working on that got sick or something. Or maybe he got fired. I mean, with Blizzard these days, who knows? And then he either forgot about it, or if he did get fired, nobody else noticed. And it just kind of slipped through the cracks and ended up in the patch notes as a feature, despite literally never being finished. Because that's the thing, it's not just bugs, they just never finished it. It was at no point on the test server ever working correctly, and it's still not working on live. So there was no effort put in. It was like the very first build, they put in the basic framework to get it working later, and then just forgot about it. That's the part that just blows my mind. Is the list of the best gems in a written format anywhere? No. The thing is, if you want to see my opinion on the best gems, I did make a video about that, which I don't know if you've already watched that. Though obviously the entire point of that is I was just basically, I wanted to get the information out there, right? That way, the people who were curious about that stuff had at least some medium to obtain that. And when I'm done doing all this testing, and I can say with absolute certainty what the best gems are, then I can make a tier list. Like, at this point, considering it looks like the gems have remained almost completely unchanged from testing servers to live, I think if I get to, well, I will get to level 70, but, when I get to level 70 and I do a bit more testing, maybe I'll level up another character, see if I get, different gems and it changes my opinion at all. Now, sorry, Mutewad AI. It's at the very end of the video, if you want to hear about the best gems. Oh, fuck. I keep getting baited by the quest marker. I should just be talking to Laura Walker Show. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Oh. Wow, where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Okay. Yeah. So I since it's a second channel video, the entire point of those videos is it's minimal effort. It's like, I don't need to do any editing or anything like that. Timestamps, while they may seem basic, they actually are fairly time consuming to really implement correctly. Because I have to then sit through the video and find the actual time, and especially for longer videos like that, it would be a lot. And if I was going to timestamp it, right, then I would feel like I needed to timestamp the entire video. And I just unfortunately didn't have the time to do that. But what I was saying though is, assuming that my thinking is correct, and oh fuck, I hate this so much. I keep getting baited. I keep getting baited by the stupid quest thing. These are good quests, and one of the best things about these quests are that you can just summon Lorewalker Cho directly to you and instantly turn in the quest. And I am just continually getting baited by the marker and just autopiloting. Use the timestamp community fighting game tournaments. It's a pain, yeah. Yeah, it's why a lot of times, whenever I release a video, I won't always include timestamps right out of the gate. And then what I will do is, like, one day when I have free time, I'll sit down and I will just, like, I don't know, while I'm watching something on my second monitor, just kind of, like, you know, go through the video on, like, 2x speed and try to put down the timestamps for multiple videos at the same time and just kind of blast through that in an afternoon. Because it is a very difficult thing to do in one sitting. For really, really important videos, I will usually do the timestamps immediately. But if it's something where it's like, I just want to get this video out right now, and I don't have an hour to go through and timestamp it all, then it waits.
I am out of range.
Did they nerf LFR experience? Yes. Yeah, they didn't just nerf LFR experience. LFR experience is, like, actively dead. It genuinely gives, like, no experience. It is awful. Awful, awful, awful. Oh, fuck. Well, I didn't mean to press Thundering Orb, but, there we go. Drake treats? Yeah, what about him? They're pretty good. Yeah, it's... LFR went from the single best leveling method on testing to the single worst leveling method by a mile. Do you think you're going to have to level a number of accounts to fully unlock the XP on the cloak? Oh, so I know how the XP on the cloak works. Let me explain that in a second. You're actually rooting for the 60 to 61 to hit the 1 year mark? Yeah, that would be something. The person responsible for that must have been fired while working on it. I genuinely would not be surprised, yeah. Oh, we can grab a treasure up ahead. So let's go grab this. How much faster is remix leveling in comparison with regular? It's too early to say. We still don't know the max experience that you can realistically gain, and experience is going to be slowest on your first character. So in terms of how much faster is it than regular leveling, for your first character, it's not. It's slower. The real question is whether or not it becomes faster than regular leveling if you get all of the experience modifiers. And I suspect that with all of the modifiers and stuff, you can expect to match, like, my speedrun times on retail. But considering... actually, you know what? This is probably a good thing to talk about, because I didn't think about this. I talked about this in my Discord last night, but it's technically speaking not very common information, so I would venture a guess that half of the people watching at least... My phone just pinged, sorry. Half of the people watching right now at least probably do not know the changes to the experience thing. So, in case you haven't been following Blizzard's recent backpedaling, the cloak is no longer account-wide. So, the way that the cloak actually works now, the actual personal stats that you gain on it are infinite, but only for your specific character. And you stop getting any XP increases at level 65. So, the moment you hit 65, your XP modifiers are capped, and you have to rely on that for the last 5 levels. Is that really impactful? Not really, but it's just something to keep in mind. But your Trailblaze power is max Traveler. No, I fully spent all my Trailblaze power immediately before starting the stream, so I'm good to go. Yeah, and the way that the cloak now works is... Now, in order to increase the power of your alt cloak, you have to get this achievement. So you can see here, infinite power. This goes up to I want to say 12. It's either like 12 or 14 is the max for this. The second to last rank of this, actually, you know what? Let me check. I linked it the other day. Where did I link this? I linked the achievements. Yes. Infinite Power 11. So the highest rank of the achievement that you can get that gives you increased power for your alts is the 11 version of this achievement. The 12th version of this achievement gives you the August Celestial Wings, the cosmetic toy. And that is the only way that you can get power for your alts. Once you get rank 11 of this, your alts will start off with a baseline of a certain amount of stats and a certain amount of XP increase. Right now, I tested this on my alts, and maybe the value's wrong, but rank 6 of this achievement gives me 6% experience on my alts. Which, now I don't necessarily know if that trend will continue, but logic would hold that if rank 6 gives you plus 6% experience, then we can speculate that it would mean your max rank achievement only gives your alt plus 11% experience. For reference, if you watch the Paladin run on my second channel, because I did 2 full testing runs on the PTR. I did like my first character, which was also a Windwalker Monk, and then I did a Prop Paladin run, and the Prop Paladin run, I started off with around 170% increased experience because during the testing server, the cloak was still account bound. And by the end of that run, I had around 300-something% additional experience, and that run took me around 3.5 hours. And 3.5 hours, 10 to 60, is... It is not my world record. It's about, like, at this point, about an hour off my world record, but it's, like, maybe 20 to 30 minutes slower than my average really fast retail times. So even with a starting experience modifier of 150%, I still was not able to match my retail leveling times. And that means that if the amount of starting experience that you get right now, with the changes to how the achievement works, are lower than 150%, then there is absolutely no way ever that this leveling will be faster than retail leveling. So, I suspect that that is not 100% how it's going to work, and that the scaling is going to be a little bit different than I suspect. Because I do think it would be weird, because they did advertise it as your alts, you'll be able to level them up really quickly. A lot of people said, the experience on this seems a little bit crazy, and Blizzard said, good, that's intentional. But then randomly backpedaling it and making it so the cloak is not account-wide, when, based on my testing, even on the second character, it was already slower than my regular leveling, that doesn't make sense. So unless Blizzard's definition of faster than regular leveling is for, like, you know, a completely clueless player who is spamming, like, I don't know, BFA zones or something. Like, maybe that's their comparison. Maybe they're saying that MoP Remix will be faster than the standard starting experience that they force players through BFA. But unless I am missing something about how this works, my current speculation is that this will not be faster than my speed leveling route. Could be wrong. And it could, there's also a case to be made for, it might be that 10 to 60 my speed leveling route is faster, but 60 to 70, because Dream Surges suck ass, maybe this is considerably faster for those 10 levels. And if it is faster for those 10 levels, it could be the case that it is so much faster that the entire 10 to 70 process is marginally faster than the combined time for both level brackets. But again, this is speculation. I do not know exactly how it works. The only thing that I can say for sure that is not speculation is that the cloak is no longer account-wide, and the only way to increase the power of your alt is this achievement. That much is not speculation. That much is guaranteed. I know for a fact that's how it works. They have confirmed it in the last few days in interviews, backpedaling, unfortunately. And they put it in, like, the very bottom of the announcement post the other day. And to be clear, this was so poorly communicated that I actually did not know about it until, like, earlier yesterday, when somebody in my Discord mentioned to me that they think Blizzard's changing how the cloak works. And that's when I went and read all of the stuff that they were saying in interviews and read the fine print on their like final announcement blue post and realized, oh, they are trying to change the way that they're talking about this. Which, yeah, it's again, I don't want to like cause people to freak out because I already see people saying, wow, that sucks, etc., etc. And I do kind of agree that it sucks to not really communicate that properly. If Blizzard decided that they didn't want leveling to work exactly as it did on the first testing weekend, I am fine with that. And I was saying very early on that I expected leveling to be significantly slower than it was during the first testing weekend. And a lot of people called me crazy. And what did I routinely tell you guys? I said, Blizzard is greedy. Blizzard wants to sell boosts. There is absolutely no way that Blizzard is going to approve a leveling method that is theoretically infinite and would allow you to reach a point where you could level a character from 10 to 70 in 30 minutes to an hour. There is just no way that is going to happen, whether you really want it to or not. So I was already speculating that they were going to do something to change it. What I did not expect is that they were going to communicate it this poorly, because even I only found out the last day, and it seems a lot of people watching right now are finding out for the first time hearing me talk about it. So, yeah. But I will say, I don't want to panic, you guys. I don't want it to be like, oh my god, the sky is falling, leveling is terrible now, blah, 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 blah. Because again, we still need to test it. I can't say 100% how fast or slow it's going to be. It is slower than testing. Will it be slower than retail? Who knows? That's what we're here to find out. But I want to make sure that you guys at least are going in with your expectations clear that it was nerfed. So I kind of forgot to say that because I forgot that it was, that I only talked about it on Discord and I didn't actually mention it in the stream. But yes, it is unfortunate. Now, the one upside, though, is assuming leveling has not been extremely nerfed and the bonus that you get on your alts is fast, you can reasonably expect to hit the maximum increase on your alts just by leveling one character. Because I only did one leveling run on the PTR, and I already had the max achievement for threads, which is the thing that gives you the alt bonus. So that's silver linings, I suppose. Now, I wanted to, like, get through all that and clearly explain it. I see a lot of messages going by in chat, so let me just turn in these quests, and then I'll stop talking for a moment and read through and respond to everything. Because I'm sure that upset a lot of people. Yes, Victory Fire, okay. Because I have Victory Fire, I really need to find a better item in one slot. That's an upgrade. That is also an upgrade. I'm going to do this. I'm going to just put Victory Fire in my belts. I hope that I still have a slot for Bloodthirsty Coral, but if I don't have room for Coral, I would much rather have Victory Fire. Nice. Ooh, big chest upgrade. Love to see it. Let's leech. Yeah, see, there we go. We already got another infinite power achievement. Incendiary Terror. Don't really care about that one. I think if I maybe upgrade some of my gear, I'll get another Tinker slot, which would be nice, because I really want room for Coral. That's the only one I really care about. Yeah, let me scroll up a little bit. Dungeon XP any good? No, unfortunately not. They disabled the NPC. Oh, they fixed it? Oh no, Chori. Well, I'm glad that Blizzard realized their mistake. And I was just talking about the exploit early, exploit often shit. About how a lot of times Blizzard forgets to fix things and then they panic nerf it in the middle of it being live. So, typical Blizzard. Typical Blizzard. I am glad that they fixed it, though. That was stupid. That was definitely should not have been something they let slip through. Oh, hey, Amar. Good to see you. Is it faster to play MoP Remix to level alts? Oh, well, I guess you asked that right as I launched into the explanation. Yeah, Amar, I can,
Too far away.
I will test that and get back to you, but, you know. Obviously, I did just explain, so I'm pretty sure you must have heard all of that. What did they fix? So, basically, there was an exploit where the initial starting quest where you unlock dragon riding, the quest could just be spam repeated. So what people were doing, like what Chori was doing, for instance, Chori in chat, he was testing it, and he was just doing the quest over and over and over and getting ridiculous experience because he could just spam complete it. And the thing is, I don't even blame Chori for doing that because it was a thing that people figured out on the PTR. There were shit tons of reports about this being a thing from minute 1 of the PTR, so Chori just went to test to see, is it still working? And sure enough, Blizzard just forgot to fix it. They just didn't do anything about it. And then, of course, now that people were abusing it on live servers, they went, oh fuck, and now they've just nerfed the quest. So now you can no longer do it. But I'm glad that they finally got around to that. It would be nice if they, you know, listened to feedback from their PTRs so that this shit didn't constantly happen. What is going on? Oh. I think I triggered the cutscene twice. I want to do these quests down at the shore before I talk to Mishi. I thought these would be prereqs as well. Alright, let me keep scrolling up and read what I missed. Kind of sad that LFR's not useful. Could have been a nice change of pace. I agree. I think they should have balanced LFR instead of doing what they always do and just nerfing it into Oblivion. Nerfing it into Oblivion is just lame. Okay. The reason I'm not killing this crab is because one of the quests has me kill crabs. Yeah, you can see here. So I want to make sure that I don't kill them until after I have the quest, and oh my god. Look at these respawns. When I did this on testing, there were like no crabs anywhere, and it was just a pain trying to find them. Now there's like a fucking million of them. Wow, that was... alright. It's just that easy. Just do a gigantic pull right out of the gate. Yeah, these quests... I remember them being inefficient purely because those crabs never dropped the item, and they had such a shit respawn rate. But maybe it's just that everybody had already killed it. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Oh my god. Yeah, Thundering Orb's pretty good. I still think Nizao is better, because Nizao, I think, has a lower cooldown, and it does much more damage on a single target, and it gives you a shield, so it has survivability. But Thundering Orb is, without a doubt, the best ability by far for massive AoE pulls like that. It is just kind of absurd.
Don't have a target. Target something first.
Dragon Flying Quest isn't nerfed. I assume that's what you mean, the Dragon Flying Quest? What do you mean? Because Chori said it just got nerfed, so... just let you reset it on your Demon Hunter. The exploit.
I am out of range. I must get closer.
I guess try it a few more times just to see for science. Big bronze node.
Tell me of your travels. Slow down. Life is
So, okay, now we just head back. Where's the quest turn in? Oh, over here. The NPC is back, so maybe? Oh, God. And here I was hoping that Blizzard actually did their job. Funeral. I'm gonna do this quest first just because I can't remember where the Lorewalker Cho quest takes me after I finish it. Because it's gonna fly me out to that island over there. So I'm just gonna knock this out real fast. So I think you just turn this in and that's it. Yeah. You just turn that in and then there's roleplay, but you don't actually need to watch it. Then I talk to Lorewalker Cho's dragon. Let's get Fort Brew. I want another defensive. Oh, I get Mark of the Crane finally. Okay, Mark of the Crane, and I am 1 talent point away from Shadowboxing Treads, which will be very nice to have. I'm gonna put Shift T over there. Was the launch smooth? I got ahead of the pack, so for me it was. I heard other people saying that it was really rough if you fell behind. Let me do a big pull here. Out of curiosity, does anybody know, like, what most other people are at right now for level? I haven't really been doing, like, /who, and I don't have, like... I don't know where any of my friends are actually at, because I haven't really been checking Discord or anything. I feel like I'm making relatively good pace, but I also fell behind a little bit at the very start, so I'm definitely not, like, anywhere near first. 20 to 25 from the people you know. Gotcha. Impossible to do /who? Yeah, oh, they haven't... I guess, yeah, I was gonna say they haven't fixed that from testing, but that's... Yeah, I can understand why that's not a thing that you can really fix. You see 2 people at 40? Well, are you /whoing David K? Or are you saying that you see people, like, playing the game, like, that you know for a fact are remix characters? It was /who? Gotcha. Upper 10s and 20s, people are just getting off work. Gotcha. You're 29, nice. You hit 25, but had to hop off, about to go do some IRL stuff? Yeah. I mean, I figure most people who aren't crazy like me aren't going to do it in one sitting. Let me stop and think for a second. I'm going to use Noswin's voucher, because that'll just teleport me to the Temple of Swen. So, little bit of a time save, because this is where I'm going anyways. I'm not going to turn in the LFR quest just yet. I want to hold on to that. I think this is a good time to spend a lot of my upgrades. Should you be doing side quests? Yes. Yeah. Generally speaking, in these versions of WoW, there's not really such a thing as main quest or side quest. You just quest, really. That's about it. You just do whatever quests you see that are efficient. It's... Like, technically speaking, Pandaria does have a campaign. It was one of the first expansions where they did a campaign, and you can see that certain quests are flagged as main and side. But, generally speaking, they're all just the same. The campaign quest, I think, is just one very particular quest line at this point. But it's not like... Like, for instance, in Dragonflight and Shadowlands and stuff, the campaign is something that spans multiple different leveling zones. So if you ignore the campaign in, you know, the first zone of Dragonflight, on your first character, you won't be able to continue into the future zones. That isn't the case in these zones. The campaign, effectively, the way that you can view the campaign in Mists of Pandaria is they picked, like, the most important questline in each zone and flagged that as the campaign. Maybe, like, the longest questline in each zone. that goes all the way from beginning to end. And that is the quote-unquote campaign. But really, it's no more impactful than any one quest line compared to another. And sometimes the campaign is actually inefficient, and you should not do it. Case in point, Jade Forest. The later parts of the campaign are very slow, but Jade Forest has a lot of isolated subzones that are actually quite good. And you can see I did that earlier. Let me see if I can upgrade this stuff. Yes, I can get one upgrade here. I really want at least one more gem slot. No, I can't upgrade that, obviously. Helm, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of this I can't. I can upgrade my boots. Nice. But I don't think this gets me much. Yeah, unfortunately, I still don't have any extra gems. Here's the other thing. You're on Infinite Power 2 and created an alt. Cloaks at 2%. Oh, no. Wow, is that really all it is? Yeah, I will say, though, guys, when I said the thing earlier about, like, you know, I think it might be that you get 1% experience for every level of the achievement. That was pure speculation, and that was my worst-case scenario. If that is actually what it is, that's pretty dire. I really hope that that's wrong. I believe you, for the record, and obviously I checked myself. But I really hope that something is wrong with the way Blizzard implemented it, because if that is actually working as intended, that's really bad. And if the most XP you can get to start off on an alt is 11%, there is just no way that's going to be faster than retail leveling. And that's like the entire point. Now, that being said, if that is the case, and it really is that bad, that is actually so egregious that I would say Blizzard would probably actually fix things. And we would see backlash, and we would see them changing things. Because if it is just actually that slow, people are going to complain, rightfully so, that it was misleading advertisement. Now I need to take out all the gems in my gear, so that's pants, chest. That's it, pants and chest? Yeah, it's just pants and chest. Okay. What else do I get? Another armor gem. I am so close to getting legendary gems. I am, like, in some cases, one green gem away from getting legendaries. Pain. That's okay, though. We take crit. I'm just gonna full send... I will take at least one leech gem, because I've been running really... I have, like, pretty good gear right now. Like, overall. My haste is low as intended. I have stacking crit verse, so I'll take at least one leech thing. But... yeah, it's unfortunate because I didn't get quite as many good upgrades as I wanted there. That was like a relatively meh upgrade session, but we're really close. Basically, the next time that I make a pit stop there and go to upgrade stuff, I should be able to get multiple legendary gems, and I should get like 1 or 2 more Tinker slots at like level 40, which I believe is the next breakpoint. I think this Grumble Caravan is almost here, so I'm going to run over... It's on the map. Oh, no, it's actually really slow. What the fuck? Victory Fire! Holy Victory Fire. Okay, yeah, remember when I said Victory Fire is one of the best powers? God damn. Look at that! Alright, honestly, I could do other stuff while I wait for these grumbles. I'm just going to slowly escort them because this gives me an opportunity to read chat. So I'm going to scroll up and read the rest of the messages I missed. Where did I leave off? This made you want to stop playing? Yeah. people upset about that. I don't blame you for being upset about the changes. Oh. Oh, look at this. Oh. That's kind of dumb. That is kind of stupid. Ooh. Wow. Do you name your priest Devout Dill or Sacred Grain? Ooh, those are both good. I like Sacred Grain, honestly. Sorry that it took me so long to read that, Rice. That's a bit of a joke, 1% perk. Oh yeah, it's terrible. Somebody asked, is Victory Fire good? Well, I hope that answers your question. Took me a little while to answer your question, but I think that should be a satisfying answer to it. Yeah, Victory Fire is fucking bonkers. That and Slay are really good. I would really like to get Slay. If I get Slay, then I have really all the powers that I actually want. They need to sell those boosts. Yeah, that's how Blizzard operates. Can't let a fun game mode get in the way of boost sales. I tried to warn people, but people didn't believe me. People thought, oh, Blizzard's going to do something just unequivocally nice for the community. And I'm like, look, they're going to make fun game modes, and like as long as they make the modes fun, I don't really give a shit. But the fact that people thought Blizzard was just going to give them away to like power level 50 characters in an afternoon, I'm like, you are smoking crack. No, absolutely not. This obliterated your whole interest in playing Remix. You had a whole plan. You were going to level like 30 characters or some shit. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad because I know that people would have had fun with that, but, you know. Always bet on Blizzard being greedy. It's what you got to do. There we go. Imagine if they don't fix 60 to 70. I mean, I would be very surprised. That was like, I am one of the very, very, very few people who actually leveled to 70 on the test servers. And by I say very few, I mean, I would be willing to bet that there were only a few hundred people who actually did that. Because, oh my god, that was the most dog shit grind ever. And every single person who hit level 60 and said, wait, this is broken, this isn't working, there's no way that Blizzard did not hear that feedback. I mean, I will genuinely be amazed if they somehow fuck that up. That would be almost impressive. Also, fun fact for anybody leveling Windwalker Monk. Obviously, this might be common knowledge if you watched my other speedruns, but I'm trying to give, like, little monk tips because I'd imagine there's a lot of people who are new to my runs and are also trying out Monk for the first time because it is the MoP thing. While leveling up, improved Touch of Death for Windwalker is objectively a damage decrease. It is bad. Because the way that Touch of Death works is baseline Touch of Death, when you have when there's a creature with less health than you, you can use it on them and instantly kill them. And depending on your health, that can be from 100% of their HP. So I right now have 9,000 health, and where's a mob that I can interact with? Whenever I see another mob, we'll demonstrate that. But here we go. So this mob has 6,000 HP. So you can see here, Touch of Death is already highlighted. I can walk over to this mob and I can just instantly kill it with Touch of Death. Just 100-0. Now, if I were to take Improved Touch of Death, this would make it so targets with less than 15% of their health remaining, this is when Improved Touch of Death triggers. But the way that Improved Touch of Death works is there can be weird situations while leveling where Improved Touch of Death triggers slightly before regular Touch of Death, and Blizzard will always make you use the most powerful one. So when you are within actual Touch of Death range, it will always default to the insta-kill instead of the deal 30% of your health. Because dealing 30% of your health instead of insta-killing is obviously worse. But here's the thing. The update for whether or not Touch of Death, because it is the exact same button, whether or not Touch of Death will one-shot the target or do a percentage of your health to it, it updates based on server ticks. So if you're like racing to kill an elite and you're mashing the Touch of Death button because you know like within a millisecond you're about to be in range, but you hit the threshold for improved Touch of Death shortly before hitting the threshold for regular Touch of Death, it's possible that it'll give you the regular Touch of Death, or the improved Touch of Death first, and then before the server tick happens that updates it to the one-shot version of Touch of Death, the cast will go off and you'll only do 35% of the mob's health, which means that you'll end up doing less damage. And basically, in a leveling setting, there is no situation ever where dealing this amount of damage is going to be more than if you just one-shot the mob. The only reason for improved Touch of Death to exist is for raids. Because in a raid setting, if there's a boss with like millions and millions of HP, well, you're not going to have millions of HP. So effectively, improved Touch of Death lets you use Touch of Death on raid bosses, because you're never going to reach a point where like your health is greater than the health or the raid boss's remaining health. When the raid boss has less health than you, it is going to die within like literally 1 to 2 seconds, at which point you are barely able to even get the Touch of Death cast off, usually. So a lot of people will think, well, the spell is called Improved Touch of Death, therefore, because Touch of Death is really good, I should take the improved version. But ironically, it is actually not an improvement in this scenario. Just a little bit of unintuitive thing for anybody who isn't familiar with Monk, but definitely want to do that. What is the best Warlock leveling spec? Honestly, all 3 Warlock specs are good. I would say Demonology is the worst. Demo isn't bad, right? Like, Demonology is already, like, a better leveling spec than the worst spec for many other classes. Like, all 3 of them are good. Personally, I would say Affliction is the best, because you can do mass pulls with, like, Seed of Corruption and just erase things. That being said, in this game mode, there's actually a case to be made possibly for Destro being better, because the stuff that Seed of Corruption does, namely erasing large AoE pulls, I'm already able to do that just with the stones. And killing mobs in 5 milliseconds or 4 milliseconds, like, that's not a significant difference. But Destro does considerably more single target damage, especially while leveling. So that could be a much better option now, because you'll still be able to nuke AoE pulls just as fast as a regular Affliction lock could outside of this mode, but now on a single target, which there aren't as many good single target stones, you will be able to do really good damage. So that would be my personal recommendation, Destruction, but Affliction is still very good. Spec'ing to improve Touch of Death once you do raids dungeons? Yeah. Well, actually, for dungeons, no. For dungeons, you don't want to do it. One of the main reasons why... well, Mythic Plus dungeons. Mythic Plus dungeons, yes, but obviously there's no Mythic Plus for this. For leveling dungeons here, you are still going to want to run regular Touch of Death. If you're doing endgame raids in this mode, yes, that is the only situation where you'd want improved Touch of Death. And in Mythic Plus dungeons, because of Fatal Flying Guillotine, yes, you want to use it. But the reality is there are going to be so many cases right now while leveling where you have... Why can't I interact with Old Poot Poot? Oh, his hitbox is just really large. Oh, no. Actually, I don't want to ride him out because there's a chest. Spamming dungeons is pretty bad. Go. Oh, wait, no, shit, wrong bag. Okay, that's a toy. Mastery gloves. I'm gonna equip these so that I can get an upgrade later for cheaper. I have a chest piece that is side grade. Is Asmongold's stream already up? Why the fuck should I care? You're asking the wrong person, and probably the wrong stream. I would imagine the cross-section between my viewership and Asmongold is not that high. I'm not saying, you know, none of my viewers watch Asmongold, but I would not expect it to be the same audience. Nice. Shadowboxing Treads is actually massive. Any of these an upgrade? Yeah. A lot of people are saying, damn, like, that's not a knock on Asmongold. Oh, thank you. Actually, surprisingly, I didn't finish my original coffee, but thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that wasn't meant to be a knock on Asmongold. I'm just saying that most people watch Asmongold for, like, the casual, like, entertainment, funny ha-ha thing. And I'm not saying that I'm not entertaining. I hope I am somewhat entertaining. But I think most people who watch me watch for, like, the more optimized, like, I want to learn how to level really fast things. I'm just saying that it is a very different, like, approach. Like, Asmongold is not going to be speed leveling MoP Remix. If he plays this, he's probably going to be just fucking around, having fun, running dungeons and stuff like that, which, like, you know, more power to him. Yeah. I don't know why people interpreted that as an insult. That's exactly what I meant by, I don't think the cross-section of my viewers and Asmongold viewers is super high. Like, the people who want to watch Asmongold fuck around and do, you know, random stuff are not the people who are watching to figure out how to level, like, extremely quickly. Here comes the 30-minute React video. Oh, God. I need to remember to refresh my buffs in 7 minutes. Also, yeah, for whatever reason, I used this Unraveling Sands earlier, and it just disappeared. Technically speaking, the stats on this are the same. I actually just like the model on this more. So I'm going to use 2 swords, because 2 swords are cooler. I'm going to hold on to these gloves in case I need them. I'd rather have crit than, like, a tiny bit more mastery. Is Ellie Shaman nice to level? Yes and no. So Ellie Shaman, I think I put it A tier on my tier list. I believe I put Ellie Shaman in A tier. Because Ellie Shaman is really weird. At low levels, it's not bad, but it's a little bit slow to start. Ellie Shaman, when it really gets going, like around level 30 or something, it can do amazing damage. Both single target and AoE. Like, Chain Lightning will erase packs. Stormkeeper with Lightning Bolt and stuff will just delete single targets. It does ludicrous damage. The problem is, Ellie Shaman is one of the most complicated specs I've ever leveled. Because in order to, like, play Ellie Shaman correctly at level 30, I had to, like, actually look up the endgame rotation guide and understand. Because you get, like, so much of your actual kit really early on. And while, like, Windwalker Monk is a relatively involved leveling spec, where, like I said, you get most of your kit early too, it's, like, not too hard to understand the basics of Windwalker. Windwalker's pretty straightforward. It's, you press, like, you know, the single target buttons on single target, you press the AoE buttons on AoE, and the only thing that you really need to be mindful of is that you're using your mastery properly, which Windwalker Mastery is you want to alternate abilities. So you want to use, like, Tiger Palm, then Blackout, Tiger Palm, then Rising Sun Kick. You want to alternate, you don't just want to spam Spinning Crane Kick, for instance. You want to do, like, Spinning Crane Kick, Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick, Tiger Palm, Spinning Crane Kick, other stuff. Like, see, I'm always alternating abilities. That can be a little bit tricky to learn the very first time, but once you get a feel for it, it's, like, very second nature. And the burst window for Windwalker Monk isn't necessarily very complicated. It is, you press the same buttons, but they do more damage. Like, your Storm, Earth, and Fire will echo your abilities. Strike of the Windlord is just a very big AoE hit. There's nothing much more to it than that. So it has, like, a base, like, a higher skill floor. And Windwalker, don't get me wrong, has a high skill ceiling as well. But, like, while leveling, at least, you don't really see that skill ceiling. Ellie Shaman, in order to, like, really pull off some of those burst windows, I had to really carefully think about, like, exactly what order I was going to press all my buttons in. It was very particular. Which, on one hand, I know for a lot of people, you're going to hear that and go, wow, that sounds like my type of spec. That sounds really cool. And I agree. I had a lot of fun leveling Ellie Shaman. It was a really enjoyable spec to play. But obviously, if you're, you know, newer to the game and maybe not super familiar with it, just, I want to give that disclaimer so you know it is going to take a lot more learning than a lot of other specs. Enhance first, then go to Ellie, maybe heal for endgame. Yeah, so actually when I leveled Shamans, when I did my Shaman test speedruns, I actually found that at low levels, maybe counterintuitively, Resto Shaman is the fastest spec. Because there's this weird thing that happens at really low levels with healers, where to compensate for them being a healer and having very poor overall damage, Blizzard gives them ridiculous low-level scaling. So Holy Priest is the worst defender, or best, depending on your point of view, of this, because Holy Priest can just one-shot things with Holy Nova. Holy Priest is maybe the strongest spec in the game at level 10. It is insane. And I would actually say Holy Priest is maybe about as good as Shadow, just period, for leveling. Holy Priest leveling is not only really fucking good, but in my opinion, really fun. I used to hate leveling Priests. Holy Priest now fucking slaps. Holy Nova spam just erases packs of mobs, and for a healer, they actually have a relatively responsive single target damage rotation. And obviously they're a healer, so they have really good self-healing. Their burst AoE comes from Holy Nova, so the entire time that they are doing burst AoE... Oh, fuck me. The quest bugged out. I think I just wait for these guys to make it on their own, because that's just a really inefficient quest. I thought I was going to get credit for that. If I'm not, then I'm just not going to bother. But it looks like it's not a prereq for this stuff, so I don't really need to be worried about it. But yeah, Holy Priest is insane. And while Resto Shaman is, in my opinion, not quite as strong as Holy Priest, especially at the later levels, at low level, the scaling on Resto Shaman's abilities is just significantly higher than the DPS specs. So it is really counterintuitive, but they are very, very good for Shamans at lower levels. And the nice thing about that is, right now, if you decide you want to level dungeons or something, maybe if they improve it at all, or if people start leveling dungeons with better gear and it becomes not nearly as slow, then you're going to find that you'll be getting instant healer queues as the Resto Shaman, and because you're a healer, you won't actually struggle to keep people alive. But in many cases, if you're playing correctly, you can be top DPS as the healer. And in case that isn't obvious, it speeds up runs considerably when you effectively have 4 to 5 DPS in a run instead of just 3. So Resto is nuts. Like, in my Shaman speedruns, I will run, like, TBC dungeons early on. And while these dungeons right now in MoP Remix aren't as efficient as doing TBC dungeons normally, TBC dungeons as a Resto Shaman, you just crank. And it's really fast because you get healer queues. And then I would say once you hit like 20, 25, it doesn't really matter which you swap to. By that point, both Ellie and Enhance are really good. They're both strong leveling specs. The only thing is Enhance, I would say, is a lot more straightforward. There's definitely a skill cap to Enhance. Like, it's not a really, you know, stupid easy spec. You know, it's no BM Hunter. But the leveling rotation, I would say, it's kind of like how I described Windwalker earlier, where the buttons that you want to press are fairly intuitive. And once you understand, generally speaking, what to press, you really shouldn't struggle with it much. Whereas Elemental, I found myself having to constantly check, like, wait, what's the exact order of abilities that I want to press to get my burst window to just erase things? So it takes a little bit of time. I think I still need berries. Somebody's killed this rare mob already, but there's still a treasure that I can pick up here. Did you get to do some speedrun of past expansions? What do you mean? Like, define past expansions. I never did any major speedruns for, like, the first 3 Cataclysm expansion, or the first 3 Classic expansions. I've started doing Cataclysm speedruns. How are people already level 70? I don't think they are. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Wowhead already has an article about LFR giving basically no experience. Yeah, if you think that people are already level 70, I am guessing what you're doing is typing /u. And slash who includes everybody. Yeah. It's not remix characters. Because we're on regular servers. These aren't specialized servers. So if you type slash who, you're just going to find people from any server, not just remix. Yeah. Trust me, that confused me a lot too. Especially, it was like that on the PTR as well. So I remember I spent like 45 minutes on the PTR trying to figure out how to get to Stormwind and Orgrimmar, because I saw multiple people in Stormwind and Orgrimmar on the PTR when we did the first test for this, and it took like 45 minutes for somebody to realize, oh, it's counting people outside of Remix, and then I realized that I had just wasted 45 minutes. But yeah, it's not completely accurate. Oh, looks like somebody's already scooped up Kappa Press. I don't even remember what Kappa Press does as a toy. I just remember it being pretty good, so I wanted to go for it. Also, just keep in mind, for people watching now, look at how quickly things are dying. So earlier, I remember I was saying that I was really struggling with killing stuff, and that like my kill times were really slow, and that if I didn't get the better gems soon, I was going to reach a point where I just wouldn't be able to kill mobs fast enough. And now we've turned the corner because we got stuff like Victory Fire and things are just melting. Ooh, pants? Oh, they're speed pants. Fuck it. Speed is not... Speed's not the worst. I'll take speed pants, especially because it has an extra socket. That's just additional stats. I can also upgrade a few gems. Wait, is this... Oh, we're close to a legendary, but we are not quite there. Wait. Do I have a legendary? No. No, I'm still very close. Very, very, very close. What do I want to put in this? Let's go double verse leech. For now. And... Damn, that's a leech chess piece. And it has 3 sockets. So I'm definitely going to take that. What are my stats like? How's my mastery and haste? I want a little bit more mastery. And then I want my crit gem in here. And I'm fine with that. Same amount of sockets, so I don't really care about replacing that. Pants, okay. Guess you could call them Speedos. Oh my god. That's such a dad joke. I want to check inside this cave. I think the treasure has multiple spawn locations, but I could be wrong. Worst case, we lose like a minute or two. I'm not too concerned. You're sorry, no problem. I appreciate the dad jokes. You know what? I'm actually just going to Thundering Orb, because there's a lot of spread out Yetis, so this is a good location for it. Also, I know that I still haven't read some of the messages in chat, so just bear with me. I will eventually get around to reading all of them. Shadow's not bad for leveling, don't get me wrong. Honestly, Disc is good too, though Disc is definitely a little bit weaker than Holy at lower levels. It's not bad, but Holy is just insane at lower levels. The thing about Shadow is, up until level 30, Shadow Priest is worse. That much is, like, just objectively true. Because, not necessarily because Shadow Priest is bad, but because Holy Priest is so ludicrously powerful at low levels, it is just pretty much the only thing you should be leveling at low levels as, with a Priest. But after level 30, I would say Shadow Priest is really good too. Alright, this fucking quest. Now, when I did this on PTR, the tuning was really broken. And the casters were... Yeah, the casters are still really overtuned. So I gotta be really careful. Because if I don't watch my pulls, I'm going to just die to these mobs. Just spam Holy Nova, basically, yeah, that's it. That's really all there is to it. At low levels, you just spam one button and you are a killing machine. Shit. This is bad, this is bad. Need to leap here. Nice. Okay. Gonna eat this guy for healing. Snipe that one. Big pack over here. Eat you for healing. Snipe that pack. Yeah. Alright, we're cooking. The respawns here should happen in a second. Let's just go get these guys out here. Do that. Nice. One more. Nice. I'm not a furry.
I must get closer.
I can enjoy playing races like Volpera Tauren without being a furry, you know.
I am out of range.
Not that it should, like, really matter. Like, live and let live, honestly. But it's also just annoying that, like, you pick a Volpera and people are like, ah, you must be a furry. Or you play a Tauren Druid and your co-tank in Nighthold says, ah, I assumed you must be a furry because you played a Guardian Druid. Because it's not like there are tons of people who enjoy playing Guardian Druids. And because I assumed that you were a furry, I'm just randomly going to send you gay furry porn. Because that's just something that people do, apparently. Actual thing that happened to me back in Nighthold, by the way. I've told that story before, though, so, you know. You can back me up, Zach, right? You were there when that crazy guy in Emerald Dreams sent me gay furry porn in Nighthold. I know you were in the guild. I assume I told you the story at the time. I guess just to recap for anybody who hasn't heard that story, I've told it a few times in the past. I kind of already gave the gist of it just then. Which, it was Nighthold. It was, remember Misty had that, I don't even remember his name, but Misty had that, like, bear druid friend, and we needed a new tank, and she was like, oh, you should invite my friends, and we both played Guardian Druids, and then he randomly, out of the blue one day, like, after we had only tanked together for, like, 2 days, and he sent me a picture of a panda fucking a Tauren, and I said, what the fuck? Because there was no context, he just sent that to me, and he said, I thought you would like that, you play a Guardian Druid, I figured you were into that. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, on so many levels, what the fuck is wrong with you? To this day, one of the weirdest interactions I have ever had in my entire life. But yeah, that has made me think twice about playing a Guardian Druid ever since. Maybe it is no coincidence that the last time I ever mained Guardian Druid was Nighthold. So. You went for a smoke and came back to a whole different conversation. Yeah. That's gross race changes to Volpera. Look, Pooty has done some dumb shit. There is absolutely no way that was his idea. I'm pretty sure if we ask him, though, I'm sure that he'll remember the druid who did that. I'm like 99% sure I told Amar that story, at the very least. I thought I told you, too. But I don't remember. Yeah, but Pooty does, like, dumb stuff like the Anji fanfic. But I don't think Pooty would deliberately set that up. But then, the other thing, like, I know for a fact that it wasn't, like, an actual thing that Pooty set up, because I remember asking Misty why the fuck her friend just sent me gay furry porn, and I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Like, that's not okay. And, like, he didn't even apologize. He wasn't like, oh, sorry, man, that was inappropriate of me. He like, got defensive. When I basically said, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you just randomly sending, like, you know, Panza Taran Rule 34 to people unprompted? Like, that's not okay. He, like, got mad at me and was like, geez, you know, you could have just said you don't like it. Like, what? This is just not normal. And I basically said, like, I can't take with somebody like this. And then she was basically saying that I was being unreasonable. Obviously, we all know that I quit that guild, like, a week or two later because there were so many things wrong with it. But that was, like, the straw that broke the camel's back. Manchu alt account. Well, I mean, definitely not, because you remember, I know you're joking, but you remember the other thing that happened about after I left that guild, Himanshu begged me to come back, and he said that he would literally demote his girlfriend if it made me rejoin the guild. Which, admittedly, I was kind of flattered by that, but, like, kind of a shitty thing to say. I mean, and I will say, I don't like... Honestly, out of all of the shit that happened in that guild, as much as Misty annoyed me at the time, she was not the problem. She was an inexperienced person thrown into a leadership position, and she was how old? Like, you can't expect some, you know, teenager who has never been in a position of authority before to be able to behave normally. Like, she didn't actually do anything bad. Like, there was the gay furry porn guy, and there was a lot of other, like, really annoying shit that happened in that guild. She was just frustrating to co-raid lead with. That was it. That's the only real issue I had. Yeah. Oh, the gay furry porn story lost me 20 viewers. Worth it. The mob is supposed to spawn, and I don't know why he's not. Oh, because it's this thing. You can't get Slayer for the life of you? Yeah. At this point, I have almost every single... Oh, fuck. I wasn't supposed to do that. I've made that mistake so many times. God damn it. Yeah, I have, like, almost every single power except Slayer. Or Slay. But, yeah. You said live and let live. Look, I don't give a shit. I said live and let live, right? I am not mad at this guy for being a furry. I don't give a shit if he's a furry. But it doesn't matter what you are. It's not okay to just send uncensored porn to people completely unprompted. That's just not okay. Like, it has nothing to do with whether it was furry porn or not. It's just, it's not appropriate. It's not okay. Like, you just don't do that. I'm gonna stop talking about this, though. For obvious reasons. Yeah. Like, take that out of context of WoW, and that's, like, you know, really fucked up. That's a normal hello on Boon card. Yeah. Don't check Discord then. Oh, no. God. Are mages okay? Yeah, mages are great. Mages are always solid. I mean, to be clear, by the way, there's no bad class. It's Dragonflight classes. So the classes that are good in Dragonflight are going to be good here too. Nice, level 40. Love to see it. Eye of the Tiger. All right. Oh, and Meatwad, the story that Zach was talking about, that's a long one, and that's one that I don't really want to tell here, but basically, our friend Pooty, I have a character named Anji. My prot warrior that I play, I have like multiple of every class, but the main prot warrior that I play whenever I am playing warrior is a Pandaren named Anji. So one of our friends, Pooty, would always make fun of my character name. It would be like, "Oh, Anji-san," and he would call me Anji-san. And then he wrote like a Rule 34 fanfic about my Pandaren, which like, that was also unprompted, and like, if he wasn't my friend, I probably would have been annoyed by it, but like, I don't know. It was also like kind of building upon, and the entire thing, it wasn't even meant to be like a fanfic. Basically, it's less about like the fact that it was like, you know, risque, and more that the entire punchline, because like anybody who knows me, is that I am obsessed with parses. So the entire punchline of the joke, without getting into the nitty gritty, is that I am obsessed with parses, and you know, it's like basically just it's hard to explain without getting into the parts that I can't tell. But that's really all you need to know, that it was more so a comic, or like a story made to make fun of my parsing mentality than anything else. Which, yeah. I always get shit for that. Less so these days, because, you know, it's, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I am an ethical parser these days. Like, I love Manic Grief Torch. Manic Grief Torch is, in my opinion, the best trinket ever created in this game. If you are watching this stream, and you are new to Dragonflight, and you're not familiar with the names of trinkets, let me just introduce you in a second when I land my mount. Let me introduce you real quick to the most beautiful thing ever created. It's this little item right here. Now, what you'll notice is this does a fuckload of damage, and the little text at the bottom says, whenever an allied player dies, the cooldown is reduced by 90 seconds, and it only has a 2-minute cooldown. So, theoretically, if enough people in your raid die, you can just chain Grief Torch and do insane amounts of damage. So, I am not going to go out of my way to kill my fellow raiders to proc my Grief Torch. That would be unethical. I could, and, you know, every now and then, I will, like, throw out subtle suggestions, right? Like, Teros is at 5% HP, we're definitely gonna get the kill, and I'll be like, hey, wouldn't it be really funny if somebody just, like, walked into the center of the room and died right now? Like, that would be hilarious. Somebody should totally do that, because, like, you know, if they're willing, I will not say no to a free Grief Torch reset, but I am not going to, like, do anything to cause them to be in harm's way. And if they die, I will laugh at them and thank them for resetting my Grief Torch and dance on their fucking graves. But I feel like there's a fine line there. Now, me back in like 2017, 2018, when that story took place of, you know, my friend making fun of me for parses, I was definitely in the mentality of like, fuck everybody else, I am going to get as high of a parse as possible. And yeah, I deserve to be, you know, made fun of by my friends for it, for sure. But these days, I feel like I have grown as a parser, and I only parse in ethical ways that allows us to still get a kill. Like, for instance, the other day, my guild killed Mythic Diurna, and we had 19 deaths. There was one person left standing. I got 11 casts of Grief Torch. And oh man, it felt fucking nice. But like, you know, at the same time, while it did give me a really good parse, it was all for a good cause. We got the kill in the end. And like, I didn't kill people. I honestly don't even know why people were just dying at the end of Diurna, but it was like, it was perfectly synced. Like, every 20 seconds, somebody would just eat shit, and I would get a Grief Torch reset. And then right at the very end, when Diurna was at 1%, it was just me and my co-tank left, and he took the Diurna Tank Buster and soloed it and died. I got the last Grief Torch possible and killed Diurna with it, and let me tell you, that was a satisfying feeling. Me and LFR with Mana Grief Torch? Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. I'm immune to falling damage anyway. Okay, I felt really proud of that save. Alright, I overshot that. Felt really proud of that save until I realized that because of the Windweaver gem, I would have lived it anyways. But... there's an alternative universe where I wasn't using that gem, and that would have been really sick. Anyways. Is there any class that's good for AoE damage dungeon leveling? There's a ton of classes that are good at AoE damage. This isn't like Classic, where a lot of classes have, like, very specific niches. Most classes have good AoE damage if you're playing them right. The better question is... oh, I think that's a crash. Yep. Oh, fuck you, Blizzard. Fuck you. Oh. You tapped out and back, saw the rolling barrel, and Plunderstorm started to play in your eyes. Look, now that Plunderstorm is over, can, like, we agree that it was actually kind of fun? I know a lot of people hated it at the time because they had to rep farm, and I get that. I think that the rep grind for, like, in-game rewards just to force you to play when you didn't want to was a bit excessive. But that was, like, the problem with Plunderstorm. It was, if the game mode was just designed for people who had fun with it, and that's it, then there wouldn't have been an issue. The issue is that Blizzard kind of forced people who just like collection stuff and have no interest in the game mode to engage with it for an extended period of time. That much I kind of understand, especially since most cross promotions are very short. It's like win 10 games in Hearthstone or something like that. Also, something is fucked with Blizzard servers right now. This is, for the record, your stream is not bugged right now. My screen is just genuinely frozen. This happened the last time I tried to log in. Something is fucked. This is real. I've never actually seen WoW this bad. Oh my god. When you played with 2x rep? Yeah. I mean, the 2x rep event was pretty good. Okay, Jesus Christ. Do I just need to force close the game? What is happening here? Jesus Christ. What is going on? Okay, yeah, there's, I also am getting the 300 MB update. You had to character unstuck the evoker just for it to work. Ah. Alright. Well, this update should be fast. It's already half done. Standard retail's working okay. You decided to do a heroic raid first before more time running. That's probably a smart idea. You will sacrifice your life for the Grief Torch Metalord. Just looked up and read that. Gotta restart the game, had the same problem. Ah, unfortunate. Had the similar thing, it goes back to normal after a while. Gotcha. Plunder was fun, you got the mill achievement. Jesus Christ. You went all the way there. Yeah, I didn't even go that far. That being said, I think I had like 400, 500k plunder across all my accounts. Because when I was making the rep farming guide, I tested it on a bunch of my different accounts just to see, like, for a new player, what it would be like. And when I was helping some of my friends, I went on my alt accounts for it because my main's MMR was, like, way too high. But, yeah, it was really fun. And I'm gonna be real, like, I was fucking good at Plunderstorm. Like, I usually don't like to toot my own horn that much, but I was fucking good. I uploaded a video on my second channel the day Plunderstorm ended of like a collection of some of my best games at the end. And I had some absolutely ludicrous wins. Like I had one game where I queued into a trios game, both of my partners died, and I 1v3'd an enemy team and won. With only like basic shit while underleveled. Like it's just, God, that game mode was really fucking fun. It also, like, the general way to play it kind of just meshed with me. Because in a way, Plunderstorm, you had to speed level every single Plunderstorm match. You had to optimize your routing through the map and farm as much plunder as you could to level up to be on an even playing field at the end. And at that point, it was just, you know, skill shots and stuff. But being able to, like, efficiently farm plunder, like, so many people would say, oh, no, XYZ ability is good, like Star Bomb, Steel Traps, etc. Oh, that's the best build. But those people are, unless they get a perfect drop, they are the people who end up 5 levels way too low at the end in the final storm. And unless I got catastrophically unlucky, which happened maybe 1 in 15 games, I would always end up at level with everybody else or higher by the time I reached the end of the game. Because I ran a build that was just really fucking good for farming. And I was really good at moving around the map and farming. Also, this really sucks. The update has slowed to a crawl now. Blizzard's kind of fucking me here. Nobody wants to stare at a black screen. Oh, you know, here. While we're waiting for this update, I'll show you something cool on the topic of Grief Torch earlier. So, oh, it looks like after rankings finalized, I am now the 3rd ranked brewmaster in Awakened Mythic Vault of the Incarnates, so cool. I'm pretty sure one of the 2 above me is Sinzu, who is a cool dude, so I don't mind losing to him. But here, let's find... I'll pull this up on stream real quick. Oh. Okay, so this was our Broodkeeper Diurna kill. So you may notice that the Brewmaster's kind of high up there. Now, what becomes more interesting is if we go over here and we look at the death log. We just see so many dead people all the way to the end. I don't know exactly how many deaths we had. I think it might have actually been 20 or more, because I think, you know, people died and then we B-res them and then they died again later. So we had crazy deaths. But on the flip side, if we look at my damage breakdown, Manic Grief Torch, 11 casts, 18% of my overall, 28 million damage. Actually just fucking ridiculous. I love this trinket so much. This is just disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Love Grief Torch. Okay, the update's almost done. Some streamers are still playing. I don't think it's my server. It's because there was an update, and because my game crashed, because I was in like a vehicle, right? And vehicles are notoriously buggy. So what happened is my game crashed, there's an update, and if you exit the game while there's an update, it will force you to sit through the update. That's the problem right now. So I'm waiting on the game to update, and then I should be able to get back in once it's finished. You never lasted more than 3 minutes in the game, shit sucked, you were ass, all it takes is practice. Lots and lots of practice. But, yeah, I feel that. Let's see. You're level 32, but you gotta go to the gym soon? You're making good progress, though. This is like a snail's pace. This is one of the slowest updates I've ever seen. Jesus fucking Christ, Blizzard. I have a really fast download speed too, so if I had to guess, it's just that maybe there's so many people downloading it right now that their servers are like super fucking slammed, but the updates knew you were speedrunning. Yeah, this kind of sucks. Okay, it's almost done. There we go, play button. Nice. The stream doesn't really impact it that much. I don't really think the stream has a really big impact. We're good. What do you consider to be the 2 best trinkets for Blood DK? I mean, I haven't played Blood DK this season, so in Fated, I'm not sure. In Season 3, it was Augury's Signet brand, pretty much. Oh, come on, Blizzard. Why did I download an update if my fucking screen is still gonna freeze? Are you serious? This game is just so fucking broken. Hmm? Come on, man. Right now, I don't think the stream picks it up, but it has... World of Warcraft is not responding. I'm gonna try and wait it out, because I think if I wait long enough, it's going to work. I've never seen it this bad before, though. This is actually, like, the worst technical issue I think I've ever encountered in WoW. And I'm losing, like, 10 minutes to this. Glad you love Plunderstorm. So many people shout on it, but you hope it comes back. For same. Yeah, absolute same. From what you see on your friend's stream, it seems like they have phasing where there's not a lot of people questing. Maybe. Wonder how many people are 70? Nobody, I think, at this point. I will be very surprised if somebody's already 70. You cannot mail things over. You waited 6 minutes and restarted it? I mean, this is already the second time I've restarted. I'm getting fucked by Blizzard. No, I gotta close this. This just isn't working. This is rough. Yeah. I appreciate you guys being here, but I will say, on this topic, this is one of the things that I hate about streaming. Because this is what happened to me on Dragonflight launch. Not exactly this, but non-stop technical issues for 3 hours, and I never got to play the game. And I just had to end the stream. And there is absolutely nothing worse in the world than sitting there, getting hit with technical issues non-stop as people sit there and watch. And I mean, the unfortunate thing about streaming is, like, I can see the concurrent viewers, and I don't blame people for leaving, but basically you can just see downward slope ever since I first got hit with technical issues, and it is really soul-crushing because there's just nothing I can do about this. I just need to hope that, like, magically the game just fixes itself. But considering this is my 3rd restart and it's still just frozen, I think my character's bricked. I'm gonna go character unstuck. WoW, character unstuck. I don't know if that will fix it, but at this point I'm out of options if I just can't move my character. You can't equip Lifestorm and Thundering Orb because they're meta gems. You can only have one meta gem. You're in the game and it's fine? Well, yeah. I mean, the game was fine up until it crashed, and now I just can't get back in. Every time I log in, the game just freezes. I do have a membership thing on YouTube, yes. Are you fucking kidding me, Blizzard? Their fucking support page is loading. Like, This definitely can't be my connection. Yeah, other websites work perfectly fine. They load instantly. It's literally just World of Warcraft's fucking crashing. Blizzard's support page is just an endless loading circle. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, small indie company can't afford basic servers for any of their services, their actual game, or their fucking customer support. Jesus fucking Christ. Like my worst nightmare, man. This is the shit you dread when you try to stream. The absolute worst feeling is just not being able to play the game and just sitting here. You have to do unstuck and then try to log in. I can't even get the unstuck page to fucking load. The stupid fucking support page isn't working. I finally loaded. The support page, that is. I think my character's still fucked. It's a game bug? I don't know. Diggle, don't tell me that. Don't fucking tell me that. I mean, if this character is bricked, that's like despair. Really hope not. This is, Jesus fucking Christ. I am going to go and pause the timer for extenuating circumstances. I normally don't pause it, but, this is beyond, like, I get disconnects in speedruns and I don't pause the timers, but this is beyond normal. At this point, I mean, I want the timer to at least roughly reflect how long it took me to level, and this is not an accurate measurement. I've never seen shit like this happen before. Yeah, Goose Comics, that was actually about what I was about to try. Also, Blizzard's customer support page is still broken. So I'm going to try logging into one of my characters and see if that fixes it. Okay, the support page finally loaded, so if this doesn't work, of logging into a different character and then back onto my main, then I will do the stuck character service. But it is ludicrous that this is a fucking thing. Just fucking dog shit game. Yes, I will say, I know that you guys are probably trying to help. Can you please stop telling me that your character is working? I really do not need to hear that your character is working fine. I understand that it is not a universal problem. I get it. It doesn't help me at all when people keep saying, my game's working. Yeah, I know. Again, I know you're probably thinking that you're helping, but it really, I'm kind of tilted, and it just makes it worse. Yeah, the game's fucked. Well, let's hope stuck character service works, because I think this character's fucked otherwise. Okay, it says move complete, so. I'll tell you one thing, I'm not finishing that quest. If I do get back in, I'm just skipping that quest because I am not even going to take the risk. The character stays in the MoP remix event until the event is over. Oh no. Well, my screen is still completely frozen. That said, this did happen earlier. And earlier, when I had this problem, it eventually fixed itself. I think it's something to do with server lag. But I think the problem is whatever area that I was in, when it tried to load in and like load all the stuff, because there's like a million Yongle mobs, it probably just overloaded the game and it crashed. Devastation's fine. Yeah, it's Devastation's good. I guess we just wait. Yeah, I just need to hope that it fixes itself. I mean, I don't know though. If this is Oh, I just realized my stream is actually frozen too. Is my audio is picking up at least. But yeah, it's actually not even sending information. Wait, the music's back. That's a good sign, I think. So we wait. Had something similar happen during PDR. I had to reset your system. Yeah, unfortunately, that is something I basically can't do. Because if I do that, I end the stream. And the way that YouTube works is YouTube doesn't let you just continue a stream. Basically, if I'm forced to restart my computer, the stream is done. Which is basically just catastrophic for me, for my channel, for everything. This is already devastating, frankly. But if it recovers, then at least I pick up where I left off, and it's just a small blip. But if my character's bricked, then I'm just genuinely fucked. This is unstuck character, Troy. You can't, for whatever reason, I assume because the game is just, like, lagging super hard, OBS just isn't able to process it. But, yeah, I am staring at... I'm staring at a graveyard in Kunlai Summit. It did teleport my character. Did two people actually make the same joke? Is this why very big streamers have a different PC just for streams? Maybe. Probably. That would make sense, honestly, but I don't know. I think there's a good chance I'm just fucked. If Stuck Character Service is still having this bug, then it's probably just something intrinsically broken with the character itself. And I don't know how to fix that. Yeah. I don't know why. I assume because it is lagging so badly, it just isn't picking up. I'm force closing it again. I'm gonna restart BattleNet, see if that fixes anything. Also, for the record, whenever people ask me, why do you never, like, actively compete for, like, world first stuff? Like, why do you never try to go for, like, world first, you know, new expansion things or whatever? Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Because if I go in with zero expectations and I just try to level as fast as I can and try to be entertaining and testing, then it doesn't matter what happens. If I go in with the expectation of I am trying to, like, get world first or something, and this happens, I mean, that is like, that would be such a mental blow that I just don't know if I would ever recover. If I am failing something, I want it to be because I fucked up, not because, you know, it just the game basically fucked me over. Yeah, I think there's a memory leak with my character. I don't know how. I don't know why. But something with this character is causing the game to have a memory leak. Because the memory use is just infinitely climbing after I log into my character. I think my character is just bricked, guys. I actually think my character is just bricked. This is not how I expected this stream to end. Wow. Something in the cache is corrupted. I'm not tech savvy enough to know what the fuck that means. Can you explain how to delete the cache then? But I guess I probably need to do that without cache. I have no idea. I already swapped characters, Tori. It's something is broken with this character. Something I don't know what it is. Something in the character data is broken, and when I try to load this character, it just crashes the game. I don't know. Add-ons, maybe. It's not add-ons, guys. Other characters worked. If it was add-ons, then if I logged into another character, they would also crash. Check that. Let me just try the cache thing before I do anything else. What do I do for the cache? Do I just delete the entire contents of this folder? That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, let's see if that fixes anything. If this works, you're a legend. If not, I still appreciate the help, but, you know. Nope. Looks like it's still bricked. World of Warcraft. Try that suggestion. Count. Server name. I have no idea what the server name is. Oh, Zuljin. Oh, I see. Disable all add-ons just in case. Yeah, I guess can't hurt. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll try that next after this. Okay, add-ons were the problem. I'm a fucking idiot. Whoever said disable add-ons, I owe you an apology. Let's see if re-enabling them crashes it. Though I am very confused as to why it crashed one character and not the other, but... Jesus fucking Christ. I need a second. That was... That was a rough 20 minutes, I'm gonna be real. I appreciate the help, guys. That was tough. But thank you guys for helping. I'm going to disable everything that isn't essential, just in case. I kind of want extra quest button. Is that all your add-ons and sweats? Yeah. I don't know if quests give rep, sorry. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, again, I apologize for being snippy. This is extremely stressful. Launch day stuff like this is always stressful, but especially when stuff like this goes wrong, like the moment that started happening, I immediately had flashbacks to the Dragonflight launch stream, which, I mean, not even exaggerating, is probably one of the worst moments that has ever happened to me in terms of, like, just YouTube streaming stuff that, like, completely fucked my entire live stream plans for the entire expansion launch. Thank God it wasn't this bad. Well, I'm going to try this quest again, because now we know that it wasn't the problem. It's almost done anyway. Yeah. I hate being snippy, so I do apologize. It is just... I will be completely honest, I do not deal with stress well. I do not handle stress very well. And, yeah, it's tough. Especially, that's... Like I said, that's the thing that I kind of hate about live streaming. The thing that I hate about the thing I like about live streaming is being able to talk to other people. The thing I hate about live streaming is when things are bad, I have to try and talk to other people. And when everything is going wrong, the last thing I want to do is talk to people and answer questions because I know I'm just going to be frustrated and it's just going to be a bad experience. So.
I have a plan.
Ah.
We have won the day. Why are you weeping?
I'm going ahead.
Okay. Stuff like that would give you an anxiety attack. Yeah, no, that is... Welcome to my past 20 minutes. That is exactly what was just happening.
Many deals for a friend of the Brummels, like you.
Except, the thing is, I then have to try and like, I think maybe these offhands are what caused me to crash. Because look, I have 2 offhands in my bags that have no stats. So I think something with the item ID was fucked. And that probably caused the crash. I'd be willing to bet that's what it is. But yeah. One of the other things is, like, I'll be honest. When I get, like, really frustrated with something, a lot of times it helps to, like, yell, fuck, ah, mad, like, stuff like that. But the absolute worst part of having something like that happen on stream is I have to, like, modulate my emotions. And that is a very difficult thing to do when you are, like, really upset about something. Because I am sitting here in absolute despair, like, screaming internally, and I have to try and, like, talk through it and respond and not freak out and stay calm. And it is very difficult to do that and try to stay calm when I am panicking. And it's like I genuinely feel completely exhausted right now because I've spent the last 20 minutes basically doing everything in my power to not, like, scream. And that, yeah. So forgive me if I'm a little less energetic for the remainder of the stream, because that last 20 minutes basically felt like a fucking year.
These negative emotions can manifest in physical form. We call this dark energy shock.
We appreciate you beta testing this, yeah.
Our sacred duty to monitor and imprison.
I hope it's over, Shy. Yeah, problem is, I mean, I'm still nervous because, like, I don't know if it is.
I have never seen
While this incident is over,
when your soldiers
Who knows the next time it's gonna happen?
Pandaria does not have a standing army. We, the
Maybe some add-on tried to get the stats constantly or something. I could see that happening. Yeah.
Taranzu leads the
Nothing more frustrating than the threat of losing 4.5 hours of progress. Yeah. Yeah, and it sucks. And like I said, I know for a fact I am under no delusions that I am going to get like world first or something. But I feel like I've been making good pace. And I want to be able to say, like, I had a fast leveling time. I want to be proud of the time that I hit level 70 relative to other people. Who doesn't, right? And now, well, I think I'm still a good bit ahead, right? I'm not, like, completely fucked. But eating a 20-minute time loss really, really sucks. It feels really bad. Because now, no matter what happens, it's going to be... I'm going to know that I could have been 20 minutes faster. There's just nothing I can do about it. You just hope you felt the same way, yeah. I know it's a joke, yeah. I get it. You started the same time as me and you're still 4 levels behind. I don't know, I feel that's the thing. I feel like I'm doing quite well, but it's always difficult to say. Always difficult to say. Yeah, Brandon, basically right before you joined, I got stuck in a crash loop for about 20 minutes and I couldn't get the game to work. And there was a moment there where I thought I might be forced to end the stream because I genuinely could not play my character. And it's fixed now, thankfully, but it was rough. It was a rough 20 minutes. Very demoralizing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go do the monk quests. I guess one thing is I don't really need to worry about falling behind the pack at the very least, because I am already as far behind the pack as I could reasonably get. Yeah, that's... Yeah, this is fine. Because the thing is, at this point, all of the zones are available, so there's a lot of people who are probably skipping ahead to Town Long. Like, you can see there, we had level 30 people. So, there's no such thing as being ahead of the pack at this stage, because I'm already... Like, everybody's already caught up in terms of which zones are available. Also, I technically don't need to get this bronze, but I'm going to do it just because it feels nice. Went for a lunch break and now the pack got you? Yeah.
hello.
Yeah, I think for a little bit I should be good to do this. And what I'm hoping is that one of the reasons I'm saving dungeons for later is if I do dungeons when I'm able to just solo them, like I'll switch to Brewmaster later on when I have Nizao and I have Slay and all that stuff. And realistically speaking, the power level of my character by the end of like the run is going to be so crazy that it doesn't matter if I get queued into people who are, like, brand new players. I will be able to completely solo it. So then I could just blast all those dungeon quests, and I'll have the bigger XP modifier, so it'll be more worth my time. What is the endgame for this mode? All the same stuff as we had in MoP.
Greetings, wanderer.
Greetings.
Fight both at the same time. Minus PvP, true. At what point does a speed run become a speed fun? Not after your game almost crashes, that's for goddamn sure. That's the exact opposite. Just 1v2 the quests? Yeah, no arenas, no BGs, to my knowledge. I mean, arenas and BGs would just not work in this format.
I hope your travel was pleasant. Hello.
And I'm still getting... Nice. So it still gives rested experience at this level. So it's probably worth doing these quests. Nice. That's actually a pretty big upgrade. Do Volparas have good racial abilities? It's not necessarily that Volparas are good for monks. It's that the Volpara racial is just really good for leveling in general, and monks are also just really good for leveling in general. So it's more so a combination of the two. Technically speaking, anybody who could be Volpara should be Volpara, if we're talking optimized speed leveling. Not that it really matters if you're just trying to level for fun, but, you know, since you asked. They have make camp, yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, at this point, see, I don't even need to, like, follow the mechanics. I just one-tap all of them. Like, what was my damage breakdown? Oh, details stopped working. It's just these ones that details isn't working on. Okay. Yeah. Also, monk is kind of nice. Obviously, the monk quests are relatively efficient. I would say they are worth doing at some point. At this point, I'd rather have the leech and just the extra armor and stuff than a tiny bit of crit. And I have like a ludicrous amount of critical strike right now. Bell. This guy I can't just kill because I have to kill the other ones. But if memory serves, I knock them with Jade Lightning. Then I do this. And now I kill him.
I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that.
Any second now. Oh my god. I am like really stuck in combat. Can't run up this. Oh my god, face planting the wall. I am trolling. Yeah, these quests were like a full level, plus rested XP. I'd say this was worth it. They also all give like little boxes, so pretty good. Yeah, monks are basically the only class that have any inherent advantage, because since their class order hall effectively is in Pandaria, they just do this. Yes, the brick got fixed. Thankfully. Hello? Oh, bowed. I thought I clicked it. Yeah, I do hope that more people will, like, slowly trickle in now, because I lost That's one of the other things that, like, it's obviously frustrating. Now, I said this before. It's frustrating having this happen in general. But it is especially rough while streaming. Because I don't like to talk about, like, viewership and stuff. Like, I'll never be like, oh, wow, lots of views today, blah, 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 blah. But, the one thing I will note about it is very, very rough when, like, something like that happens and I lost roughly 70 viewers over the time of the technical difficulties happening.
I am out of range.
And that kind of sucks. That's a little bit rough. So that just kind of, like, rubs salt in the wound, basically. And again, do not blame people for leaving. So I'm not like, I can't believe people are leaving. Absolutely do not blame you guys. If I was watching a stream and, it just wasn't working correctly, I would stop watching too. It's just, it's additional stress layered on top of, the existing problem. Talk about it like Legend does, openly then joking to beg. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand. You came in right when I had it fixed? Yeah, perfect timing, though. Bond said, much love to you, Harlan. Just joined, didn't know when it happened, but you always will enjoy my content. Awesome, I appreciate it. Yeah, just, we had technical difficulties for a little while, which was just, always difficult to have happen in the middle of a stream. But it's working now, and that's what matters.
I am out of range.
Oh, Legend of Total War, yeah. They're level 26 and the pacing feels decent. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I don't mind this pacing for, like, a first character. What I am concerned about is, unless all of us are misunderstanding something, it seems like the bonus for alt caps out at plus 11% experience, which is, like, that's literally Draft of 10 lands. And Draft of 10 lands it's not bad for, like, min-maxing a speedrun, but Draft of 10 lands is not efficient alt leveling, and it is objectively just slower than retail leveling, even on alts. So, I am more than happy with this pace for a first character. I think this is totally fine. I did this on PTR, and I said I felt 10 to 60 was perfectly fine. But they have massively nerfed. Oh my god. What the hell is this dot? The scaling on this is not correct. Yeah, yeah, they advertise 300%. The thing is, they never advertised 300%. Well, all they did is they showed a screenshot of a cloak with 300%. And you could say, and I'm assuming if this is what actually happens, is what Blizzard will say, that, well, that was not actually a screenshot of the cloak that you will get on an alt. But yeah, how much damage is... This dot definitely cannot be tuned correctly. It is doing way too much fucking damage. For just a single dot from a single mob, it is doing, like, 5 times the damage of the mob's auto attacks. That's a little bit excessive. Unfortunately, I can't just do, like, single pulls, so... I can do this to just quickly delete these guys before they get any cast off. But yeah, one of them cast Gore on me. Do that. That works.
I am out of range.
But yeah, the problem is, what a lot of people also don't realize is they initially advertised infinite experience account-wide. They have since officially backtracked on that. So, I will say, there is absolutely no universe in which Blizzard backtracks last second on the account-wide cloak, then nerfs it to a ridiculously low number, and does not receive massive backlash from it. Now, if they decided they wanted to make it not account-wide because they think it would be, like, a tuning problem, but they still give you a sizable bonus, like a starting bonus through the achievements, I don't think people would care too much. Yeah, you can see this bleed stacks. And it does unreasonable amounts of damage. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like what Corey Austin just said, stuff like that is why I kind of knew that it wasn't going to remain the same. But there's a very big difference between advertising one thing and doing another. And obviously, like, if misleading advertisement was enough to get you, like, sued or whatever... Oh, wow, that guy's already level 50. Level 51. There you go. Yeah, if misleading advertisement was enough to get you sued, Blizzard would be fucking bankrupt. But there is definitely a line. There is a fine line where we can say this is, like, okay to basically advertise one thing and do another. And if they sell people on the idea of faster alt leveling and then, with barely any notice, completely renege on that, and it goes from 300% to 11, that is just not okay. And I'm relatively confident enough in how the WoW community handles information like that to know that there is going to be massive backlash if it is that bad. And, if, as it stands, it looks like it is actually that bad, but that's why I am hoping that we are just missing something. And that there is just information that is not currently known to us that makes it actually really fast or something. Because I feel like it has to be, because there's just no way.
Too far away. I must get closer.
You'll just not play if it's going to stay 11%? Oh yeah, for sure. And, like, that's true, right? But I'm sure like, if I was someone who,
I am out of range.
you know, had just resubbed to play this game mode, and I was being sold in the idea of, like, fast alt leveling, and then I found out that it was, like, a ridiculously low modifier, I think I would have a pretty good argument to say, I was misled, I bought my sub, or I paid for a new sub under the idea of it would be 300% fast alt leveling, and you just straight up lied to me. And I don't know if Blizzard would ever give a refund for that, but I think if there was enough backlash, they probably would never refund, but they would be forced to change something, right? That's more so what I'm saying. If there is enough backlash, which, if it really is 11%, there will be, Blizzard will almost certainly buff it because they are more afraid of just getting destroyed on Twitter than, you know, losing a little bit of money because they want to push their boosts. Is this official Panda?
Target something first.
What? As opposed to... I don't understand the question. Yeah, I'm playing a MoP remix private server. Like... All these cages open? Okay, there's some ballista, or ballistae.
I am out of range.
Is it ballistas or ballistae for plural? I always forget. It's not that they're gonna nerf the cloak. They already nerfed the cloak. The cloak has been gutted from testing by, like, a massive amount. I'm just saying that they only announced that they were doing that at the last second, and I think a lot of people aren't aware. So I said this earlier, but I was repeating it and saying that if it is as bad as it seems to us, like, right now, which I don't know if it is, there might be some modifier that we're missing that actually makes it much better. But if it really is this bad, there's almost no way that it stays as is. Did they change something from the PTR? You had an alt with plus 26 XP, but your highest was only 27? Yes. The account-wide bonus is, like... Well, they changed a lot from the PTR. It's hard to say. Nice, you got victory fire. That's huge. What's my cloak percent at? 48%. Is the fastest way to level questing? At this point in time, it appears to be the case, yes. It is too early for me to definitively say one way or another whether this is the fastest leveling route, because it's my first character. What we know right now is that questing is good. Questing is, like, solid. It gives about as much experience as you can expect, as long as you stick to the efficient quest chains, which obviously that's a lot to cover, but if you watch my run, you can just see what I'm doing and do the same stuff. We know that LFR is the worst thing that you can possibly do. They have gutted the experience from previous. And dungeons and scenarios are kinda bad. Also, I think these cages are bugged. Because they're all open. Oh, never mind. I guess somebody just went through and opened, like, literally every single one before I got here. Alright.
Can't use that item yet.
Nice thing is I can interact with it while flying, so I'm basically a ghetto druid. Questing equals good, D4 equals bad? Wait, huh? What did I... Did I say something about Diablo 4? Now, if memory serves, doing a big AoE pull with these mobs was pretty good. Just because really heavy concentration of elite mobs.
Out of range.
And I'm going to do this.
Get closer. It's not ready yet. I'm out of range.
Okay, I do not have the survivability to do this right now.
Too far away. Too far away. I must get closer.
Yeah, this was definitely a very aggressive pull. It's 1k XP per. Honestly, not bad.
Unable to carry more of those.
The Shah of Anger died on your server? Damn. How do you get your personal resource display to stay put? I could not tell you. I don't know. I haven't really fucked with the settings at all. It just... Everything you see is just, like, kind of default, so... Yeah, I don't know. Mastery... Oh, nice. This is 2 sockets. Okay, Victory Fire... This actually seems like a fairly good mob farming spot, though. The respawn rate on these guys isn't super hot.
I am unable to carry more of those.
But, like, given how broken some of our burst cooldowns are, I could definitely see this being like a... When I get all of my cooldowns back up. Just nuking all these mobs is actually worth my time. Yeah, I think if I came at here at like a higher level or something, and I just did like a gigantic pull and erased all of those in a second, like maybe at level 60 or something, since the XP should scale, that would be like worth the time to do. I might be able to live it on a brew, but I'm not quite ready. Until I get Slay, I'm not going to do dungeons. When I have Slay, I should be able to do dungeons relatively fine.
Out of range.
Get invoke Swen. Thanks for the answer. First time chatter. Been watching you for a while now. Keep up the great work. No problem. I'm glad I was able to help. What is this quest again? Spear through my side, a chain through my soul. I don't remember this one at all. If it's just to kill one mob, then I can kill that mob. Well, this guy actually kind of has health. I thought this would be like a touch of deathable mob. He is. I don't main Windwalker, but I main Brewmaster. But I play Windwalker a lot, right? Like, I main Monk. So I play Windwalker a lot. Not necessarily at endgame, but I've done like a ton of... I've done a lot of Monk speedruns. Like, my fastest Horde 10 to 60 time is still my Dragonflight pre-patch Windwalker Monk run, which was also on a Volpera. I've beaten it a lot on Alliance characters, but... I'll keep the crits. What add-on? I have no idea what add-on it was. I disabled a bunch just to see, but the thing is, I wasn't having any issues in-game, so the theory that I had is when I disabled my add-ons and logged back in, I had 2 items in my bags. They were offhands, and they had no stats on it. So, likely bugged items. So what I speculate happened is it was some add-on that, like, pulls item information. It might have been Mogget, anything that, like, checks my character's items, like, in my bags and stuff. I guess it could have also been Simulation Craft, so maybe I should disable that. May actually, yeah, do that just in case. Simulation Craft, where do I have that? Yeah, I'll disable that. And I assume because the item was bugged and didn't have the correct stats, some add-on kept trying to reference, like, the items that were in my character's inventory, and when it got the bugged items, it was just causing a crash. I have no idea if that's what it was, but considering after I finally got back onto my character, that was something that stood out to me as, like, this doesn't seem right. Like, I don't remember having those items, and they were clearly not working correctly. I think it is logically what was causing the problems. That's a good guess. Simcraft probably tries to pull the tertiary stats from all items. Yeah, that was my thinking. Can I not? These mobs are really annoying to do. I guess I could just... Oh, it gets interrupted by that. Oh my god. Yes! Finally! Oh my god, this took forever. This is like one of my last epic gems. Friendship ended with Thundering Orb. Nizao is my new best friend. You have Simcraft and Pawns, so try disabling those and see if you can get in. Yeah, not a bad idea. Oh, you ran into the exact same issue? Oh, I just saw. I missed the part of your message where you said it's happening to you now. Well, I do hope that helps. Sorry, I skimmed. What's my item level? Oh wait, what is my level? My level is 46. Can't believe I finally have Nizao. And what is Nizao? Nizao is also a 3-minute cooldown. Yeah, so for AoE, Thundering Orb's probably a little bit more consistent in terms of, like, burst damage. Can I run away from this mob and still get credit for summoning it? Oh, Vemp became a member. Thank you, Vemp. Glad you're enjoying the streams. How do you, or what, oh, is Slay OP? That's something I didn't respond to, I don't think. Yes, Slay is, also, what is happening? Oh, I have to protect them. Oh, shit. Okay, nice. He lived even without my help. Have I not gotten credit for this yet? There we go. Just hit 60. Question if it's bedtime or push to 70 seems to go quite fast. Yeah, it's pretty fast. And I mean, the thing about this leveling is it gets exponentially faster the more of it you do, because you start stacking the experience modifiers. So it's slow at first and gets much better. And grats on 60. Nice, Oblivion Sphere. Well, that's good too. I think I have... I don't know if I have every single purple gem yet, but I have all of the good purple gems at the very least, so... That's all that really matters. Also, I don't remember doing these quests often, but they're honestly not bad. Thank you for the informative streams. Thought you'd show your support. Awesome. Well, I very much appreciate it. It definitely helps. This is base game UI. Yeah, I don't have any UI add-ons. Pretty much all of my UI stuff is basic. Yep. Even on my main, I use basic. I don't use any UI add-ons at all. I use default UI. And for anybody that wants, for whatever reason, my UI, most people tell me my UI is shit, which, you know, I always say personal preference. But a few people have asked for my UI settings, and it is in a pinned message in my Discord server for anybody that wants it. Victory Fire just got you killed by a War Scout. Ah, betrayal. Why do these mobs take, like, no fucking damage? It's like, their health gets shredded, and then suddenly they just stop taking any damage whatsoever. It's weird. What do I need? I need Gushing Mist. What the fuck is Gushing Mist? I see... Oh. Ah, I just need to run on top of it. Yeah, look at Nizal go. Oh my god, big damage. Yeah, that was a relatively small pull, so, like, you don't really get to see it. But it does good damage. And... I really want this to be the last mob I have to kill. Gonna get stunned by that. Come on, give me the last quest item I need, game. Okay, there's a bunch here. I'm just going to try and nuke them, popping all my cooldowns just to get this over with. There we go. I was gonna say, there's no fucking way I don't get it from that. I think Purged Anger... If I recall, I did a big pull on one of my characters on PTR, and this random buff that you get, Purged Anger, did, like, insane damage in one shot, like, multiple things. I'll try to do a gigantic pull before I get into combat again. Me being a Zandalari troll and interrogating a Zandalari troll has you feeling conflicted, yeah. Not going to do more today. Got to level 28, decent head start. Thanks for the entertainment. No problem. Glad you were able to make good progress. Teachings of the Monastery. Then my next point should be Forbidden Technique, and then we go Swen's Bond and Fatal Flying Guillotine. Right? I think that's what I want. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care about the other stuff right now. When am I going to stream next? Ah, good question. I meant to talk about that at the very start of the stream, and then the servers went live, like, literally a minute after I started the stream, so I never got to do that. I'm not 100% sure. So I will give you just some basic context for, the plans today. What do I do here? I think this is just roleplay. Yeah, I think I just need to wait for them to RP it out. And I have a better one-hander, but I need another one-hander to use it. Speed belts, boots. Yeah, I don't really care about, like, a slight armor increase when these have, like, tertiary stats and stuff. Can Zandalari troll? Yeah, that's actually a good question. I don't know what happens for the Zandalari troll racial. How much bronze am I at now? 4K. Not bad. Okay, this quest is definitely not worth it. There is way too much roleplay here. Actually, it gave a really hefty chunk of XP, so maybe. Hard to say. Yeah, basically, at this point, now that I have... like, I have enough stuff to, like, just steamroll leveling. While it would be nice if I had Slay, I'm still just, like, stomping mobs. I'm not too concerned about my leveling pace. At this rate, it's like, you know... I am where I am. Could I have gotten a little bit farther if the game hadn't fucked me? Yeah, but I'm not going to be, like, incredibly sped up or slowed down, so I don't really need to worry about, you know, trying to stay ahead of the pack or whatever. I am where I am. And I'm gonna try to, like, upgrade my gems and my gear at some point, but really, it's not going to slow me down tremendously, so I'd rather just keep blasting through leveling and just do it when I can. Just be better, yeah. Yeah, that is a little bit. I am glad that LFR spamming is not the fastest way to do it, because that would just be... That's like my one silver lining of today. Like, thank God LFR spamming is dead. What's MoP Remix? It's a special game mode. There's a basically fun way of leveling. There's special rewards. There's a lot to it, so I would say go read like the full like blue post and breakdown and stuff on Wowhead for more information. It's a lot for me to cover. Dragon Riding Quest falls off at the end because of bonus XP. What bonus XP? What do you mean? You miss Plunderstorm? I miss Plunderstorm too. I'm right with you there. Now, I don't need to kill these vultures as part of this quest, but I'm going to do it anyway, because that means bigger explosion like that. Yeah, so look at my breakdown. Look at Bulwark of the Black Ox. Look at how much damage this fucking thing does. It's so fucking good. Thundering Orb is good, but Nizao is better. I fucking love that ability. Oh, also, I need to be burning the bodies.
That item is still recharging.
Think that reaches? Yeah, only one. Oh, I see what you mean, Troy. Yeah, you don't upgrade the cape. Yeah, that makes sense. Whatever happened with the WAD share in Timeless Isle, I never tested it because by the end of the stream, it became clear that you just couldn't break out of the zone. It may have been possible to use the WAD share. In fact, I suspect that it was possible and still is. But the moment you get outside of MoP zones, no matter where you are, I think the only exception is Brawlers Guild, so Deep Run Tram. But basically everywhere you go, you just get instantly teleported back. So that it's just really not worth testing. Because it, you know, we already know what's going to happen. You're going to be in Gorground for like 2 seconds and then the game's going to TP you away. That's like, yeah. Is what it is. What did that damage? Oh, that was Purged Anger. Yeah, that was the buff I'm talking about that just one-shots things.
Follow me. We will use these totems to purify the
Alright. How come you move zones? What? What do you mean? Tristan, you have to reword that question. I don't understand what you mean.
Now, let us see what darkness corrupts this place.
Let's see.
Activating the 3 large totems.
Instead of questing in Jade Forest, because Jade Forest is slow. The other zones are better. You want to do the fastest quests, and Jade Forest is not fast.
Too far away.
And the other thing is, like, what some people have told me is, oh, well, it's worth just questing straight through a zone because you need to do it anyway for achievements. And while that is true, I think we can all agree that I am clearing quests like 50 times as fast as I was at the start, because the scaling on these powers is ludicrous. So it's much better to just go through an efficient leveling route, power up your cloak, and like I wouldn't even really worry about doing the quests immediately. Like at endgame, you probably want to do dungeons or other random activities to just get more power. And then later on, come back with like a really stacked cloak and just blitz through all the quests and destroy stuff. You reached level 30 as a monk in 5 hours, so good job. Nice. That's still good.
I must get closer.
Yeah, I am aware that you can buy gems. It's not worth it, though. I've said a few times, but I assume probably weren't here. It is not worth it ever to buy either an epic gem or a green gem from the vendor, because you're going to get it all eventually. Like, I really want Slay, right? But it will drop for me, because you don't get duplicates. Whenever you get, like, a green gem, you will always get one that you don't have, and eventually, by the time you reach max level, you will have all of them. So if I spend money on that gem now, then that's just bronze that I'm throwing down the toilet on stuff that could either be saved for upgrades at max level, right, or like cosmetic stuff, or I could buy the stat gems, which those you benefit from having more of. There is, like, no downside to buying more of the stat gem. So all of my bronze has been spent on that, and, like, I would love to have Slay, but, like, it's not... The fact that I don't have it isn't necessarily preventing me from leveling quickly. It would be nice. Yeah. Something about a female gnome with the JoJo sounds? Yeah, that sounds cursed.
Kill me then. Just like he killed my husband. No.
Nice, level 50. That's solid. Fatal Touch. Let me get Fatal Flying Guillotine in one level, which is pretty sweet.
I have many wares.
This is crit. That's just a flat upgrade.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
I got Brilliance, which is nice. Like a one-handed weapon here. I got Speed Mastery Belt. Yeah, that's an upgrade. I was questing in Kunlai. When did you decide to go to Townlong Steps? I basically finished Kunlai Summit. If I go to Kunlai, if I go to quests, campaign Kunlai Summit, I'm missing only like 2 quests. Basically, there's 1 or 2 quests at Temple of the White Tiger that I didn't do because they're like RP heavy, and I didn't do the last quests of Inkgelmire because they're fairly slow. But I did almost everything in Kunlai Summit. But yeah, Townlong and Kunlai are both very good. You want to do pretty much everything there. Jade Forest, like, as we saw, part of it is good, but I did most of the good stuff in Jade Forest. The only thing is, Jade Forest is a little bit weird because after those initial really bad quests, the ones where you have to do, like, the roleplay stuff at either Gruken Hill or the Jinyu place, there is I think it's Honeydew Village, whatever the one is, like, in the center of the zone near Temple of the Jade Serpent. And those quests are actually really good and definitely worth doing. So it can be worth it to stick out through Jade Forest a little bit. Like, for reference, on future characters, well, I guess on future characters I theoretically have, like, a massive XP modifier, we hope. So I would actually just skip all this anyways. But if I was like forced to do this all over again and it wasn't launch day, I might have stuck around in Jade Forest a little while longer and done what is this place? Oh, no, it's Dawn's Blossom. That's what the town is called. Yeah, Dawn's Blossom. I would have done Dawn's Blossom quests because they're actually quite good. But because it was launch day, and I actually had a fairly decent lead at that point, but I wanted to maintain my lead, So the moment I unlocked, whatchamacallit, Valley of the Four Winds and Krasserong, I went there instead. In hindsight, I don't even know if it would have been better or worse to stick around in Jade Forest. It might have been better to just stay. Really. Especially because a lot of those RP quests don't require me to have good gear, so... hindsight's 20/20. But... regardless, you basically want to skip almost everything in Valley and definitely everything in Krasserong. They are the two worst zones in Pandaria by far. Really? Is there only one mob? There's got to be more than one mob. Okay. There's this one.
I am out of range.
Are you kidding me? It actually just flew away. Fuck me. This is kind of annoying.
Target something first.
You should never have left the Dread Wastes men.
Too far away.
Oh, you know what I could do? Kill the caterpillars to kill the single target mob faster. You have enough bronze to buy a bunch of bee jars. That is definitely something I could spend it on. Don't know if I'm going to.
We are the sword and the shadow.
Where's this turning?
Let's get down to business. Be wary.
The wall must stand.
I must get closer.
Alright, you're farming 50 in 6 hours is crazy. I mean, I'm happy with this run overall. I think a lot of my, how long it has taken me is more so due to, like, external issues. But this could be a lot faster. For sure. And this is obviously considerably slower than my retail leveling, but that is to be expected.
I can't attack it. Don't have a target. I am out of range.
I think that mob despawned. Did I spend any bronze? Oh yeah, I'm spending all of my bronze. I'm not saving any of it. The moment I get bronze, pretty much, well, I'm not, like, immediately spending it, but every few levels or so, I go back to the main hub, and I buy a ton of stat gems with whatever bronze I have. I spend all of it. I think it is just the best thing that you could do with your bronze right now. Because, like, any bronze you get right now, like, you're gonna farm more later. So just boost your character up to be as powerful as possible, level faster, farm more at endgame, have an easier time farming at endgame because your stats are higher, and then just get more bronze later.
Pandaria concedes.
It's crazy that Blizz took a race like Pandaren, which had 2 minutes of screen time in Warcraft 3 and gave us MoP. Yeah.
You have my attention.
I mean, MoP's writing is actually genuinely good. MoP, I think, is... It's pretty safe to say this is when WoW's writing peaked. Because I know, like, I've said that a lot of times WoW tries to take itself too seriously, but if World of Warcraft was consistently, over the years, putting out storytelling on the level of Mists of Pandaria, they'd have every right to take themselves seriously. Because everybody would just be like, yeah, this is just good writing. It's just, Mists tends to be the exception, not the rule, to Blizzard's writing. I have 3 Tinker slots. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm just going to do this, because I want to get my last Tinker slot, and what do I want? Well, I would want Slay, if I had it. think I kind of want grounding because in most cases it's magic damage that is really fucking me up whenever I'm in difficult pulls. Most races that are, yeah, like, it genuinely blew my mind when I saw people saying that the Zaralek Caverns story was like emotional and powerful. And it's like, wow, Farak burns down the village of the silly little Niffin guys, and they die. That's so sad. Wow, that's really emotional. And, like, no? No? Who cares? They're just no nonsense characters. They are a joke race that were introduced, and then, like, 30 minutes into the campaign, Farak burns down their village, and half of them are dead. I mean, and it's like, I know that that wasn't the vibe they were going for, but I was genuinely laughing when Farak burned down the Niffin village, because it was just such a tonal flip, right? Where you just have these, like, silly little goofy Niffin guys, and then the fact that the tone just completely changes into, oh, by the way, they're all murdered now. It's kind of funny. It's just hilarious. And I genuinely don't understand how people can be invested in, like, the Niffin characters after meeting them for literally 30 minutes, when they're just not a very interesting race that was not very well developed throughout the story, enough to the point where they feel genuine emotional attachment to the characters after they die. Like that, I don't know. I don't want to say, like, people are enjoying writing in the wrong way, because, like, obviously it is subjective at the end of the day. You know, everybody has a different definition of what they think is good or bad. But I saw, like, a lot of people praising Dragonflight's story, especially, like I said, that campaign. And a lot of times I saw that, I'm just thinking, like, what am I missing here? What are people seeing in this writing that I'm not? Because to me, like, I see the same quality of writing as we got in Shadowlands, except it's not at least ruining the lore, so I don't care. Like, Shadowlands was bad writing, and it trampled all over existing lore, which pissed me off. Because at that point, it's not just that they're writing a bad story, they are actively ruining the story from Warcraft 3 in service of their fanfic. That's what really pissed me off with Shadowlands. Dragonflight is bad, but inoffensive. It's just bad in a boring way. So, like, I've never really cared, but I also don't understand the people saying that Dragonflight's writing was better. And the one thing that I think is nice is, well, depends on how you look at it. I feel nice about it, and you can call me an asshole for that, for, you know, taking joy in watching other people get shit on for stuff like that. But it did annoy me a little bit watching people praise Dragonflight's writing. So I was kind of happy when the Emirdrasil story was so bad that a lot of the people who I saw praising Dragonflight's writing up until that point, they started to say, wait, this is shit. And, you know, I felt like, you know, the astronaut meme of, like, always has been, right? But, you know, finally, I saw people actually saying Dragonflight's story is actually incredibly mid, and, you know, it's not good. And I genuinely do not think it ever was good. But the Emirdrasil writing was so bad that it actually snapped the Blizzard fanboys, at least most of the ones I saw, out of their trance and made them realize, wait, this is just bad storytelling. The whole, like, you know, power of friendship kills Farak, and, like, just random people from Azeroth come to defend the Emerald Dream. And, I mean, the entire concept of the Emirdrasil patch was just the most boring, uninspired shit I have ever seen. It is literally just like, remember that one time that a big fire elemental tried to burn down the world tree? And he was helped by a big fire dragon? Remember that? Well, now there's a different world tree, and a big fire dragon is trying to burn it down, and he's helped by a big fire elemental. Please be proud of our writing. This is good content. Like, I don't know. It's so bad. It's so genuinely bad, but, like, on a surface level, too, where, like, you just look at it, and it's like, is that really what they're going with for this story? Are they really just doing Firelands, but again? That's their angle for this expansion's entire story, and it just ends? Okay, sure. I really genuinely do not understand how anybody thought that was going to be an interesting story. I mean, I don't know. I think, like, the only, like, argument that I've heard people try to make in defense of Dragonflight is that it's setting up the World Soul Saga, and that stuff like Iridicron wasn't fully explored or whatever, but I think that's, like, major cope. I think those people are just coping that somehow all of the loose ends from Dragonflight were actually, you know, they're going to use it eventually, and the only reason that they had to tell a half-assed story in the actual expansion is because they're world building. And, like, let's be real, Blizzard has never been good about acting on, you know, the seeds that they plant, realistically speaking. Second. You thought the dog questline was good? Yeah. I mean, individual questlines can be fine. But I'm not talking about, like, you know, I'm not saying literally every single quest in Dragonflight, the entire thing, all however many hundreds of them, is terrible. I'm talking more so about the, you know, overarching story, which has been consistently shit for many, many, many years in WoW. It's just... Oh, lag. Oh, come on. Oh, this is bad. This is some bad lag right here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the only saving grace of Dragonflight's writing is that the villains, outside of Sarkareth, which Sarkareth was just bad. Sarkareth, I have no idea how he was an end boss. Sarkareth was the lamest end boss we've ever had in this entire game. I would venture to say. But, like, Razageth, at least, you know, well, I think Razageth is a shit villain. At least we had lines like, "You think the Titans brought order to this world? No! They shackled it. What they could not control, they imprisoned. Just like the Aspects did to us!" And just that line alone makes me appreciate Vault of the Incarnates just a little bit more. Without it, I wouldn't enjoy the raid quite as much. Yeah, like, all the Razageth lines are honestly really good. You know, say what you will about the character, the voice actor, I think, did a pretty good job. It's a little hammy, a little bit over the top, but it's enough to, like, put a smile on my face every time I do Razageth. Good morning, Ard. I assume you didn't just wake up, and good morning is just like a stand-in greeting. Yeah. Varrock had a few good ones, too. Oh, wait, is that a rare? That's a rare. Oh! You woke up 2 hours ago? Oh, man. Yeah, as you might imagine, I got very little sleep. So... I got at least 2 hours of sleep, so, you know. You didn't either? Yeah. I mean, I intended on sleeping. It's not like I went out of my way to not sleep. You know, just because you want to sleep doesn't necessarily mean, you know, sleep will come. Sometimes you just can't fall asleep. Usually because you are extremely nervous and stressed about how much you have to get done. It's difficult. You were too excited? Yeah. I was... I don't know if excitement is the word I would use to describe my emotional state over the last few days, but it was definitely related to MoP Remix. I really need to get better armor. Let me just throw something in here for now. Throw in a mastery gem. Don't care. Deal with it later. I'm just gonna kind of press buttons while I read chat. You did like Sarkareth, Father, give me... Yeah, that line was fine. I don't know. I think Sarkareth overall was just a really underwhelming villain. This is still the first character? Kelly, my first character on the PTR took me 9 hours. This is pretty fast by comparison. Actually, no. My first character on the PTR took 9 hours, 10 to 60. Now, I was doing, like, fucking around doing a lot of testing and stuff. And also, I lost 20 minutes because my character was bricked and my game kept crashing over and over and over. And, yeah, that was a little bit of a time loss. I did pause the timer for, like, half of that, so 10 minutes of the crash loop is reflected in the timer. The other 10 I paused because I was like, this is ridiculous. Once the cloak is leveled, how long? The same amount. The cloak is no longer account-wide. Basically, if you're expecting really fast alt leveling, I hate to break it to you, Blizzard has completely nuked it. Right now, I'm waiting to see if I am missing something, but as it stands, so for anybody... If you watch earlier in the stream, I explained all of the last-second changes Blizzard made. But if you're just joining now and you missed that part, I'll give you the TLDR. Unless we are missing something, it currently seems like it will not actually be fast for leveling. I currently think that my questing route will actually be a faster method. Guess you're not getting your heritage armor anymore? Yeah. Yeah, because... Oh yeah, Kelly, so I told you the other day about the changes and stuff, but what I didn't know at the time I told you is what the actual modifier was. So, remember how I mentioned that you get the achievements, so you get, whatever these things, summary, you get infinite power, right? And I am one achievement away from the final one of this. So this is the final one. 2,200 threads, this will give you the max effectiveness. Unless we are missing something, it seems like the max rank of that achievement gives you a whopping plus 11% experience to future characters. That is the cap for starting bonus experience with alts. For reference, my run on the PTR, my second character in the PTR, I started with 150% experience. So, unless we are missing something, which I'm not going to rule it out, it is possible. It is entirely possible that there is something that we haven't found yet that gives bonus experience. But based on everything that we know of at this exact moment, they reduced the experience on your second character from about 150% down to 11%, and that is a fixed bonus for all future characters. The cloak is no longer account-wide. If that sounds lame, that's because it is. And what's even more lame is them not communicating it until, like, literally 24 hours before. So they advertised the events as, like, account-wide fast alt leveling for, like, 2 months-ish. And then within the last 24 hours, they said, by the way, it's actually not. Which, like I said, is, it's just kind of bad. I'm surprised they're allowed to get away with that, but... Yeah. Yeah, the cloak is not account-wide, CJ. I agree. I also think that was the entire point. But, according to Blizzard, the actual point is, like, the cloak is theoretically infinite, so they're, like, in the same breath where they said, oh, well, you know, the cloak is no longer account-wide, they're like, but it is infinite, so if, theoretically, you wanted to grind for an infinite number of threads on one character, and eventually start one-shotting Siege of Orgrimmar bosses, it might take you a ridiculous amount of time to set that up, but you could do it, as if that is a consolation for them removing the account-wide nature of the cloak, which Yep.
I am out of range.
Classic fun detect bullshit. Yep, completely agree. I'll say what I always do. If you think it's dumb, which you should, make your voices heard. I guarantee you that Blizzard is going to see backlash because of this. If we are correct, and it is as bad as it seems, which does not surprise me because they did, like, if I would be more skeptical and say I'm probably missing something if they had not, like, hard pivoted their stance in public interviews and posts within the last 24 hours. The fact that their answers are all, we know for a fact it's not account-wide, but the fact that their answers all seem to indicate that they thought it was, quote-unquote, a little bit too much, that makes me think that it is pretty bad, right? It's definitely, we want to expect the worst. Now, reading all that stuff in interviews before it came out, I did not expect it to be 11% worse. I expected, like, my estimate that you can see, I said, my guess on my Discord was that the screenshot they posted in their announcement was the cap for what you could get to your alts as a starting point. Because in the same paragraph, when they discuss account-wide bonuses for alts, they have a screenshot of a cloak, and it has plus 324 to every stat, including plus 324% experience. And my assumption, and I would say the logical assumption for anybody with a brain, is you look at that and you think, okay, this is the highest cloak that you can get on your alts. And if you could get 324% starting experience on your alts, that's perfectly fine. While it may suck that it's no longer infinite and account bound, that is a perfectly valid starting point for alt cloaks to go up to. I don't think anybody would have been pissed off about that. But, well, there's a very big difference between 11% and 324%. So either it is really this bad, and in which case, I should also note, I'd be kind of pissed off about the misleading screenshot, because if the cap for alts as a starting point is 11%, then I have to ask, what the fuck is that screenshot doing in their advertisement post? Because that's kind of bad. There is absolutely no reason to put a screenshot like that right next to a paragraph where you talk about starting XP for alts, unless you expect people to make the assumption that this is what the starting point is, right? And if it is 11% and they knowingly put a 324% cloak as an advertisement, knowing that it was significantly lower in reality, that is really, 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 really shitty. My hope is that something is currently bugged with the achievements. What either the achievements are bugged and are not giving the intended values, or it could be something where as you start to level up, the baseline increases. So maybe you start off with 11%, but after you hit level 20, that 11% turns into like 40% or something. And it starts, the bonus that you get from the baseline will begin ramping up exponentially as you level up. Now that, I'm not saying I think that's how it actually works. That is my hope. That is the only way that I could see the way that Blizzard has advertised this coinciding with the way that we are currently seeing it work in-game. That would be a very weird implementation, but that is kind of the only thing that would make this work out. Because if it's not that, then it is just blatant or improper advertisement. It's, I don't know if I want to say it's false advertisement, but it is definitely not good advertisement. Not ethical advertisement. That's something that I think we can very safely agree on. What do I do here? How am I 54? Questing? Killing stuff? Playing the game? Vibing? Haven't done anything really special, I'm just... Oh, the mobs run to me. Okay, wait. Hold. Man, I love Nizal, but Thundering Orb's actually just kind of better. I feel like they buffed it from PTR, because I don't remember it doing nearly that much damage with PTR, but, I mean, I definitely cannot argue with how powerful it is right now. It just feels crazy good. Um... I don't know what I want. 5% verse, I guess.
I don't have a target.
Nice. How long do I have to sit here before the mob appears? Thundering Orb versus Oblivion Sphere for Windwalker. Oblivion Sphere single target, Thundering Orb AoE. Though that's honestly more for everybody, not just for Windwalker. Thundering Orb with the current tuning just is kind of the best AoE ability in the game. It's ludicrous how much damage it does. You do think this event is going to tank once people get to 70 and realize the BS? I mean... I don't want to say I called it, because, like... I was kind of already saying that I think this event is a little bit overhyped for a while. Mostly because I think the endgame loop and the way that this actually plays... I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I really don't like the green gems. I really just don't think it's fun. Now, obviously, I know that you're kind of more talking about the BS of, like, the alt leveling. And I guess, yeah, if alt leveling had been insanely fast, then maybe people would have just suffered through the bad design and, you know, leveled a million alts anyways. But, like, the endgame loop of this just inherently is not fun, because it's literally just farm insane gem combinations, and then just, like, mash buttons as these passive effects do all the work for you. And I don't find that interesting whatsoever. I just find that incredibly boring. So, really the only thing that this had going for it was like a fun way to level alt characters. And that was kind of like my thinking of it up until literally yesterday. Of like, well, I'm probably not going to end up having fun with the endgame aspect of it, because it's just going to be really stupid. But at the very least, you know, it could be a fun way to, like, level alts, and it could be, like, a fun speedrun format, basically. You know, I'm always looking for, like, interesting ways to, like, spice up speedruns, because, you know, doing the same thing over and over can be a little bit boring, and I know people like watching that. People always ask me, like, you know, when are you doing another Dragonflight speedrun? And the answer is never. I'm done with speedruns in Dragonflight, like, regular Dragonflight, because I've done literally every single spec in the game. I've done so many speedruns, and I found the fastest route, like, a while ago, and it's just, like, the same old thing. So I was kind of like, yeah, you know, if it's a fun way to level alts, that's my silver lining, right? I may not have a ton of fun with it, but at the very least, you know, could be nice. But yeah, if Blizzard's taking that away, then... I don't know. I just genuinely don't know what their game plan is. They probably don't really have one. JoJo Monk SFX is the add-on. So just JoJo space Monk space, then the letters SFX. You can even see in my add-on. It might be called Interface, maybe now. I believe it used to be called SFX. Maybe it is JoJo Monk Interface. They might have changed the name. So. Ooh, this thing's like rapid fire. The hitbox is fucking awful, though. Hello? 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 I can't shoot anything. It's just passing right through. Maybe, I think it, like, has to travel a certain distance or it just doesn't detonate. In which case, then I want to make sure I shoot the close ones as soon as I can, because otherwise they'll pass right through.
What is that thing? Is it really trying
Oh, shit. Oh, did I fuck up? Oh, never mind. Nice, we're good.
I can't attack that target.
Let's get down there and finish it off.
Well, technically I killed it, so I don't know if there's much to finish off. Huh. And spent talent points. So I go Resonant Fists, and what do I want at this point? Probably Swen's Battle Gear. Blizzard plans, I think you're expecting too much? Yeah, really. You just use it as an alt-level farm? Well, Brayman Plucker, that's exactly what I'm saying. If my estimations are correct, and again, I could be wrong, this is going to be worse for leveling alts. Now, that being said, you could argue that it's better to level alts here, because then you could use them to farm more bronze, to farm more cosmetics. So, like, all of my alts at this point, I am going to level here. There we go. But if somebody is purely interested in leveling alts to have, like, different classes to play, as it stands, it appears like it will be faster to just play regular WoW. Or, at the very least, it'll be faster to level up to 60 now, and then do 60 to 70 during War Within pre-patch. Rogue feels so bad in Remix. I mean, you could take out the Remix part of that, and that would just describe Rogue in general. Rogue is gonna feel bad in leveling regardless of the format.
I must get closer.
And one of the biggest issues right now is survivability, and Rogue is notoriously terrible at survivability.
To get in, we will need specially tuned crystals from some of the Mantid leaders in the area. I located these leaders here.
Uh,
Here.
Critical Strike Gloves. Nice.
Kill them. Take the crystals. Should be simple enough.
We'll take out these gems. That in there. It's probably fine. Speed legs, leech chest. Miss me with that. Oh, nice rare mob. Woo. Huge. Rare mobs probably hit pretty hard though, so I need to be careful. Right, they summon a tornado. If memory serves, the tornado does massive damage. Don't want to get hit by that. Wild Charge. Cool. I got 2 gems. Freedom and Wild Charge. Mastery Helmet.
I must get closer.
Now strike the Wind Lord, and now spinning Crane Kick. Nice. You've been looking for the add-on for the... Oh, I read that. My bad. Playing Rogue right now, level 40... What am I getting hit by? Jesus. Playing Rogue right now, level 40. It's pretty fine with the Fire Shield gem. It's fun and safe. I mean, it's more than fine. I'm not saying don't play Rogue, but it is just objectively the case that Rogue is the worst leveling spec. Or worst leveling class. The leveling gems will maybe help your survivability a little bit once you get them, but it does still require you to get them, and every other class will just be able to take much better offensive gems, while Rogue is basically forced to use defensive options because they just can't live otherwise. Probably a ton of people leveling as tank specs, so you're competing for 2 spots. Oh, LFR might... Yeah, if you're queuing as a tank in LFR, it's going to take you, like, literally an eternity to get queues. If you want to get LFR queues, you need to queue as a healer. Also, I don't think LFR is bugged. You also have to realize that, like, you shouldn't be doing LFR. Because LFR literally gives no experience. So I'm willing to bet that the moment Wowhead put out their post saying LFR gives no experience, everybody immediately stopped queuing. So it's probably a combination of general scarcity of players and tanks being the hardest role to get into LFR with. By the way, that applies to retail as well. I do all of my LFR runs on my alts whenever I'm like gearing up an alt. Even as on tanks, I do queue as a healer, and I get near instant queues on like actual Dragonflight, and then I just DPS or tank. And it literally does not matter. Because LFR does no damage, you could solo heal LFR. So, every once in a while, you'll get somebody in raid chat going, why is our healer tanking? Or something like that, and then nobody gives a shit, and I have yet to ever be vote kicked for it. It helps when you're, like, actually pulling your weight, right? So, nobody's gonna kick you for queuing as a healer when you are the top DPS. They're going to look at your damage and be like, fuck it, whatever. Like, is what it is. Because it, like, literally doesn't matter. You're also, mind you, helping them. Because it's, if you have healers who are DPSing, it's just getting done faster. You did a heroic dungeon at level 20-ish and tanks are getting rolled? Well, yeah, you can't do heroic dungeons at low levels. They're just not made for it. It is a design problem that Blizzard allows you to queue for it. They are just simply not designed to be done at low levels. I suspect, I could be wrong in this, but my prediction is that Blizzard removes the ability for low levels to queue for heroic dungeons because the only thing that is happening is people are queuing for it, expecting it to be, like, designed for leveling, getting absolutely steamrolled, and just having a bad experience. And it's not even an efficient way to level. So, right now, heroic dungeons serve only as a way to bait unaware players into wasting their time and having a miserable experience. That's just bad design, and I highly expect Blizzard to change that. And I'm surprised that did not get changed from PTR. Oblivion Sphere is the best meta for Windwalker, with Funeral Pyre coming second. I mean, I don't know where you heard that. There is absolutely not enough time to test that right now. Oblivion Sphere is good, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, you're saying that like it's a fact. If somebody put out, like, a guide on the best things for Windwalker or whatever, I guarantee you it's most likely just Feely crafting. Which, like, you know, people have been asking me all day what the best things are, and I've given answers to that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is take all of that with a grain of salt. Do not blindly trust everything you see that says XYZ thing is the best, especially when the mode hasn't even been out for 24 hours. There's not nearly enough time to definitively say what is best at this point. From Babylonius, yeah. I mean, Babs is a good resource, but, like, here's a little secret about Wowhead. They force writers to make generic clickbait things like that. So even though, like, I know Babs, and we're not necessarily on great terms right now, but I still expect, or I still respect his quality research. And when I did raid with Babs, one thing that he did mention a few times is that they're, like, Wowhead will force the writers to adhere to a certain format. So you will need to basically make these pages that are like, what is the best XYZ thing? Because Wowhead likes to clickbait, and they like to clickbait what is the best XYZ thing. So even the really good guide writers like Babs are forced to do that. Now, I happen to, like I said, I agree with Babs on that, of I think Oblivion Sphere is best. I don't know if there's enough testing at this point to say Funeral Pyre is second best. I would personally say that it would be Oblivion Sphere first, Thundering Orb second best for AoE settings. But that's the thing. Babs probably did not test Panda Remix much at all, and I don't blame him. And Wowhead contractually told him he needs to, in this guide, include a list of the best XYZ thing for Windwalker. And one of the funny things that I've seen Babs do in a few of the articles is go look at Wowhead's article for the best Boolean options for every spec, and every single class on there, or spec on there, has just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 list of the best Boolean options. And then you go to Windwalker, and Babs has a bullet point list. He's the only writer who put a bullet point list in his breakdown of the best things, because, like, instead of just blindly putting what are the best 5 options, he broke it down into, like, more, you know, it's these two, then depending on the type of content you're doing, it's these other things. So this Babs guy, no, Tool, how did you get that from what I'm saying? No. I'm saying that Babs has a higher standard than the clickbait for Wowhead. So even in articles where Wowhead tries to force him to put a generic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he is the only writer who is trying to basically break the format and add, like, bullet points explaining why the different options are good and which scenarios they're good for. So Babs is definitely one of the best Wowhead guide writers. So I definitely would trust his opinion, but I will say, no matter what, be skeptical about generic rankings that you see when content has been out for less than 24 hours. There is a reason that I have not put out a leveling guide yet, despite, in my opinion, being one of the best, if not the best person to make leveling guides, because I have not done enough testing to be confident in my information. And only the bottom barrel clickbait websites will be making rankings like that when we have not had enough testing. Anybody like me who actually values the testing process and wants to make sure that we have enough information before we put out guides like that, you're not going to see that information for another few days. What's the most efficient way to level? Well, it's not LFR. LFR gives no experience. Also, Sean, I will read messages again, just, you know, relax. But yeah, LFR gives no experience. Dungeons are pretty bad. Just started right now, got any tips? Ignore LFR. That's honestly my main tip. Ignore LFR, mostly do quests. Dungeons aren't necessarily terrible, but they are relatively inefficient. You've been enjoying Icy Veins more? So here's the key to evaluating guides. It's all about the author. There are good guides on Wowhead and good guides on Icy Veins. There's shit guides on Wowhead and shit guides on Icy Veins. The website means fuck all. Whenever you look at a guide, look at who wrote it. If it's written by Joe Schmo from off the street that nobody knows and Wowhead just paid some random fucking guy to write the article, don't trust that information. But if it's written by someone like Babylonius, who has a long-standing track record of putting out high-quality information for that subject, in this case, Windwalker Monk, well then yeah, that's a completely different story. Then you can trust that information. But like Babs, for instance, I don't know if this is still the case, but I suspect it is. When I knew him, he always just did the generic guides for Wowhead and Icy Veins, the stuff that they forced him to, and if you really want the good shit, you go to his website, Peak of Serenity. Because Peak of Serenity, which Babs runs, he's able to do whatever the fuck he wants there. He's not forced to do clickbait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. He can just post like gigantic paragraphs explaining why XYZ thing is better. So I would assume that it's, you know, still the case, but that was always, if you wanted to learn about Monk, that was the site you really went to. The actual website, or the Discord, because the Discord it's basically the site, but, you know, in Discord form. I don't know why. I'd assume you're just trolling, James P. So I don't know what I said that's making you hate Babs. Yeah. And I should note, and I say this as somebody who, Babs kicked me out of his guild. Well, kind of. More his officers kicked me out of his guild, but he was the GM. And I still respect his work. I have my differences with him personally, but I am not going to let that change my opinion on him as a guide writer. I still think he is one of the best theory crafters out there. Alright, I'm gonna put you in timeout just for being weird. I don't know. Randomly, like... yeah. That's just trolling for no reason. Yeah, I know it... Well, at that point, yes, obviously, I have timed him out. At a certain point. I figured it was a troll, but here's the thing. There are people who make bad jokes sometimes. Like, 1 or 2 streams ago, there was somebody who, like... I think it was the Feral Druid stream. They kept making, like, these kind of weird, cringy jokes, and... I started off and I just said, hey, look, you know, weird jokes like that, they make me kind of uncomfortable. Can we just, like, you know, relax a little bit? And credit to them, they actually apologized, and they said, sorry, you know, I know that that's probably annoying, and they stopped. And it was like, wow. No? So, I always want to give people, like, a chance or two. Sometimes people just think the thing they're saying is really funny, and it's not. And you know, you gotta give them a little wake-up call and just be like, hey, calm down, man. And they'll relax. Not everybody, though. You're patient with weird jokes. You've been banned multiple times ago. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's really... There's a difference between... Like, I know I said before it was somebody who was making a weird joke. But... Like, there's a difference between just goofy jokes and, like... I say joke because it's easier to understand, but, like, the thing that the person was saying in the last stream, it wasn't even funny. It was just, like, objectively weird comments. And I know some people, to them, like, gross out humor, it is a thing, but it is never something that I enjoy. Like, asking the streamer weird, inappropriate questions, like, blatantly inappropriate, that I think most people would understand. That's just not something you ask anybody, much less somebody on a stream. Some people think that's funny, and that's why I don't want to be like, no, fuck you, don't ask me that, you're banned, or something like that. I want to give them a chance to be like, you know, like, I'm not cool with, like, weird humor like that, but, you know, if you relax and you're chill, I don't really mind. You got it. Honestly, it's, yeah, morbid curiosity, I understand. I honestly, I've made it sound worse than it actually is, probably. It's just like, I don't know, just weird cringy shit. It was more cringe than anything. It wasn't even like anything especially bad. Like, if people say stuff that is just really bad, like swear words or anything like really, really just offensive to groups of people in general, like, that is just not okay. And that will just instantly get banned. This was just like weird, cringy things to say, like the stuff that you would expect like a little kid to say on like 4chan or something. And it's just like dumb. Like, not bannable, but like when I keep having to look in chat and see these like weird, cringy questions, just like, come on, cool it a little bit. Yeah, exactly. People a lot of times, you know, they forget that, like, you know, I'm just trying to level and vibe, and like I'm just an actual person playing the game. You know, I'm just like everybody else. I get uncomfortable when people ask me weird shit. It's like really that simple. Yeah, and then when people keep repeating the same thing over and over. That too. Suggesting you do Volpera foot streams reviews is weird, fun troll. Yeah, and there's also, like, the whole... Like, I don't know if you started saying that sticky sauce because of my friend Zach, but, like, he's been saying that to me jokingly for a while. Like, basically, ever since I first started streaming, he'll, like, pop into my chat and be like, when are the OnlyFans foot streams going to start? Stuff like that. But, like, you know, I know that he's doing it because he's my friend and he's just trying to fuck with me. And, it, like, if it's one of my friends who I know is just doing it to, like, mess with me for fun, that's different than, like, a random person who I don't know at all. There is a certain level of, like, you know, comfortability of, I already know this person and I don't mind if they're, you know, saying weird shit to me. And, like, at this point, you're in the streams often enough and you've made that joke, like, a bunch of times that, like, I'm not going to say that it's the funniest thing ever, but I also know that you're not trying to just say weird, gross out stuff. It's just, like, it's a running gag, basically, is the way I view it. So, yeah, that doesn't bother me. Usually only do weird jokes once you've read the channel, we semi-figured out some of the in-jokes. Yeah, exactly. For sure. Yeah, it's the people who just fire off with, like, the most random, off-the-hip shit. That's where it gets a little bit weird. Yeah, exactly. I agree that, like, to me, I think that is just basic human interaction 101, but, yeah, it can... That's also the other thing, like, it can also be... There are a lot of people where understanding boundaries and stuff is just hard for them. Like, there are genuine, like, social disorders and stuff like that. And while somebody can say something that would make me uncomfortable, if that's not their intent, and they just, like, read the room wrong, I don't want them to feel bad. So I always want to just be like, hey, you know... This is the line. If you don't cross that in the future, we're chill. Just keep that in mind. The urge to troll is so high right now. Yeah. And here's the thing. Inevitably, whenever I discuss something like this, that's what happens. A lot of people say, like, you know, funny stuff like that. And also, when I am discussing this, I am way more lax about, you know, doing that. Because I know a lot of people are doing it specifically because I'm talking about it. Kind of falls also into the category of reading the room. If I'm talking about people trolling me, people are more likely to troll me, so I don't give as much of a shit. Brain rot goes to people's heads sometimes, yeah. I know you haven't written a guide intentionally, and you probably answered this, but are there quest zones you'd recommend we avoid in terms of time sink bait? Really just these two. Krasarong and Valley. And I guess Veil of Eternal Blossoms, it technically is not a leveling zone. That being said, the Golden Lotus dailies, while there aren't many of them, they are fine, but it really is just Valley of the Four Winds and Krasarong Wilds. And there are, like, one or two quests, or questing hubs in Valley that are good. Krasarong is almost across the board bad. If you want to know which ones to avoid or do in Valley and Krasarong, just go to that part of the stream. Because I wasn't there for long, and I did really all the efficient quests in that area. You rule? Thanks, no problem, yeah. And I would say that the two best zones by far are this one, Town Long Steps. You can see the quest density here is amazing. Really great quest density in this zone. And Kunlai Summit is also really good. Kunlai has some RP sections, but it's like Kunlai will have one or two annoying RP quests, but then right after it, there'll be really good quest dense hubs. So it's pretty fine overall. And then Dread Wastes is... Dread Wastes, honestly, I need to test a little bit more because, like, I haven't really leveled through Dread Wastes many times. It's one of those zones where, like, back in MoP, by the time you got there, a lot of times you were close to 90 already. So, while I did it a few times just for the Klaxi stuff, I never really did it while leveling. Almost every single character I leveled in MoP, I hit 90 before really doing Dread Wastes. I maybe did, like, the introduction stuff. And then I either just wouldn't finish it, or I would come back after I was already max level and do all the quests there. So it's hard for me to, like, remember exactly how efficient it is for leveling. We'll have to test it and see. Is Quick Strike good? Which one? Quick Strike? Yeah. So the thing about Quick Strike is if you look at the damage breakdown, you'll usually see that it doesn't do that much damage, but I suspect, and I could be wrong in this, I suspect that it triggers anything that will work on auto attacks. So I think it is actually pretty good just because it will like trigger bonuses from your abilities and whatnot. Yes, I just scrolled up. Yes, Kelly, you have permission to be weird. Have you been doing quests for the past 6.5 hours to be 55? I've been doing mostly quests, yes. I experimented with a few other things, but basically every other leveling method that I tried out was really bad. And then once I decided that quests are just consistent and I know that they're good, I have mostly just been doing that, yeah. Also, one optimization that I can say right out of the gate is all of the one-time quests, like the really efficient ones, so the LFR quests, most dungeon quests, etc., save them for level 65 plus. Because while doing these quests, I am unlocking more threads from my cloak. And for anybody who didn't know, you can no longer get experience threads after level 65. So those last 5 levels, whatever XP value you get up to, that's where it stays. Like right now I'm at 65%. But for instance, if I keep doing quests now and earning more threads, and then save all of like the big quest turn-ins for after 65 when I can't get any XP anyway, that's just like more efficient use of your time. Because then you're basically doing activities that involve getting threads the most while you're still eligible to get the good thread, which is XP, duh. And that's the only one you really care about anyway, because, I mean, let's be honest, the other threads, you can just farm as many as you want at max level, so like, who cares? Nice. It's one down. Yeah, LFR went from being the best leveling method on PTR to it gives literally no XP now. Blizzard Pendulum balanced it as they do many times. They said, oh, we don't want LFR to be the... Are you kidding? Fucking hell. Those stuns are really annoying. Wow, that was nice. Tireless Spirit, put that there. Torch of Midnight, that's a two-hander. Fervor. We're probably good. Yeah. Wow, 600 bronze from that achievement. Very nice. Ooh, I got a versatility chest. That's big. And I want mastery. I'll upgrade my gems eventually. But I think it's pretty clear at this point that I'm doing enough damage that I can't... I'm not, like, super concerned about getting big upgrades. So I'd rather just continue blasting leveling. Yeah, this... Like, I haven't reached a point where I'm like, oh no, I really need to get my upgrades or leveling's gonna slow down. It's like, we're kind of fine. Yeah, we'll do... Big thing... Wow, what even... I think Explosive Barrage kicked off the chain that just erased all of those mobs. Cool. Sure. Good. I just have one other quest. Also, I apologize for missing like a handful of messages. Where's the cave entrance? Oh, it's a burrow entrance underground. You drag these mobs over the thing, and then do the explosion. Ah, nice. Easy peasy. Is there anything we can do with the bad Tinker Gems besides trashing them? Nah, just hold on to them. I don't even think you can scrap the Tinker Gems, can you? If so, that's news to me. But even if you can, I would just hold on to them because you can't get duplicates. So if you get a bad Tinker Gem, just hold on to it and eventually you'll get the one you want. Irony in a fox not finding a burrow, true. What XP percent am I at for my cape? 65%. Okay. Since I'm already here, I'm going to take this opportunity to clean out my bags a little bit and organize my gems and stuff. Okay, so now, oh, I missed some. Now I want to find the gem vendor, who is this lady over here. I have 9,000, so I'm just going to buy, I don't even know, I could probably buy, what, like 30? I can buy... Sure. Can't scrap the gems? Gotcha. It's like Legion legendaries all over again. Yeah, at the very least, by the time you hit max level, you'll have all of them, so it really doesn't matter that much. The Colton Glory. As for what XP percent you should be aiming for, I mean, there's not really much to aim for. You either get it or you don't, right? You can't really control how much XP you gain. It's completely random. So you level up, you do whatever, and you're going to get some XP. However much you get, that's what you live with. The only thing that you can control is, like I said before, because at 65 you no longer gain it, regardless of how much you are at when you hit 65, make sure that you do all the one-time stuff after that, because you will not be able to get any more. And yes, you can put them in the bank. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit because I missed a bunch of messages. When the speed leveling guy didn't put out that info, why would anyone think there's well-researched info out there already? Yep, pretty much. Do you think the reported short leveling times in the War Within is a good move? It's clickbait, Mill. I don't know if you're still here. WoW had clickbaited the shit out of that short leveling time thing. It's literally the exact same thing they did in Dragonflight. It's non-information. Blizzard has stated on many occasions ever since the rework in with Chromie Time that the intent for them, and they even said this back in Shadowlands, that they will rebalance experience every single expansion so that the time it takes to level up to the current expansion is roughly comparable across new expansions. So 10 to 50 in Shadowlands, 10 to 60 in Dragonflight, 10 to 70 now in the War Within. It was always intended to be the exact same amount of time. So Wowhead did this big clickbait thing on massive experience reductions in the War Within, and it's literally just the exact same across the board 1 to 70 rebalancing that Blizzard did to 1 to 60 back when Dragonflight launched. The entire point is that 1 to 70 should now feel exactly the same as 1 to 60 feels in Dragonflight. That is literally all they did, and as usual, Wowhead made it a whole thing when it's just not information. It's something that we already knew about. It is good, though, but, I mean, It's good. I'm happy with it, but it's like for anybody who already knew what Blizzard was doing and didn't get misled by Wowhead, we've known this is the plan since Shadowlands. Wowhead just likes to trick people to get clicks. That's just how their website works. Everyone except you, the bear tank, and the warlock died to a boss, and you kited it to the moon and managed to kill it. Nice. Just use Thundering Orb after you mentioned it was Biss. You were not kidding. Yeah, it's insane. Public is the author for the Icy Van Shadow Priest, and he's absolutely goated. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I never play Shadow Priest. I know nothing about Shadow Priest, and I know Public's name. Like, I recognize that name because he's a big name in the theory crafting community. His name carries weight. So if I see that there is Shadow Priest information from Public, I'm immediately like, yeah, I believe that. But if I see Shadow Priest information from some random person, I'm not necessarily going to say it's wrong, but I will double check and cross-reference before I blindly trust it. You agree most of the time you use WoW for individual learning or baseline info. You find individuals like Bab, Equinox, Dorky, etc. at the top end and have videos on particular specs. Yep. How do you enjoy this over normal leveling? It's fun to return to MoP, but I'm willing to bet if I did this as many times as I've done retail leveling, I would actually start to hate it, if I'm being real. I prefer retail leveling over this if it was like I had to do 100 runs. If I had to do 100 retail runs or 100 runs of this, I'd pick retail 100% of the time because I really hate the gems. While the inventory management of this mode is a fun, novel concept, and it's nice to do it once or twice, this was annoying for me to do in the PTR, and I've already done multiple speedruns through this mode, and it is still a pain in the ass to do all this inventory management, even on my third, fourth run. I technically, this is my fourth run, but it's my third streamed run. It is still really annoying, and this will get old very fast. And you have to do this on every character, because there's no, like, heirlooms. You can't mail stuff over to your alts. And without doing all of this stupid gem combination inventory management, your character will just get fucked by the scaling, and you will just start to die. So you either get boosted or you do the inventory management every time to make sure you keep up with the curve of the difficulty of the mobs. So yeah, fun once and twice, not going to be fun long term. There's only one guide writer I hate. I think I know which one that is. And I agree. Does leveling seem long? Feels normal. I think I read most of these messages. Only reason you're playing is because of alt leveling and for Cloak to be account bound. Now you're thinking, what's the point? Yep, I'm right with you there. Like I said before, complain on the forums. Make your voice heard. What's the command to see played time on your character? /played. You can't see it because my timer's covering it, but, you know, it's the same as the timer. You've got antisocial and spectrum, so yeah, you can be weird. You try to read rooms, though. Some don't, but it's a combo that can go south, basically. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, definitely, it seems like you understand my stance on that. Being able to do Claxy campaign with the increased rep gains might make Dread Wastes more valuable. Possibly, yeah, that's something to test, for sure. You did your first Red Draenei today in Remix, and instantly some random player yelled Filthy Eridar. Nice. You're level 30, should you bail on Jade Forest? Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, do not finish Jade Forest. Jade Forest is only good for the early levels, and the early levels tend to be just enough to get you to level 20, which is what you need to be able to bail. The moment you unlock Kunlai Summit, beeline there immediately. It is so much faster than the other zones that come before it. You can't get XP threads up to 65? No. You can already kind of tell this is a flop. When Plunderstorm launched, Guild Disc was full for days with people playing it. We don't have a single person in voice right now. Damn. Wouldn't say flop so much as lots of players have already leveled up every class and are only doing so, or doing the remix for the transmog. I know someone who says them remix is only about getting tusks. Yeah, I think what Musical Surgeon in chat is saying is more so like the people in our guilds were very excited about Plunderstorm. And a lot of them expressed that they were excited about this, but I haven't looked in Guild Discord, but it seems like the general reception is lower. And frankly, I can't blame them. I am like enjoying this as much as I enjoy any leveling run. That is to say, it's a long process and it can be a little bit boring. But the thing that I enjoy about these leveling runs is that I get to talk to people in chat. That's the reason that I like streaming these. It makes it more entertaining for me. And it's something different. And the thing is, I do this shit all the time. Right? This is literally my job. And There was a message I skipped over earlier. What do you do for a living? Well, on that topic, this. Literally this. YouTube is what I do for a living now. So, kind of on that point, this is literally my job. And it's nice to do something different every now and then. Because I'm going to have to do this anyway. I'm going to have to put out a leveling guide. So, if this was extremely boring and I was miserable the entire time, that would kind of suck. But, like, it's entertaining enough that I'm, like, not bored. It's something to do. So I don't mind, but I will say that, like, compared to Plunderstorm, obviously Plunderstorm was way more fun. And I already talked about Plunderstorm earlier in the stream, but, like, I just genuinely had fun with Plunderstorm. Like, Musical Surgeon in chat, I helped her power level her renown for no reason other than I wanted to do it because it's fun. And we had a lot of fun just steamrolling people. It was like a slaughter when we really got, like, synergized and we figured out each other's builds and stuff. I loved Plunderstorm. It was just a fun game mode. So I played that not for videos because, frankly, all the... outside of my Renown farming guide, which obviously my Plunderstorm Renown guide did really well, but the other videos I made for Plunderstorm, like the tier list, they bombed. They did absolutely terribly. So I continued playing Plunderstorm in spite of the fact that it really wasn't good for videos or my channel at all. I just enjoyed the game mode. This, gonna be honest, so far, could be wrong. Maybe it starts to grab me a little bit more. This feels like the kind of thing that I do all my testing so that I can make you guys a really efficient leveling guide. And I also plan on making a Garrosh heirloom farming guide, because that is something that I am going to have to do regardless, because I don't have the Garrosh heirlooms outside of the two-handed strength axe. So I'm going to look into that. I will put out a guide on the easiest way to do that, and I'm going to make sure you have access to that information, and then I probably drop this game mode and do literally anything else, because it is just not something that I see myself really enjoying long-term. Contrast that to Cataclysm Classic, for instance, where I am just genuinely excited for Cata Classic, and it's kind of a similar thing where my Cata videos don't perform poorly, but, like, my retail videos get, like, 3 times the views usually as anything I make for Classic, and I still play Classic and make videos for it because I just find it fun. And, the way I see it is I want to make sure also I have, like, a massive quest turn in here. I think I kind of want to sit on this. But yeah, the reason that I continue playing Classic and making Classic videos is just because I enjoy it. And if I'm going to play it anyway, I might as well cover it. With the Cloak and XP nerfs, you don't see yourself playing this mode much outside of transmogs? Yeah. I think that's kind of my stance on it. It's like, I don't see the point, really. Only way to make Remix fun with lots of alts is making an army of Panda Girls, yeah. Blizz loves limited events. They should keep some as permanent edition. Yeah, I still think it was a massive mistake to do the whole, like, Plunderstorm is this limited thing, blah, 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 blah. I genuinely don't know why Plunderstorm was not a permanent event. The only reason why it is limited is because FOMO bullshit. And that kind of pisses me off, because it should not be FOMO bullshit. Oh, shit, this is... They already nerfed XP Cloak from the PTR. Like, I'll have to go back and check exactly where my Cloak was at this point in the leveling route. I'm pretty sure my Cloak was already in the 100s by this point in my leveling. So, it has been nerfed already. You feel like they buffed this soon to try and salvage it? Yeah. I mean, I think, if anything, the biggest mistake that Blizzard made is not doing a second testing weekend. If they wanted to test this experience and stuff, like, that's fine if they want to tweak it a little bit. But the fact that they massively nerfed experience with no notice is kind of bad. Because think about it this way, if they had done a second testing weekend and gotten feedback on this, almost universally people would have said, this kind of sucks, Blizzard. Why are we doing this? Like, why are we just making it so much worse for the sake of being worse? And I would hope that if they had gotten that feedback, they would have realized it's just not good to nerf it for no reason. Like, for instance, if they had done the change to make LFR completely gutted, everybody immediately would have said, this is excessive, right? Like, it's one thing to make LFR not the best leveling method, but to just completely kill its viability entirely, that's just a bad change. That is like a, we didn't test this change. And I am still very annoyed that we did not get a second testing weekend, because I already knew that it was going to be not perfect, because even when things are properly tested, they are never perfect with Blizzard. But the fact that they only got a very minimal amount of player feedback on what was objectively just a very buggy test weekend, and they just sent it with nothing else, I already knew that there were going to be problems. And obviously, I'm biased. I'm annoyed because I didn't get to do any testing to actually make a good leveling guide, so that pisses me off too. But even beyond that, I still think Blizzard should have waited.
Next one is on me. May the mists protect.
Okay, before I do anything else, I should combine my gems. Is max level 70? Or, yeah, it's the same as regular WoW. Yeah. For people, there's a few people in chat who are, like, seemingly concerned about nerfs. What I will tell you, just to be sure, so you know that you didn't miss anything, they haven't nerfed anything, to my knowledge, since the servers went live. So you don't need to worry about, like, you know, exploit early, exploit often. It's pretty much worked the same since it launched, you know, 7 hours ago. However, from what we tested on the PTR a few weeks ago, actually a month ago at this point, it is severely nerfed. Now, the main character, like your first character that you level, you're not really going to notice a difference because it is basically the same. I am getting slightly less experience towards the end now than I was on my character on that first testing weekend. But at the same time, they also fixed a lot of the bugs that were making leveling much slower, so now it overall feels around the same pace. You're really going to start to notice the difference when you get to your second and your third character, and if you watched my Paladin leveling run on MoP Remix that I posted on my second channel, it will be pretty glaring how big the difference is from before and now. Alright, we got our first legendary gem. And I can take my gems out of my gear and craft a few more. That'll be pretty nice to have. So, we got a legendary armor gem, a legendary crit gem, a legendary verse gem. Mastery too. Very nice. My gear is going to be super pretty. So definitely want to put the verse one, then mastery. Then I want haste. And I will take the legendaries because they give a bonus. And here's the nice thing, right? Like, this is the cap for gems. So I've already reached the gem cap at low level because I've been investing in all of my gems. So whereas a lot of other people are hoarding their bronze, I have been pumping all of my bronze into getting these gems done as soon as possible. And this is, like, now a permanent upgrade. I'm not going to be replacing these gems ever, because you can't upgrade them further. And most people aren't even going to get a legendary gem until they hit max level, because they're not going to be buying all those gem upgrades. But if you do buy the gem upgrades, there you go. The gem system in this makes your jewel crafter side weep in despair, yeah. What was the XP nerf? The main thing that they changed is the cloak is no longer account-wide. So if you go back earlier in the stream, I gave, like, a detailed breakdown in it. I don't want to, like, repeat it for the 5th time, but I'll give you the TLDR. Instead of the cloak just being account-wide, now you only get a baseline starting amount for your alts by progressing this achievement, Infinite Power. That is the only way to give power to your alts. Now, I I don't have any concrete proof of this, but I suspect that the rate at which you earn percent experience as you're leveling has been nerfed. Because I was at a much higher XP modifier at this point on my first character than I, like, you know, am right now. But I don't have any proof of that because here's the thing. That could just be variance, right? I can't say for sure whether it actually has been nerfed or it is literally just standard, you know, like I got maybe really lucky on my first character and this character is really unlucky or something. Though that being said, based on what other people have told me as to where their cloak is at, I seem to be, like, right now on this character at a pretty average amount of XP modifiers. So I don't think I'm necessarily unlucky, and I don't really think I got especially lucky the first time either. Which is why I suspect that what actually happened is they just nerfed the rate at which you acquire XP threads. But that one I do not have proof of. The, yes! Finally, Soul Shape. Alright. Heroic Leap, you served us well. But Soul Shape is calling me. Yeah, I'd rather have Mastery. I'll also do this. Got Spirit Walk here. It's kind of amazing that I've gotten almost every single upgrade that I want except for Slay. Somehow I still have not managed to get Slay. It's kind of amazing, honestly. Also, right now, I don't necessarily know if this is, like, good for leveling at all. I suspect it's not. But the reason I'm doing this is because there's all these rares up because nobody's here yet. So I figure may as well just kill some rares. And also, this isn't necessarily bad for experience because while I'm doing this, I'm gaining more threads by just killing mobs. So there's a higher chance of me getting additional experience threads, which I can then leverage after hitting higher levels to level up a little bit faster. How do you get those Japanese voices? It's an add-on. It's JoJo Monk, either SFX or Interface. They may have changed the name. I'm not 100% sure. But it is a JoJo soundboard add-on. It's SFX? Okay, cool. Yeah, the only reason I wasn't sure is because I've been saying JoJo Monk SFX and a few people have still said they couldn't find it. And then when I checked the actual add-on name in my list, it said Interface, like in-game. So I was like, did they maybe change the name of the add-on? But that's good to know that I've been saying the correct thing. Nice. Yeah, see, I'm getting, like, threads from almost every single one of these big pulls that I do. It's like so many mobs here. Woo! Give me those threads. Oh, baby. Yeah, this is actually quite nice. Bet you're going crazy? No. Yeah, I get asked about it every single time I play a monk. but I could not live without the JoJo sound effects. It's too good. You would drop dead after 7 hours of WoW without a break, man? Ah. You think I'm only going 7 hours? No, I will be streaming for... Well, I will be playing at the very least for a while, still. And basically, for the next 4 days, whenever I'm not playing WoW, I am going to be in Adobe Premiere editing World of Warcraft videos. So, there's no escape. Bronze is for your tune. Only got one stamina thread there. Haraldin will emerge at the end of Remix as a pale orc. That's right, honestly. Deactivate Spirit Wall. Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be just farming random mobs, I might as well. There's a rare mob... Oh, there's a rare mob right here. Will you be able to easily get all the rewards if you put the time in? Honestly, I can't say at this stage. I genuinely don't know how long it's going to take to farm. Because we really don't know how efficiently you can farm bronze at max level. We don't really have a frame of reference. So, maybe, maybe not. It also really depends on, like, what you define as a proper amount of time. Because, like, obviously... I'm sure it is possible to get all of the rewards. Like, if you grinded literally non-stop every day, you would eventually get all of them. But then the question is, would it be realistically possible for, like, the average player? And to that, I hope so, but I genuinely do not know. Nice. Locus of Power. That might be one of the last ones I needed. I got Slay! It finally dropped! Oh my god! It's a miracle! Oh, and Meteor Storm. Meteor Storm's actually really good. I got a Helm upgrade. Okay, well, honestly, that was one of the other main reasons that I was even doing this, is I really wanted to get Slay. So, mission accomplished there. Now I just need to figure out where the fuck I put it. This helmet is an upgrade, so I can use this. Slay plus brittle is crazy, yeah. Yes, yeah. Honestly, every single time I think about Slay, I think of that. Like, Yas Queen Slay. Sunstrider's Flourish is doing, like, no damage, so I'm just gonna take it out for now. Put Meteor Storm in because it's just better, and put that, and Slay goes here. It's like a built-in Todd, yeah. It is nuts. I got it really early in my PTR leveling run too, so it has been rough not having it thus far, because I was so used to playing with it. I think I got it early in both of my testing runs, actually. And it is quite literally... It may actually be the very last green gem that I needed, which is a little bit unfortunate, but... You know, could be a lot worse, I suppose. Alright, I want to go high up into the air, can I climb this? Either way, I'm gonna go up into the air and then lightning orb, because I'm pretty sure lightning orb is blocked by line of sight, but I think by climbing really high up, it hits everything. I have no idea if like that was actually perfectly calculated and that was like a 5,000 IQ move, or if like it would have hit everything anyway, but I'm gonna pretend that it would have been blocked by line of sight and that what I did was actually just genius, so that I feel better about myself. 58 almost there. You had to stop watching to finish work. Yeah, we're making progress. And I am glad, considering how dire things seemed for a little while there. White Tiger. Skyreach and... How do I do this again? Deactivate Spirit Wall. I have no idea how I'm supposed to deactivate the Spirit Wall. Maybe the quest explains it. No? It doesn't really. Anybody remember how the fuck we have to do this in MoP? You're back from the gym, the grind continues? Nice. Small Fox bullies local stone dogs, refuses further comment. Yeah. I literally, you missed Slay by like 1 minute. I got it basically a minute ago. It took forever, but finally happens. Is it a backtrack? Yeah. I did these quests way back in the day. Like, I did this stuff a long time ago. I want to say that there's like some random switch that you gotta hit in a different part of the area, and that unlocks it. I think you need to carry an orb. That sounds right. Also... do that. This is not as fun as you thought. You guess you'll wait for findings regarding leveling speed? Yeah. I did try to warn people. But... I don't blame people for getting their hopes up. I mean, like... I can't speak for everybody on what ruins it for them. I've already been pretty clear about, like, what ruins it for me, which is the artifact ability, or not the artifact abilities, the Azerite powers, the Torghast powers, blah, blah, blah. I really hate that, and I hate the design of it. Whenever that design is built into content, it just inherently ruins it for me. And I think that a lot of people are less sensitive to that, and they maybe see that and they think, oh, it can't be that bad, right? And now I think what they're realizing is it's not just that it's that bad, but like the inventory management and having to like juggle all that stuff. Like I said, I don't know if this is exactly why you or other people are struggling, but I highly expect that that is going to make people kind of bounce off this. Because like, for a limited time mode, this is just objectively more complicated than regular World of Warcraft leveling. Even if it ends up being faster, the amount of, like, legwork that you need to put in to understand which gems do what, and it's not like a bonus thing. You can't just ignore the gem system and just be like, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'm just going to do my own thing and whatnot. If you ignore the gem system, you will just die. Which is why, like, on my very first run of this on the PTR, I spent, like, literally 2 hours just staring at the gem combinations and trying to figure out how to make it work in the middle of my speedrun, which is why my my very first speedrun took me 9 hours just to reach level 60. And I basically saved like 2 hours here, and that's with some of the technical issues. And it's because I didn't need to sit there and figure out the system for like over an hour. I guess I'll take Flourish again. You've ignored the gems so far, you're at level 18. Well, spoiler alert. You will not be able to do that for long. That's the other thing, like, a lot of people, I think, like, 18 is super early, right? You're going to reach a point where you just will not be able to ignore them, and I can tell you that right now, because things will just start killing you. You will just start getting cranked by mobs. And, like, admittedly, once you figure it out, the understanding of it isn't annoying. It is mostly the inventory management, like, mini-game, where, like, I just don't find that fun. I don't find that fun, and I need to actually do that in speedruns. Like, when I do my actual, like, super fast speedruns, my least favorite part of it is the inventory management of all the consumables and gear and stuff that I need to do. And that is something that, like, I routinely get people commenting, saying, like, I don't know how you can stand doing that. Like, I feel like that would just waste more time. And the reality is, when you get really comfortable with it, it's kind of fine. Like, it doesn't really waste that much time. But I think as people can see here, yeah, when it is something that you're not super familiar with, there is some truth to it in that it can waste a shit ton of time. It can take a lot to figure it out. Also, is this 220 item level? What the fuck? The gear that I'm getting now is, like, significantly stronger. Admittedly, one of the other things that was a little bit annoying doing this in the PTR is, like, I knew that I was going to have to do it all over again. At the very least now, I'm done with this character. I don't need to do all this again. But, yeah. You got bad RNG and you feel like your character is bricked because the good gems aren't dropping? Well, I can assure you that they will drop eventually. You are guaranteed to get all of the gems, like, at a certain point. Now, don't get me wrong, I know that it sucks, feeling like, man, I'm just not getting any of the good gems right now. It's a bad feeling, for sure. But don't worry, because your character is not bricked. I mean, I only just got Slay, right? They upped the character account limit to 65. Is that, like, in addition to something they did before? Because I know they upped the limit, but I don't remember the number. Speed boots. I really need to upgrade my boots. Actually, that's a really big priority. Also, I'm going to be honest. Like, okay, let me just Google this quest. The Crumbling Hall. Wow. When entering, make note of the symbol at the bottom of the stairs. Many of the rooms have stones with various symbols. Stepping on those same symbol... What? That doesn't help me. Okay, here we go. To deactivate the first wall, you need to go to the left and right side of the room and click the little pedestals. Left and right, and click the little pedestals that have the green orbs. Okay, so those green orbs were the key. I thought it was something to do with that, but I don't think I was able to click on them. Also, something I'm noticing, if we scroll up, look at all of my threads that I've gotten. I've gotten a shit ton of threads. One of these things is not like the other. Do you notice that there is a particular thread missing? Look at how many threads. I've gotten so many different types of threads. Somehow, there are no XP threads in that. And I was previously, prior to just mob grinding like this, getting relatively consistent XP threads. So... Fuck me. Sorry, Chori. God damn it, you're right. You're right. Ah, fuck me. Fuck. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Okay. Pretend that I didn't just fucking... Yeah, okay. So... Scrolling up... Look at all the threads that I've gotten. Speed, stamina, leech, versatility, stamina, 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 stamina. A lot of stamina. Leech, critical strike, stamina, power, versatility, stamina, mastery, haste, stamina again, stamina, speed, haste, stamina. Yeah. I got like almost every type of thread. And yet... Let me extend the timer just a little bit. Just to cover. No XP thread. XP threads stop showing up. No, they said at level 65. The Rockster. They said at level 65. Unless it is different than what they said in the interview. In the interview, they explicitly said 65, to my knowledge. And that's what it was on... That's what it was on, what's it called? The PTR. Now, what I think... oh yeah, you can ask questions, Vem. Sorry, if you asked a question earlier, because I remember seeing one of your messages and I completely blanked. I forgot to scroll back up and read it now that I remember. Yeah, it's fine to ask questions, sorry. If you did ask a question, I didn't read it, I really apologize. It's hard to keep up with everything. I definitely have no preference about what I talk about, it's just... My mind is obviously on MoP Remix right now, which is why that's mostly what I'm, like, thinking about. But what I suspect, and I could be wrong on this, it could just be that the number is lower. I actually think what's happening here is that you are throttled in terms of how many XP threads you get. Because up until, like, right as I started doing this, I was getting XP threads. So unless it's capped at 65, which if so, that's really bad. I suspect that you can only get a certain amount of XP threads every level. And if you've already gotten your requisite XP threads for that level, it won't give you any more. And that's their way of kind of soft capping how much you're actually allowed to get like a modifier for. Okay, so, oh, I see now. My main is a Brewmaster Monk. %56% XP at level 40, and see, honestly, that is like right around where I was. So let me know if when you get to like my level, if your XP is at 65%. Because I think what Blizzard might have done is standardize the amount of XP threads you get, because I'm getting completely random distributions of other threads, but XP modifiers I'm getting very scarcely. And now that I'm just grinding mobs and I'm not actually leveling up, I'm not getting them at all. 70% at level 56? Okay, so you actually have more than I do. So it's clearly not 100% identical. And here you... Well, Chori, to be fair, yeah, you did screw yourself. So it seems like it's not guaranteed. There is some level of variance. But what I am curious about is if you can only... or you're only, like, eligible for a certain amount of threads per level. That could be what it is. 39%. Wow. Yeah, Corey Austin, yours are really good. I actually, damn, I might actually have below average XP threads based on what everybody else is saying. My numbers seem really low, which is unfortunate. You've heard XP threads drop much more often in raids? Maybe. I mean, not that it matters, because you just wouldn't want to do LFR anyway. It would be inefficient. 71% at 40. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, so I am definitely unlucky in terms of increased XP threads then. But I still think that you're only eligible for a certain amount. 27% at 26. Well, somebody else above you just said 28% at level 26. 74% at 54. Yeah. Changing the cloak to not be account bound sucks. Yeah. And it definitely sucks because, like, I kind of... you know, I don't really care that much. It's only my first character, but it does feel bad hearing that, evidently, I've gotten really unlucky with XP threads, which means that you could level an alt and you could get insane XP threads early on, and it could be much faster, or you could just get unlucky like me, and suddenly your leveling takes twice as long. Maybe not twice as long, but like significantly longer. 49% at 36, that sounds like relatively normal. But yeah, it does seem like some people have gotten like fairly far ahead. Maybe it's because you're going too fast and not reaching your maximum thread per level. Ooh, that's an interesting theory. I could see it being something like that, yeah. Some poor sucker, due to how chance works, will have 1% up until max. Yeah, if that's how it works, that would be really bad. So let's hope that it's not like that, because that would be yikes. Is it best to just shoot these cannons? Ah, phasing? Oh yeah, it's definitely... Oh my god, this is so much better. What? Why does it keep kicking me out of the cannon? Oh, it's because this quest is on a fucking border. Wait, this quest is, like, not doable, then. Maybe, I think you might be able to do this... Yeah, you could probably do this quest later. Yeah, this is one of those, like, phasing fucks everything. You're a fox and you can't be trusted near heavy artillery, yeah. Just fought a mountain. If you try to learn it, it says this spell is not available. Well, that's not good. They should probably fix that. Righteous Frenzy. Hello, Christian Botello. Do you know why you got exalted with, reputation is, like, extremely accelerated. After doing the intro quests for basically every reputation, you get exalted with them. It's super duper fast. You can't get back into WoW? Yeah, I had issues logging in earlier. It was rough. Let's try to light up all of these mobs. Oh, nice, it cascaded.
I must get closer.
This is an interesting quest. You should have ignored the gym and just put 10 hours into WoW, yeah. Can you do a video on farming bronze currency? I plan on it, yes. Initially, I was on the fence about it, but considering Garrosh heirlooms are back, and that's something that I am very much interested in, I will probably do that. My video will be not just bronze, but also, Garrosh heirlooms too. So, if all you're interested in is bronze, then yes, but the main focus will be, like, how to get bronze and how to get the Tusks of Manaroth thing. Whatever the Fragment of Manaroth is. Which, I mean, that one is a bit simple. You just do LFR. Or, you do Siege of Orgrimmar normal or up. But what I'll probably do is, like, make, like, an analysis on what the most efficient farming method is for running that. And then, of course, bronze, too. What level are you now, and when do you think you'll reach 70? Well, right now I'm level 59. As for when I'll reach 70, it's hard to say. But also, like, right now I'm not actually like trying to level per se. Basically what I'm doing is, well, initially I was trying to farm XP threads, but it doesn't seem like that can happen. Now, I think what I've confirmed at this point at the very least is that if I start doing quests again and I start gaining additional XP threads, then I believe it is safe to say that there is a soft cap on XP threads. There's probably a certain amount that you can get at regular thresholds, and it seems like it's not fixed, but you definitely can't just infinitely farm XP threads before you continue leveling. And one of the reasons that I was thinking of doing that is because you stop gaining XP threads after hitting level 65. So I'm actually pre-completing a bunch of quests. You can see I have a shit ton of quests already done. This is like enough for basically 2 to 3 full levels. But what I'm going to hopefully do is reach 65 or so, and then turn all this stuff in. So I'm actually going to now teleport back. But we'll double check. Do you take breaks at all while leveling? Not while streaming. If I'm just doing like off-stream testing, then yeah, usually. But during a stream, no breaks. Start to finish, we just send. For counter launch, you talked about getting ahead locationally in high gel to not get stuck in the pack. Is this mutually exclusive with turning in 25 quests right at launch? What about a hybrid approach? So I've actually been putting a lot of thought into that, Vemp. My thought right now is because you get the same amount of experience from pre-quests at like level 81, 82. Depends on the quest. If you're doing any level 78 pre-quests, I think they expire at 83. But theoretically, you could turn in those pre-quests at level 82, most of them, and they still give the full value. So what I'm actually considering doing right now is I might start in high gel, get ahead of the pack, level in high gel like up to 81-ish, like do a lot of early stuff, then maybe, and this is really all depending on whether or not Halls of Lightning works, because if Halls of Lightning works, then it's pretty well established at this point that you just farmed that. Question of like how faster is it depends, but if Halls of Lightning doesn't work, then I do high gel up to like 81-ish, then I turn in all my pre-quests, then I queue for dungeons, and I do dungeons up to 82, then I do Deep Hole, and then when I unlock the Stonecore quest, I start doing dungeons again, and then I like leave dungeons in. That is currently my plan. That is probably like, if you want a TLDR of the leveling guide that I will put out, which will likely be either on Sunday or Monday, that's like a relatively good TLDR of it. But yeah, that is roughly what I expect will be the optimal path. The only challenge is you need 6 quest slots in your log to be able to quest in high gel, so maybe turn in 6 pre-quests. That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, what I might do is, I mentioned this before, but I have like a bunch of warlocks that I'm using for summons. So I might basically turn in, that's a good point, turn in a bunch of quests, then have my warlocks, while I'm turning in those quests, like auto-flying into high gel. I land them, I drop a closet, I summon myself to high gel, and then I start questing there. But obviously that's, you know, tricky to really pull off. What server am I on for Classic? Horde Faralina. What was I doing? I remember what I was doing. What level is hard on now? I'm 59. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap to Brewmaster real quick. Actually, am I? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to stay Windwalker, because I think at this point I could probably steamroll dungeons. So, where is the gear upgrade person? Gear upgrade guy is over here. Thanks for the insights, no problem. What realm do you raid with your main? This, I'm on Zul'jin right now, and this is my server where my guild is at. So it is Zul'jin. Let me upgrade some stuff. Okay, I can't upgrade this. I'll just double check all my stuff to see Now this stuff is good. There's no way that upgrades. This I should be able to upgrade. This I can probably get a lot of upgrades. Oh yeah. Quite a few. I have to, well, no, but that's the thing. I don't take breaks to eat a burger. I don't even take a break for that. I mute my mic while leveling, and I eat the burger while I'm actually, like, actively leveling. So, even the burger doesn't, you know, warrant a break. Is this even enjoyable, looks horrid? I'll be honest, it's not the most fun thing I've ever done. I'll be completely real with you. I wouldn't say it's horrid, but I also enjoy stuff like this more than most people, I would say. Alright, we're going to do some dungeons. What I'm going to test to see is if... Yeah, I figured I would get instant healer Q. What I'm going to try to basically do is just one-shot all the mobs in the dungeon. I suspect that with the scaling, it will just fall over. The items do turn purple once you upgrade them enough. Ah, nice. For leveling a priest, do you recommend spamming LFG or questing? I recommend everybody quest right now. I don't think spamming LFG is really a great option at the moment. Warlocks are awesome, even near character max of 60, at least 15 more are warlocks, yeah. Always helps to have little summon bots. Speedrunning eating a burger? Yeah, pretty much. That's how I usually do it. Man, the Q timer, though. Well, if anybody wants to do dungeons, healer Qs are instant, but I'm not healing. That's the thing. If you can carry the dungeon... Yeah, oh, my boots were already purple. Yeah, in case you didn't know that. So I'm just going to switch specs. And here's the thing, this guy... might die, but, like, it doesn't matter, because what I'm gonna do... is I'm just going to one-shot everything. And I just want to make sure that this is possible. And I think that with how... yeah. With how broken my stuff is, I can just carry this group. Oh, I should not have done that. Yeah, so it doesn't matter that I'm not healing, because I'm just going to be able to erase everything in existence. So I can basically solo dungeons at this stage. Yeah, look at that damage. That is actually stupid. Oh my god. That is so crazy. Jesus fucking Christ. No, this isn't even brittle. This is Victory Fire doing all the damage. Victory Fire fucking cranks. And the funny thing is, for single target, you can see my damage is actually not that good. It's like this Warlock is level 22. Yeah, everybody here is low level except for me. So... low-level scaling is still very much a thing. But then, of course, the moment the mob drops low, it gets one-tapped. So yeah, low-level scaling is very much still in play. We'll level a Demo Lock first. No, Warlock's always a good pick. Knowing Blizzard, they will try Shadowlands Remix. Yeah, well, That one I don't expect to be fun, because the content needs to be, like, inherently enjoyable for something like this to work. But who knows? Ooh, we round up the hoplings. And Slay one-taps the boss. Yep. You're level 30 and you have plus 50% XP boost? Jesus Christ. Yeah, maybe it is that because dungeons are slower, you kill more mobs each level, and maybe that, like, gives you a higher chance to get XP threads. Because a lot of the people I've seen saying, like, I have X amount of XP bonus, and it's usually really high compared to what I had. They're like, I've been doing either dungeons or raids, etc. Now, that being said, I still don't know necessarily if that would make it worth it, right? Because, obviously, dungeons are a little bit inefficient. The other problem with, like, dungeon leveling is, as it stands, you would basically need to get carried through dungeons to actually make them worth doing. Because one of the advantages of doing dungeons in my, like, normal speedruns, why I don't kind of mind it as much, is I am the one doing all of the damage as that level 10 in those speedruns. So, like, it doesn't matter that I have to queue into random people, because even if I get queued into, like, a level 11 twink, it doesn't really matter to me, because I'm still going to be able to solo the dungeon regardless. But you just can't do that in this mode at low levels. You just can't. So dungeon leveling can either be really fast like this, when you have a high-level character with all the stones one-shotting everything, or it's really slow because everybody is only level 10. "71% at 40, did 2 raids, but only 2 dungeons, nothing more." I mean, you definitely did more than I did. So, hard to say. Any idea what stats you should go for as a Holy Priest? I'm sorry, I don't know. No. I am not a Holy Priest expert. Well, yeah, I mean, every single class pretty much wants their primary stat before all else. But as for secondaries, I guess if you're saying haste, I believe you. I have no idea. Haste would make a lot of sense to me. I will say, generally speaking, for leveling, regardless of spec, crit is usually good. Just because crit does, like, the most damage at lower levels when you don't account for, like, special stuff. There are exceptions to that rule, but a lot of times the more crit you have, the better. So all else being the same, that's usually what I go for. Because think about it this way, even if, like, across a longer period of time, haste might give you more damage for some specs, in the context of leveling, if you get a crit, and, like, with proper scaling, that crit is enough to just completely one-shot the mob, well then, why do you need to have high haste when you could just one-tap it and move on to the next enemy? That's not, like, 100%, you know, correct, and you could argue that certain specs are still, like, so beneficial in, as far as haste, that they want it over everything else. But for a lot of specs, all else being the same, you generally pick crit before anything. And the cloak might actually be locked already. I am stuck at 65% XP. What potions, food do you recommend while leveling up? Well, there's special items for this mode. So you can only get, like, very specific things that the mode itself gives you. If you're looking to see what items you use for, like, standard leveling, I have an entire video on my channel about, like, the best consumables for, like, leveling stuff. But you can't mail anything across servers, so you can't use any of those items for MoP Remix. Definitely that. Storm. Okay. We don't care about that. Kind of hard to believe in the tier list. The best one is the one you master. I mean, you are right about that, for sure. Like, an individual person is going to get the most value out of, you know, whatever thing they are best at. Also, what? No. Wait. No. They forgot. Ah, Blizzard. Naughty. You forgot to tune experience. It's still pre-Chromie time values at 60. I can't... They actually forgot that. It looks like they fixed quests. Yeah, so if I look at my quest experience, that's all correct. So they fixed quest XP, and they just forgot to tune dungeon XP. Jesus Christ, these fucking developers are so fucking lazy. Actually just fucking worthless. Why do they even do PTRs? If they're just not even going to listen to feedback and just do zero internal testing of their own. Like, maybe they just need to hire more people, but Jesus fucking Christ. Like, how is it possible that in, like, 2 PTR testing runs, I identified countless issues and, like, half of them are not fixed? Like, do they even play their own fucking game? Actual fucking worthless. Well, dungeons are off the menu. I'm glad I did at least one. Oh my god. I don't even know if I want to try a heroic dungeon, because I'm pretty sure I'm still going to get my cheeks clapped by that. And LFR, as we know, gives, like, no experience, so... I think because it's pretty clear right now that my experience gain from the cloak is locked, so it seems like they lied and it's actually at, like, 55 and not 65. So I think I'm just going to turn in all my stuff now. And then we'll just do Dread Wastes, I guess. Because you can't do anything else. Good old Blizzard. Good old, sadly, easily predictable Blizzard. Too much money to hire testers. I mean, between Cataclysm pre-patch and this, it's... I mean, it is just... Blizzard is racking up a serious list of L's. This is just fucking embarrassing. Test your fucking content, you worthless sacks of shit. You ran a heroic at level 20? I mean, I'm sure it's possible. I'm not necessarily saying that I couldn't do a heroic dungeon. To clarify, because I know I kind of skimmed over that, I was basically trying to paraphrase my thought process. Heroic dungeons, while they might be possible, we already know that they are very difficult. And if I tried to do them, they would be quite a challenge. And I am already pretty sure that I'm not going to get experience from them. Now, when I saw before, the bonus experience wasn't showing before you did your first completion. So, I'm pretty sure that it isn't there, or at least the low value is there, but I just can't actually view it. So the last thing I want to do is waste a shit ton of my time on really hard content, only to get fucked over and it, like, doesn't even give me experience. That would just be kind of rough. Alright, that gives a load of mastery. Also, I got Astral Emperor's Cloud Serpent, so that's cool, I guess. Yeah, pretty much at this point, quest only. I probably should have done... Well, I say should have. I think that I was correct, theoretically, in waiting to do dungeons at this point. I obviously had no way of knowing that Blizzard was going to just not fucking tune the dungeon values. So, And this is, like, the thing. Do I recommend that, like, people do dungeons earlier because, you know, dungeons are not working properly, even if I think truly that the best way would be to wait to do them later on? I guess the perfect time to do dungeons at this stage would then be at, like, level 40. That way, since the XP scaling only stops later on, I don't know. I don't know, man. Am I stacking stats based on Dragonflight, or just creating a balanced spread? No, I'm really just stacking... I'm stacking, crit and verse, and a little bit of mastery. Haste is just very bad for both monk specs. Both Brewmaster and Windwalker basically want, like, no haste. So, it has nothing to do with, this game mode or not. It's... I guess in that case it is based on Dragonflight, but that's just, like, the class design inherently does not want haste. So, you want, like, a very tiny amount, and I have a very tiny amount, but by and large I'm ignoring it. Is there any XP bonus potion? No. This isn't really like MoP Classic. This is, it's just like a fun leveling mode set in MoP, really. That's the better way to think about it. You don't know how everything is so complicated yet so boring. That's actually a pretty good way of describing it, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I don't think... I don't know. I'll say it again because I've said it multiple times. I really think that these green gems were a terrible idea. Genuinely. I think that there's absolutely nothing interesting about min-maxing, like, random gem combinations. And I remember seeing some people on Reddit, like, when all they had to go off of is, like, Blizzard's preview post saying, wow, the gems look so cool, there's gonna be so many cool and interesting combinations. And it's like, no. No, not really. It's literally just you run the best gems, and that's it. There is no depth to the system. There is no, like... you know, different specs want different gems. It's literally just everybody uses the exact same ones, and they're all ludicrously overpowered and do all of your damage for you. That's all there is to this. That's it. Let me scroll up because I missed a few messages. Newer player to WoW that's only been playing since Season 3 Dragonflight. This is easily the most boring leveling you've experienced. On one hand, you're not surprised, but on the other hand, it's just pathetic. Yep. Can you report that bug? I did report it. I reported it a month ago. I reported it over a month ago. Actually, no, that's wrong. I reported it a year ago when they fucked the implementation in live servers, and now they've just carried over, they've copy-pasted the fucked implementation from 10.1.5, and then I reported it again a month ago, and it's still not working for MoP Remix. So I've reported it, like, multiple times. You would rather watch me level than do it yourself? I think that applies to a lot of people here, yeah. But I'm glad to hear you enjoy watching it. What add-ons do you recommend while leveling? The only add-on that actually matters for leveling is Leatrix Plus for this. All the automation stuff. Auto-turn and quests, etc. I have other, like, very minor add-ons, but they have nothing to do with leveling, really, and they're just, like, you know, personal preference. So you don't really need them. But Leatrix Plus is the only, like, mandatory one. Mandatory in air quotes, but, like, you get what I mean, right? JoJo sound is mandatory? Yeah, fair.
I can't use that.
Heroic Dungeon would be the easiest at low levels when you stack all leech gems. You were up to 33% leech. Well, I don't know if I would say easiest. Not really. I mean, it might be easy to survive, but there's no way that Heroic Dungeons are going to be faster until you unlock, like, Brittle, Victory Fire, and all the really broken stuff. Like, they're broken for a reason. I would agree that, like, your survivability scaling would probably be best at lower levels, but... Can you level Mage next? Well, whatever wins the poll is, what I level next. Which, actually, speaking of which, I haven't mentioned that in a little while, so I guess thank you for bringing it up again and reminding me. Yeah, whatever wins the poll is what I level next. This is also probably a good time to talk about, like, the general plans for the stream. So obviously you can see we're at the 8-hour mark. Now, I would hope that within the remaining 2 hours I can get the last 10 levels. I don't think it's going to be that hard. We're just gonna slam Dread Waste and see. But, also, I'm gonna turn in all these other quests after I... Turn in all these other quests after I hit level 61 so that the item level of the rewards scales a little bit. No, they've removed the... Well, they haven't removed, but the 350% boost that you're referring to is significantly lower now. Based on current testing, it seems that instead of 350% increased experience, you only get 11% increased experience. But I might be missing something. I don't think I am, but I might be. What level is this guy? Oh, 35. Okay. For DK, Blood, Froster, and Holy for solo questing, not Blood. Personally, I would say Frost. I think Frost is the most straightforward. Unholy isn't bad, though. But Unholy is, like, a little bit more involved for, in my opinion, while leveling at least, roughly the same damage as Frost. But definitely not Blood. Blood for open world content is very slow. Oh, I wasn't supposed to kill that mob. Yeah, I'm supposed to talk to this guy and then kill the mob. And I need to break some eggs. Yeah, Blood DK, you're not wrong. It is unkillable. But the thing is, like... Survivability is already not a major concern if you're, like, playing correctly. And now we have all the gems to make survivability a little bit easier. So, while Blood DK being unkillable is nice, don't get me wrong, it's not really that much of an advantage considering they are way lower on damage than the DPS specs. It's not like, you know, Prop Pally or Guardian Druid or whatever where they either do as much, if not more damage. They do way lower. Survival, in my opinion, is the best Hunter leveling spec, though BM is fairly close. Can you show your Cloak Buff tooltip? Oh, I am getting XP. Oh, shit. Okay. So at some point, in between turning in all those Golden Lotus quests and now, I got increased experience. Huh. Alright, that's weird. So I guess in that case I should wait until 65. Maybe they didn't lie to me? Maybe it was true? Alright, I'll hold off. DK is the only class with weapon enchants? Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind that, like, DK's weapon enchants are factored into their balancing. So, it's not like it's a massive advantage or something. Sapfly, blah, 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 I can't talk. Sapfly bits. There's a bunch over there. 234% is the capped experience for the cloak on new alts. The 4,200 stat cloak at level 10. Interesting. 234% is not bad, but I wonder why it wasn't working when I checked it earlier. No, MoP Remix is not like MoP Classic. You're like around 36% at 37. It seems to be roughly 1 to 1.5%. Interesting. Pumbaa, can you send me a screenshot of that, like, on Discord? If possible, just so I can see, like, what the cloak looks like. Should you be YOLOing all the consumes you get? Yeah. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I should be refreshing my consumes right now. JD, keep in mind that I am significantly far ahead of the vast majority of players. So, the world seems dead because most people are still in, like, the early zones. Or they're doing dungeons. Dread Wastes is the final zone that you unlock, so there aren't going to be too many people here. They did remove the Realm First achievements. At least they said they did. I haven't seen one pop up, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's already 70 at this point. So I suspect that they did. You're at 40 and nobody's around? I mean, I don't know. It's also possible that it's just heavily phased. Okay. Is it just me or is... Mob kill experience has been gutted. Okay. Did they forget to scale? I think they forgot to scale mob experience? I could be crazy, but this feels really low. Like, not normal. I'm getting 3 XP per mob, and I was getting like 30 per. That's concerning. What's my dog's name? Tucker. If you started on a low pop realm, you're splitting up the population over 3 zones. Yeah, no, that's correct, Aksara. You're getting 300 per and you're only level 35, yeah. The scaling on this does not seem correct. It could just be it's these mobs in particular. But I'm really concerned that it is just... Like, mob experience is not a lot. It looks like quests are still scaling properly. Try the elites on the north. As of level 59, you're getting 496. It could just be these mobs. Maybe it's not really a problem. But given the fact that they forgot to scale dungeons, it obviously concerns me. Yeah. I mean, hell, even if the quests aren't scaling, I should be fine. Okay, maybe it is just an individual thing, yeah. There are no professions in this mode. And for regular leveling, you don't do professions. You don't really need them. If you want to level up professions while leveling, you can, but I would recommend none. Because it's just not worth your time. Do what you want, but, like, it's not efficient. Did you follow the Landfall questline? You got to keep going back to... I did not do Landfall, so no. I'm not. Is there any reason to keep tertiary stack here, or is it scrap food? It's scrap food, yeah. It is pretty bad. That's another thing that I really don't like about this. It's like... I haven't really touched upon that at all, because I've kind of accepted it as fact at this point. But when we think about it, why does that gear exist? Why is there randomly gear that has Avoidance or Leech as a primary stat? Like, what the fuck? It is just objectively worse than regular gear. It just means that half the time you're going to get a bad gear upgrade. And then there are some slots that you just won't replace for, like, 20 levels because you just keep getting Avoidance Leech, Avoidance Leech. Yeah, it's like an arbitrary time sink. For no reason. Should you do campaign? I don't know what you mean by campaign. Campaign and MoP doesn't really... Campaign and MoP either is meaningless or means so many things that it, by association, becomes meaningless. There are, like, so many things considered to be campaign. What about Dragonflight professions? Well... Yeah, I guess Dragonflight crafting thing. I'd assume that that doesn't really apply to a new player, though, so I wasn't about to explain that. The people who are doing Dragonflight crafting XP know what it is already. No, you do not get an XP buff for having other characters. Am I still getting additional experience? 72%. I kind of just want to go turn in all these quests just to get it out of the way. Just get it done with. Hand all this stuff in. In fact, just to speed things up a little bit, I'm going to make camp and then return to camp. Little Volpera thing. Oh yeah, the XP buff thing is War Within. Yeah, good call. Yeah, but it's not active right now. It won't be active for a while. Which class do you think is broken? None. All of them. Really, there is no answer to that. They're all good. Class is meaningless in this mode. Your class is your stones. This is your class right here, Victory Fire. Victory Fire is the most broken class in this mode. The cloak upgrade is Realm Bounds? No, I don't think so. Is it possible to mail? No, you can't. Can't mail, at least on the PTR when I tested it, you were not able to mail stuff to your alts. No. Mogu Incursions. Kill that guy. It's not faction locked. Nice. About to open up 17 boxes for Slay. Wish you luck. Nice. Well, best of luck. I hope you get it. I'm getting, like, fairly low mob kill experience, honestly. It could just genuinely be that the mobs I'm killing are not good experience mobs, but, like... It just... If something feels off. No, they stopped... they changed their mind, basically, on account-wide cloak... basically yesterday. Well, I'm sure they changed their mind on it before, but they only decided to communicate that to people yesterday, which, yeah, isn't that fun? What do I do for this? This quest is bugged. Speak with Ogo the Younger. There's no mob named Ogo the Younger. Both of these quests are not working. I guess maybe I need to do this quest first, and I can't turn in the other one. It's in the entrance, not the top. Gotcha. You didn't get a single XP percent between 40 to 44, stayed at 70, just went to 45, up to 75%. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's weird. I'm sure that eventually, once we get enough testing information, we'll be able to figure out how the XP threads work. It would be nice if Blizzard just fucking told us. But unfortunately, they like to use flowery terms to describe, you know, important gameplay mechanics like how you actually get the XP progression stuff, instead of just saying, yeah, this is how you do it. Your alt won't get your cloak. Nope, they changed that. Complain on the forums. I highly encourage you to do so. That's the only way you'll see actual change. Long RP. That was the whole point of this? Yeah. You are not the first person to say that today, and I doubt you will be the last. And I don't disagree with you. You can pick any zone to quest in, but there are minimum levels before you can enter certain zones. Can treasures be looted? Yes. How many threads of time have you earned so far? I don't know how to count how many threads I've gotten for the achievement. But you can see I hovered over my cloak there. Blizzard's response post-deleted, yeah. I still genuinely can't believe they did that. For anybody who wasn't here in the other stream where I mentioned that, I should probably give that context. So, about like a week or two ago, I made a relatively polite post on the forums, and like I know that may seem crazy to people, like Harlan being polite to Blizzard, like not being an asshole, and like I'm critical of them here because it's my own platform, right? But you know, I understand the social contract, right? I'm not going to be a complete asshole in like, you know, a public forum, especially one that Blizzard owns. So I wrote a relatively, you know, polite post basically saying I think Cataclysm isn't ready, and based on the current state of the beta, I think it would be in Blizzard's best interests and the players for them to delay it. This was, mind you, like 3 weeks ago or so. At this point, they're obviously not going to delay it, but it was a while ago. And a bunch of people chimed in. Pretty much everyone who responded in the forums unsurprisingly agreed with me. There was like some back and forth on like, you know, whether the beta was really broken or just like kind of a little bit broken, but I think either way, most people agreed that, yeah, it was very clearly buggy, very clearly unfinished, etc. And then like the posts just kind of went dead. I think like 1 or 2 people would like respond every week or so. And then a few days ago, I got a notification that my post was deleted by a forum moderator because it was considered trolling. So some Blizzard moderator went through the Cataclysm Classic forums and just scrubbed the entire thing clean of any criticism whatsoever, including extremely polite, friendly criticism where I basically said, like, I literally, in that post, I'm like, I am very excited for Cataclysm Classic. I'm going to play it whether or not it's bugged or not, but I really want this expansion to be good, and I hope that Blizzard will take all the steps necessary, and I think that, like, you know, this is best for the game, etc., etc. Like, I think that I was really nice in that post, and it gets deleted for trolling. And I looked through, there were a bunch of other posts that I remember seeing along, like, a similar wording of, like, you know, this should be delayed, etc., etc., that got completely removed. So some fucking forum mod just went through the Blizzard forums and just fucking scrubbed it clean of any criticism whatsoever. Which, mind you, I have said shit on the WoW forums before. I have been relatively critical. If you I don't know if you can still see it because I'm pretty sure it was on like a test thread, so now they've closed it. But I wrote a pretty scathing review of Magmarax when that boss was done on testing. I basically said something to the effect of like, this is one of the worst bosses I've ever tested. I have no idea what you are even considering with the design of this boss because it's fucking terrible. I didn't literally say like effing or whatever, but I was pretty brutal in terms of my feedback. And I said something to the effect of like, I can't even provide concrete feedback on like what you can improve because the fight is so inherently half-baked and like poorly designed that there's nothing to say other than have you guys actually tested this yourself. Like, that, I think, is honest, but it could be construed as, like, you know, too mean to stay on the forums. And I posted stuff like that before on the WoW forums, and, like, that post never got removed. But my really polite thing of saying, I really hope Kata succeeds, and I really hope Blizzard considers delaying it, they removed that? What? So that one surprised me. Your bird form finally works? Nice. Glad to hear that. Where is this? Father's crossbow. Alright. Tell me why you can do a scenario solo where you can be frozen solid for 20 seconds straight? Yikes. A small indie company, testing too hard. Oh, I'm not falling for this one again. I'm not doing that quest. I did that on testing and it was terrible. It took me like forever to do. Okay, that's actually big upgrade, mastery bracers. Yeah, like I've done so many quests here, and the entire reason to do all these quests was to get more upgrades, to get like a big item level boost. And you may notice that I've only replaced like 1 or 2 pieces of gear because almost all of the items I've gotten have just been complete trash. Avoidance, leech, speed, almost across the board. I just can't work with that. Like, those are not usable items. They are just bad. You know what I'm gonna do real quick? Also, as we approach the final hour of the stream, or at least part 1 of the stream, so just for any new viewers, I'm just going to give you a heads up. So the way that YouTube works is YouTube will delete any stream recordings that are longer than 10 hours, which means that all my streams need to be below the 10-hour mark because otherwise it's just lost forever, which obviously is important. Now, what I've done in the past, and what I plan on doing today, is streaming for longer than that, but we need to do workarounds. So, I don't know if I will be able to finish this run in an hour and 30 minutes. In fact, based on the current speed, I suspect that I will not be able to. I think I may actually just be barely off, which will be a little bit unfortunate. But we'll try, because I don't want to have to split that up into 2 videos. Like, the worst case scenario is the second before I ding 70, like, we're about to hit the 10-hour mark, and then I'm just forced to split it up. So, I'm going to do one of 2 things, and depending on where we're at in the leveling process, I'll kind of make the decision on what to do. I'm either going to start a second YouTube stream, and the unfortunate reality of that is it's probably going to perform worse as a recording, and I'll just have to deal with that later. Or I stream the rest on Twitch and upload it to my second channel. That's option 2. Now, if it was as simple as I just continue streaming like immediately after and we do like the next leveling run immediately, then I would just do it on YouTube. Here's the other thing. I have a Mythic Farok sale at midnight at my guild's raid time. So in 2.5 hours from now, basically, my guild's doing Mythic Farok. And that shouldn't be hard. That should, like, literally take 15 minutes. But it does mean that, you know, I'm going to at least need to take a break from this at some point just to do that sale, then we can go back to it. But the fact that I'm taking a break at all does mean it's like there's going to be a natural interruption. So we'll see. Now, it would be really nice if I am able to get to 70, but yeah, like I said, I think it is, based on the current rate of experience, highly unlikely. Unless I start getting, like, a shit ton of XP threads, which I'm at 79% now, so I got some there. You sent message in Discord General. I appreciate that. This link you can see... Oh, are you just talking about the general MoP guide? No, okay, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah. I meant like an actual screenshot. You're just looking at a Wowhead guide, which is... I would literally bet money that that is using information from the beta test, which we've already established is out of date. Yeah, what I was asking, to be clear, is whether you had a screenshot of somebody who had reached the achievement right now on live servers, and we knew for a fact, you know, it was working in a specific way. Yeah, it's all good. You know, I'm not upset. I understand the confusion. I'm just explaining. But yeah, just to be clear, though, it does not work like that anymore. So I was surprised that you said that, because I was like, wow, that seems really generous of Blizzard based on what we're seeing. But then I was also wondering, why does that not match my testing? But that explains it. Yeah, it's a previous thing. Yeah, like on the first day, or the first testing week, my cloak was like that too. It's just they fundamentally changed how it works. Just join. What's the fastest way? Basically just do quests, yeah. Right now, a lot of stuff just, I mean, unfortunately, is not working correctly. Kind of saw that one coming, but is what it is. Things are broken, so we have to make do. Lag. You wish it wasn't temporary, but it's understandable as to why it is. Well, unlike Plunderstorm, I have a sneaking suspicion that by the end of this event, most people are going to be kind of glad it's done. It's a nice change of pace. I don't mind this being temporary. And the other thing is, this is just regular World of Warcraft content with, like, some extra modifiers that are eh. Plunderstorm, I think it was stupid for them to make it a temporary game mode because it was fundamentally new content and, like, a different game mode than anybody had ever played before in WoW. Nothing like it currently exists, so it doesn't make sense to me why they would not keep it. It's just MoP Chromie time, but with some extra garbage slapped onto it. And you can farm items. Yeah. And the only fundamentally new thing that they're doing this time around for this, like, sort of leveling is, you can now level through LFR, which they have gutted. So, yeah. Second character, you got Slay level 13. Nice. If something shows Blizzard being generous, it is outdated or false. I know that that's how it came across, how I was sounding, but, like, you know, yeah, it was just, yeah, you can buy gear for other armor types if somebody asked that. I can confirm that. They did explicitly say that. Will the Galaxy is eternal. They have the shitty roadmap to follow, so everything is in alpha state and release. SOD and Classic have this issue from now on. Yeah, don't even get me. I've talked myself out when it comes to SOD. I'm I'm just so done ranting about SOD, but yeah, my my thoughts on that exactly. It's rough. Oh wow, I got a chest and it's... Why is all the... I'm getting so much tertiary stat gear. This is actually, like, kind of exhausting. Can I get, like, a single fucking item that's actually an upgrade, Blizzard? Please. Please. That's a little bit frustrating. This just feels like what you would want from Season 4, at least, if it was done really well, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm like one step behind this warrior, so this is going to make things a little bit tricky.
I am out of range. Target something first.
But yeah, so... Let me think about it a little bit. I'm going to keep going until basically we hit the 10-hour mark. I'll stop at like 9 hours, 50 minutes, just to make sure the stream doesn't like brick itself. If we get there, we get there. That would be cool, but I'm not in like a rush to get there. I'm not going to like stress myself out about like, God forbid, I need to finish the run in the stream. So I'm gonna already start planning like around what happens if I can't finish it in under 10 hours. In which case, I'll probably take a short break. So we'll take I don't know. Like a... like 2-hour break, basically, however long it takes for me to, like, make food, do my raid with my guilds, and what I will probably do is I will finish I'll finish this run on Twitch, and I will stream my guild's Mythic Frock sale, so, like, you know, I'll just stream that for fun on Twitch as well. And that will be posted on my second channel, just because the problem is if I end up doing it on this channel, like just the very end of that run, it's going to create a really janky recording later on where people will be clicking on the video and then the first part of the live stream is going to be me finishing up another run from a different video, and that's just going to confuse people, and that would like really fuck with just the algorithm, right? I hate that it works like that, but is what it is. Gotta live with it. So that way, people will be able to watch this run, and then if they get to the end and like they want to see the last however long it takes, like an hour or so, they can just go watch the recording on the second channel, which should be up like very soon. Okay, fine. For you guys, I will uncheck error speech. I don't know why people hate error speech so much, but some people really hate it, so there you go. It's gone. What XP percent do you have? I'm up to 93% now. I just looted, like, literally 5 seconds ago, a plus 7% XP thread. So... I don't understand how it works. I think our theory about it being capped per level is correct, because there is absolutely no way that I grinded mobs for, like, 30 minutes straight and got no XP threads, and now I'm getting them fairly consistently again as I start to level up. It has to be that there is some cap that you can get within a fixed range. You don't mind it, but this is a Volpera, so you can understand people not wanting to hear it. I don't hate the Volpera speak thing. I don't know why it bothers people. Oh wow, that's a really good fist weapon. Kind of a cool model, too. Oh, finally a chest upgrade. Versatility. Something usable. Nice. But yeah, so that's the plan. I'm gonna do the end of this on Twitch whenever we hit the 10-hour mark, which we're we're basically 1 hour away from the mandatory end of the stream for me, just because of, like, when I hit the YouTube cutoff point. Oh, I have to end there, like, there's no other option. Critical Strike Bracers. Yeah, I'll take that. And what I'll do is, it's gonna be super late at night, but I will at least try a second run whenever I'm done with this one, and that will be on YouTube. So we'll do a second stream. And then that will be it for right now. Honestly, that'll probably be the only MoP Remix streams for the foreseeable future. We'll do a second run, and I'll do testing. And if there's anything major that I discover, like bronze and stuff, I'll make a video on it. But I have a lot of work that I need to do, so I can't just like non-stop stream MoP Remix. And quite honestly, I just really don't want to. I'm gonna do as much of this as I need to in order to figure out the leveling route, and then the moment I'm done with it, I just drop this mode. Well, I drop leveling in this mode outside of farming Garrosh heirlooms. I'll farm my Garrosh heirlooms, I'll get whatever cosmetics I want, and then I drop it. Yeah. Reject Remix, return to Kata. That guy's level 64. Takes 10 hours to speedrun max level. Yeah. I mean, I haven't necessarily been going as fast as I possibly can be, because we're still obviously learning this game mode, and I've done a bit of testing on stuff to figure out how it works. But, I mean, this isn't slow. This is actually decently fast. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong button. I don't think you can use the Garrosh heirlooms in the event, no. Not that it would matter, because they would be worse than the, actual items. You finally got the Holy Trinity of Gems? Nice. And so far, Dread Waste is actually quite a good zone. I said before that I've very rarely done Dread Wastes while leveling, so I wasn't sure about it. But this is quite good. Very efficient. Speak with Leah of the 10 Songs. Where the fuck is Leah of the 10 Songs? I guess I need to follow her.
Oh, hello. Tell me of your travels. I hope to see you again soon.
There we go. What level can you start Dread Wastes? 35, I think? I mean, don't, like, skip straight to Dread Waste, though. It's good, but as we saw, there's still plenty of other stuff that's, you know, good, too. Just because Dread Waste is good doesn't mean you should skip, like, Kunlai Summon and Townlong Steps. Because as it stands, you should probably just do them in that order. Just do Kunlai, Townlong, then Dread Wastes, because you gotta do it all anyway, since every other source of experience is fucked. Just logged out at level 52, thought I was crushing it, but dude, you're zooming. Yeah, I mean, 52 is still good, though. Definitely don't feel bad about that. Yeah. I have practice with this, so. Yeah, 52, if this is, like, your first time doing it, if you didn't play the test weekends, that's quite good. Dungeon spam is not really a thing. No. Dungeon spam is very bad. Also, dungeon spam literally stops working at level 60. Blizzard forgot to adjust the XP values. So you just straight up cannot do dungeons after level 60. But it's just not efficient even before then. You just realized you're currently Realm 2nd? Nice. What level you at? What specs are the fastest, strongest? It's the same as always. I have a tier list on my video. Or, I have a tier list video on my channel for Dragonflight leveling specs. And these are just Dragonflight leveling specs. There's nothing special about MoP that makes specs better or worse, really. It's effectively the same. So if you're curious, it's just exactly the same as that. Windwalker is one of the best, unsurprisingly. 52, first is 56. Oh, you must be on a very small server, then. Yeah, that, 'cause I am not even, like, in the lead on my server. Multiple people are ahead of me. I think that's the last of these quests. Playing warrior against tank druid. Ah. Yeah, tank druids, they are pretty good.
Name was Evie. They say you were a sweet girl.
I have many lucky to
Never knew. But you were family. May your journey in the next world be
I'm gonna keep these pants because they actually have good stats.
farewell, friend of the Grummel.
farewell.
But for now, these are gonna be better. This is how much XP my cape is giving. We have just hit 100% additional experience from my cape.
Welcome. Farewell.
Panda mourns his dead while Fox plays with his pants. Yes. Zero Evoker players in WoW Remix? I don't know. I would actually imagine that Evoker would be rather popular because this is the only time when you can level an Evoker from level 1. Or level 10, rather. Good way to practice how it's going to be next expansion when Evokers start off at level 10 and War Within.
May your journey be long.
Can I soul shape through this? I can. Oh no. Oh, there's another laser beam there, it's just bugged. Oh, if you have an Evoker on your current realm, you can't make a new one. Ah, yeah, that's unfortunate. Forgot about that, but I could definitely see that making a lot of people not want to play it. Yeah, see, another experience thread. I'm up to 107 now. Also, check this out. That was pretty sweet. But Mark of the Empress... I don't think it's down here. I suspect that the rest of the stuff I need is up top. How long is the remix going to be? They haven't announced the official end date yet. They said it's still TBD. It's... The end of the remix is based on the launch time of War Within, and they don't know that yet. So they said that when we figure out more about the War Within launch, they'll announce, like, an official end date. Yeah, no. A lot of people are saying 95 days. It says that. Blizzard has already said, do not take that as gospel. That is a placeholder date until they figure out War Within launch. They said that in an interview. Yeah, I know on the login it says 95 days. They have already said that they are putting a placeholder value for the end date, and they will adjust it depending on when War Within launches. So I would imagine that for them, it's not set in stone yet. And if they need to extend the War Within, they'll extend MoP Remix to compensate. Lies? I mean, like, if you don't believe me, fucking look it up. It was... A developer said it in an interview literally yesterday. Like... What do I have to gain about lying about that? Like, why would I lie about that? You gain everything. How dare you lie to us? Yeah. I don't blame you guys for being confused. It is... Admittedly, like, everything surrounding this has been very confusing. The fact that they're announcing, like, important shit like that in dev interviews the very day before instead of properly communicating that, it's annoying, I'll give you that. But, like, you know, I'm doing my best to communicate the information that I found. No, you are correct, Donk. It says that. They've said that's a placeholder. I think they said it will at least be 95 days. It won't be shorter than that, but they might extend it if they have to extend the War Within launch date. Paraphrasing here, I don't remember the exact words of the interview, but, like, you can go find it.
May your feet find good trails.
They better not, what, extend War Within? I mean, I don't give a shit if they extend War Within. If they need to extend War Within to make sure that it's actually, like, working correctly, I hope they do. Because right now, Blizzard is showing that they are going to rush out content as fast as humanly possible to keep up with this absolutely insane release schedule that they're holding themselves to, instead of taking the time to do it right. I'd much rather they take the time to do it right. You want real content? I mean, so do I, but, like... I want real, actually play-tested content that's working correctly. I don't want to keep getting things like the Cataclysm Classic pre-patch where they just rush it out despite it not being ready. And the problem with Blizzard's go, go, go release schedule is, like, we have content casualties. We lost the entire Cataclysm pre-patch event because Blizzard is just in such a rush to get Cataclysm over with that we lost a really cool event that I was actually excited for. And I'm still pissed off about that. I mean, I wish they could get it done, but they have clearly demonstrated that they are incapable of really doing that. Oh, they meant Blizzard was lying? Okay. Of course. Of course, the random fucking acorn is an eligible target for Tiger's Lust. Why would it not be? That makes perfect sense. War Within is a very accurate name, as Blizzard is headed for War Within with its fanbase again. Yeah. I mean, it's like... I assume that this is... It's like, the thing is, Blizzard is just so fucking terrible at understanding player feedback. Like, players give them feedback, and they always misinterpret it in the worst ways. Because what's happening right now at Blizzard, and I've been, like, saying that this is, like, not a good look ever since the start of Dragonflight when they did this shit. And every single Dragonflight patch has come out, like, with many pretty blatant issues. And then they've had to fix it after the fact. And it's getting kind of exhausting, if we're being honest. Especially considering Dragonflight is one patch smaller than a usual expansion. So it's not even like we got the same amount of content, but in a faster time. We got less content in faster time, but, like, who cares? We're missing a patch. So I'd much rather have longer patches when the content is actually, like, you know, good. And the issue is we went from having long patches with poorly tested content to fast patches with poorly tested content. And, like, I think Blizzard misinterpreted the whole, you know, we want, like, quicker content releases as, like, we just need to rush things out the door as quickly as possible. And that it doesn't matter if everything is just really half-baked. I don't know. Like, I am more than happy with waiting a while for a new content patch. Because I think, like, the problem is some people are just, like, terminal WoW players. And while it may seem like I am also a terminal WoW player, keep in mind that this is literally my job. And if WoW had a slower content cadence, I would be playing a lot of other stuff in between the patches. For the last year, I've basically had to play almost nothing but WoW, just because it's literally impossible for me to keep up with all the stuff that Blizzard is releasing, which, like, on one hand, you can look at as a good thing. From, like, a YouTube content perspective, I guess it has been kind of a good thing for me. But at the same time, like, so many people, it's like, if World of Warcraft doesn't have new content, they just, like, they don't know what to do with themselves. And, like, for many years, for me, World of Warcraft doesn't have new content. Okay, I guess I'll play, like, literally anything else. Like, I'll go play Total War Warhammer. I'll go play, Final Fantasy XIV. I'll go play literally any other game. Like, there are other games out there. So, personally, I don't care if I need to wait, like, 3 extra months to get the same WoW patch, if that same WoW patch is much less buggy and just more polished when I actually get my hands on it. Then I have free time to play something else, to take, like, a break in between it, and then I actually enjoy my time more when the content's actually there. What's my golden expansion? Probably MoP, honestly. That's really the only saving grace of this mode for me. I really do like MoP. The MoP quests are, like, really solid. They're not necessarily the most efficient from, like, a leveling perspective. They're not bad. But the general vibe of, like, the MoP zones, like, also something kind of subtle, but, like, the music of the MoP zones, it's just, like, so chill. It's just really, really, really chill. I really like it. And obviously, one of my favorite things about MoP that isn't really reflected in this mode is the MoP class design. I think class design peaked in MoP and WoD and has been largely downhill ever since. I think in Dragonflight they are taking steps in the right direction, but we are still a far cry from the class design peak of the MoP and WoD days. As bad as WoD was, in terms of, like, an overall expansion, classes felt fun as fuck to play in WoD. And MoP kind of the same. I think some specs peaked in MoP, some specs peaked in WoD. Depends. Obviously, WoD did kill a handful of specs, but where's Kipperite? Kipperite's slain. Is it this thing? Yep. But yeah, the game, like, honestly, World of Warcraft just felt more fun to play back then. And I know I sound like a classic Andy, but, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, even Cataclysm, I'm having more fun playing Cataclysm Classic than I've had playing retail in years. I don't hate retail, but the thing about retail for me is, like, retail is basically sifting through piles of bullshit to get to, like, the nuggets of enjoyment. I love Mythic raiding, so I put up with all of the other garbage in retail right now to do Mythic raiding. And for me, I enjoy Mythic raiding enough that the payoff is worth it to deal with all the bullshit. But there is so much in retail that is just objectively not fun. And you have to do it if you want to do the endgame content. And I hate that. Cataclysm, like, so far, I've just been having fun playing the game. Blood DK just feels fucking slick. I just like playing Cata Blood DK. Whereas, like, so many classes in retail are just, like, it just... I don't understand how anybody could have fun playing them. Where it just feels like it was made by a developer who had a checklist of, like, these are my class design checklists that I need to fulfill to make this class work, and didn't actually put any thought into how it all fits together and whether it actually is enjoyable to, like, press the buttons. That's just how so many specs feel in retail and have felt. And it, like I said, it's gotten better in Dragonflight. Like, it was at its worst in BFA, and it was still really bad in Shadowlands. Dragonflight, many major steps in the right direction, but we're still not there yet. And it's a little bit concerning when a lot of the class design, you know, that Blizzard has been showing for War Within is by and large, hey, here are some of the fun things that we're taking away from you. Look forward to it. Because, like, any Warlock people watching the stream right now, I'd love to hear what Warlock players are thinking about their class design changes in the War Within. Because every single Warlock that I have spoken to has seen what Blizzard's, you know, discussed for the War Within changes and been like, what the fuck are you doing? This is awful. Please stop. Nice. There's a treasure over here. Blade of the Poison Mind. Oh, and that one gave experience. Oh. Yeah. And now, that being said, I actually think the Brewmaster changes, while we haven't seen a ton of Brewmaster changes yet, I'm actually quite happy with the Brewmaster changes. So it's not all bad. I'm not saying all of the stuff we've seen for the War Within is terrible, but there are a lot of class changes that Blizzard has showcased that are pretty bad in War Within. And it makes me worried about, like, their just general approach in, like, for other classes. Because if their response to Warlocks feeling fun to play is, this is too fun, we're going to take away all the things that make your spec enjoyable, just to make you press Shadowbolt more often, then that makes me worried for the specs that I play. Are they just going to kill all of the fun parts of that too, just because they are approaching specs with, like, as I said before, a checklist mindset of this is what a spec should look like, not necessarily is this what's fun to play? So it makes me a little bit worried. Just looted Thundering Orb better than Oblivion Sphere? Yeah, Thundering Orb, while leveling, is going to be better than Oblivion Sphere for AoE all the time. It is really, really, really good. You're a melee player? You've been fucked for a decade now? Yeah. You are yelling while drowning in angry tears enough to be a classic player. Yeah, fair. Cave is this way. If they mess with locks, you may just depart the game again for a while. Yeah. I don't know the exact details of the changes because I don't play Warlock. But all I know is that after Blizzard announced the Warlock changes, every single Warlock player I know started angrily posting anywhere that they could about how bad the changes were and how pissed they are at Blizzard. And, like, you look at Reddit, you look at, like, literally any sort of public forum where there's feedback for War Within, every single Warlock player is pissed off. From what I have heard, it's really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. But, again, I don't know the exact details, and all I can say is that for my spec, Brewmaster, I'm happy with the changes, and I've looked at some of the other tanks, and I think the general tanking changes, aside from Vengeance Demon Hunter, which they still just don't know what the fuck they want to do with, every tank but Vengeance, I'm happy with the stuff. I'm very, very excited for the Guardian Druid stuff. I think Guardian Druid looks fantastic. But yeah, there's still some concerning things there. Scrap that. Okay, I want to put my Sea Turtle on Control 7 just to make it easier to move around. Vengeance is something, yeah. Oh yeah, true, the Windwalker redesign is good. I haven't really been following it too closely, but that's a fair point. Windwalker redesign has been relatively well received, so. Very good point. You know what, I should just do this. Underwater fighting sucks, but Thundering Orb actually makes that a little bit easier. Blink again to pull this mob. Yeah, highly expect the Warlock changes to be reverted. If the Warlock community hates it this much, there's almost no way it sticks. Because, yeah, like Sticky Sauce just said, Warlocks are like the loudest complainers. If their spec is bad, they will make sure that you hear about it. Alright, nice. What do I need now? Just need to pick up stuff on the seafloor, basically. I need to make Serve Hunters gods and piss off everybody. I like Survival Hunter. I don't know why so many people hate Serve. Including somebody who's probably still watching, I don't know. But there's so many survival haters. And honestly, I think it's a really fun spec. Yep. There we go. Well, Survival and MoP was just a very different spec. Survival and MoP was still a ranged hunter. It was Legion when we got the Survival rework that a lot of people hate. But I like the Legion rework. I think it's good. Now, personally, I think they should have just made it a separate spec. But, you know. Oh, shit. You don't want to be in melee? I mean, like, you don't have to be a melee hunter. I'm just saying, like, the ranged hunter players are not the ones who are going to play Survival anyways. Survival is for melee who want to play a hunter. Let's round this up. Okay, decent amount of mobs here. Nice. Almost. Survival's the only spec in this game that actually hits people with their polearm. True, yeah. And for people like me who actually really like the aesthetic of polearms, that's a huge plus. There we go, finally. Ah, shit. So I actually think the fastest way to move around this zone is actually running along the bottom of the ocean. Technically, I could go to the surface, dragon ride a bit, and then go down. But this is probably faster still. And then I go up to the surface here. Oh, fuck, I canceled it. That would have been so sick if I had pulled it off. Come on, Tiger Pump. Nice. Oh wow, I missed a lot of talent points. Let's see. What I want here... Why am I stuck in combat again? Okay, I guess I just can't spend talent points right now. Questing is the fastest way to level right now, yes. Okay. Where is the, Muckscale Serpentis? There it is. Guess I just need to kill enough and then it spawns. Why is questing faster than LFG? It just is. I mean, do you see how fast I'm leveling? And pretty much everybody else, unless... I don't know, if you have proof of, like, somebody who's, like, doing super fast dungeon leveling, I'd love to see it, because when I tried dungeon leveling, it wasn't fast. Now, keep in mind, also, you can only quest after level 60 because dungeon XP is bugged. So, you know, something to know is that that is not working correctly. But even if dungeon XP was not bugged, I'm pretty sure at lower levels you still just don't do dungeons. Just not efficient. How is dungeon XP bugged? After level 60, this is what happens. They forgot to scale it. 150 XP. They just forgot to put the scaling modifier. I need to open all these boxes at some point. No, I just said that. And even before level 60, dungeons are not efficient. But you literally cannot do them after 60. So they are bad before 60, and they are literally undoable after 60. Well, I should say, they are not bad, like... They're not bad, per se, from 40 to, like, well, before 60, when you can't do them anymore. And that's why I waited until higher levels to try them, because I thought they might work. But in my experience, they're just like, they don't give great XP. The end of dungeon bonus isn't that significant, and you can maybe do them once for the quests, but I just don't know if that really outweighs it. Questing, it's just fast. Like, there's not much to say. Just, like, try questing on your own, and you'll see. Like, if you haven't been watching my run, and you're asking, why is questing fast? It's like, well, either try it on your own or watch the run, because the entire point of this run is to show that questing is really fast. But it's like, as for why, it's like, I don't know, just general quest density. Like, why is questing ever fast? It's just because the quests are, like, easy to complete, they give good experience, that's just a tuning thing. There's not much to say other than it's tuning. And, they're like, I mean, MoP quests are just not bad, really. That's just kind of it. MoP quests are good. I guess I'll take this upgrade. Thing is, I want to stop replacing tiny gear bits, because this is wasting time. Honestly, I don't really need it. Are you min-maxing your gear item level with bronze? Kind of. I would say min-maxing in the sense that I'm doing as much optimization as is efficient to do. So, I min-maxed a bit, yeah. But it's honestly like you shouldn't be constantly upgrading your gear. So I'm min-maxing the sense of, like, when I think it is efficient for me to replace something, I do it. Like, I should eventually try to replace my boots, and I've gotten most other stuff upgraded by now. Yeah, at this point, I honestly don't really need many upgrades besides boots. And I don't really know if I care to upgrade boots, because, like, it only boosts a single stat, so who cares? Do I think Frost DK leveling is better than Unholy? Personally, yes, but they're both good. I think they're around the same. I think in my tier list, I literally put them right next to each other. And I stand by that. It wants me to kill 40 Mantid? Hold up. What? You know, like, I guess there's a lot of them, but Jesus. That is, like, a really high number for a kill quest. Okay. What Tinker Gems are you running? Most of the ones that do damage. Sorry, it's, Jesus Christ, there's only 2 down here. I'm just gonna Todd this and move along. Are there more mobs down here? No, still only 2. How is this a 40 mob kill quest? There's no shot. Is this like a zone-wide quest? It's gotta be. I think it's just a zone-wide quest that I happen to be getting credit for now. I'm just not gonna worry about that. I don't know why you expected 4 to 6 hours. I genuinely don't understand why you expected that. Yeah, I think... While I do think the XP should be better, a lot of people, I think, are coming in here with ridiculous expectations of how long this was supposed to take on their first character. And you can maybe argue that Blizzard didn't help by some of their marketing stuff, but it was never supposed to be ludicrously fast on your very first tune. Frankly, it was never advertised to be ludicrously fast. It was for fast alt leveling on, like, future characters. It's a 95-day event, exactly. Yeah. Fucking, I turned off Leatrix Plus. Come on. Motherfucker, what is happening? Do I have Quick Quest? I do. That's what's the problem.
Speak, Wakener. I am called to serve.
Okay. Fist of Fury on 2 or 3 mobs? I mean, you still use Fist of Fury on single target, so, like, I think you're asking the wrong question there. There's, like, different priorities, right? Like, obviously, on a single target Fist of Fury, you still press it, but it's, like, one of your lowest priority abilities after your big-hitting single target stuff. On 2 targets, Blackout Kick's going to be higher priority. 3 targets, probably still Blackout Kick, honestly. Yeah, it's not... Really, it isn't that clear-cut, I would say. Let me open up some of these boxes. So it looks like I've hit my XP cap because I'm at level 85 now. Or 65, you know what I mean. I'll hold on to this. I don't really want to replace my threads right now, or my gems right now. Yeah, Rising Sun Kick on a single target is good. Yeah, it really, like, it depends on the situation. It's just kind of one of those things you gotta feel it out. There's gotta be a group of mobs here. One thing that I really do hate about old quest design, in terms of, like, how they do the map, is why does the map say that there are mobs in this area? There are not. The quest objective is somewhere in this gigantic blue thing. Maybe it's because there's, like, one random patrolling mob. But there's gotta be a cluster of them somewhere. There's at least more of them here. That's better. So let me check something real quick. Okay, yeah, we're fine. Is the alt going to get any benefit at all from the main? Yes and no. You don't get your main's cloak, like we expected. You get minor benefits based on the max achievement. Which... I think I have the max achievement. So what I'll do is... At the end of the stream, which will be in like 20 minutes or so, I'm going to show you guys what a maxed out alt cloak looks like. Like, the starting cloak. Basically, what the maximum bonus you can get is on your alts if you've, like, done all the stuff on your main. No, I don't believe bronze is account-wide. I mean, most of the stuff that you buy with bronze is, like, account-wide appearances, so from that perspective, it doesn't matter, but you can't, like, send bronze to your alts to speed it up for them. That was never the case. That is unchanged from tests. So... I mean, you could argue that, like, you wish it was account-wide, which is fair, but... it was always like that. Is it 11% XP? Did you also get the achievement and test it? I would not be surprised if it is, but... I just want to be sure. Also, it looks like I'm getting decent mob kill experience now, so I think the stuff earlier was just a fluke. There we go. No, you're just guessing? Okay. On Wowhead, they reckon you can upgrade your gear to 465? Yeah. That seems correct, based on what we saw. Did Wowhead make a new post about, like, something like that? Zandalari Warbringer loot. Nope, that's all they've posted. Okay. Is there a limit on how many times gems can be combined? Yes. What you see here, the legendary gem here, this is the cap. You can see it doesn't have the combination thing on it. And this is why it's really worth it to get gems early on. Because if you buy enough gems, like I had full legendary gems in all of my slots by like level 55 or something. And now I just don't need to worry about gems at all. I get a new piece of gear, I don't need to combine them. I just, like, I'm good to go. This belt is pretty good. I'll use this later. Actually, there's RP right now, so I might as well... Where is my thing? Hello? Game? Oh, Meteor Storm. I'm blind. Okay, it worked. Nice. Can you explain how the bonus XP system works? So, disclaimer, I still don't fully know if I understand how it works, right? Like, I can tell you what I have figured out so far, how I think it works. I'm not going to say 100%. The way the bonus XP works is you have these achievements, Infinite Power, for getting X amount of threads for the cloak. We know for a fact that this gives you more starting stats on your alt cloak. To my knowledge, this is the only way to get additional starting stats on your cloak. There might be other ways that we just don't know about. This is all we know about. No, raids don't give experience. So, in theory, the most you could get is I already have it for my alt cloak. So, in like 15 minutes or so, right before I end the stream, and we'll switch over to Twitch. But right before that, I will show you what it looks like on an alt character. Also, while I am really close to the 70, it should be obvious that we have literally like 15 minutes. I'm not going to be able to get 4 levels in 15 minutes. That said, I don't think this is going to take much longer. So before I said I would take like a quick break, what I'm honestly going to do is just immediately after ending this stream, I'm going to just open up my Twitch stream like right out of the gate. And we're just going to finish this run. And then I will probably walk away for like 5 minutes or something, get food or whatever, and then we'll do my guild's Mythic Ferox sale, and then I will end the Twitch stream, and I will start the second alt run. Or, well, the first alt run, the second run in total. Okay. Oh my god, that thing got deleted. Take a break, you're doing great. I appreciate it, but... I mean, I will take a break eventually, it's just... You know, I'd rather do all this in one sitting. This is just easier for me to just sit down, blast through all of it once, and then I can take a break, because I don't want to, like, stop for 5 hours or whatever, and then have to come back to this, like, another time. I want to focus on MoP Remix right now, get all this done, do my testing runs, and then I can take a break and then work on something different. I can't finish on YouTube. It is... I literally just can't. I explained earlier. It's an algorithm thing. Well, it's a stream limitation for starters. The fact that I need to stop in 10 minutes is just YouTube will kill the recording. And, sorry, but I'm not about to lose 10 hours of footage permanently just so that I could stream a little bit longer and finish it in one sitting. As much as I wish I could, don't get me wrong, it sucks that I can't. And it's still going to kind of fuck me over a little bit, because not having it all in one video still sucks. But it's better than losing 10 hours. It's definitely not worth it to go for the neck ring trinket while leveling now. So yeah, it is a YouTube limitation thing as to why I can't do all of it in one sitting. As for why I'm not going to immediately live stream on YouTube and I have to stream the end here, it is purely because I am not going to start a separate stream and have 1 hour of one run and then another hour of another run. This way, it's much cleaner. We end here. It will still end up on YouTube. The recording will be posted on YouTube on my second channel. So if you don't want to watch the Twitch stream for whatever reason, or if you have to like go to sleep now, you will be able to watch it eventually. And if you're watching the recording of this in the future, I guess just let me future-proof this. Anyone watching the recording in the future, check the video description. The link to the run should be down in the video description on my second channel. And thank you, Kelly, for linking my Twitch channel, yes. What should you be spending bronze on first? Random stat gems. That should be your top priority, random stat gems. What's the current world record? The MoP just came out. I'm not even done with my first leveling run, so I don't know. I don't know, and it's irrelevant because, you know, if we're talking world record is in fastest time, that's going to be beaten the moment people start leveling with the modifiers on their alts. Not to mention, it's just kind of not working correctly. There's multiple things that are bugged, so it's like... It's also one of the reasons why I don't really feel like doing more than one other testing run right now. Just because... there's things that are just clearly not working. That makes it a little bit hard to evaluate. I'm going to turn in these quests. The event has definitely changed focus from alt leveling to endgame grinding, since we know the thing, yeah. Nice, you got Bulwark. Yeah, Black Ox is really nice. What expansion did I start playing WoW? I started in Vanilla. I've been playing WoW since original, like, Vanilla World of Warcraft when I was 5 years old. Are people using exploits? Not to my knowledge, no. Define exploit, though. I mean, I haven't been using exploits. I've just been doing regular-ass questing. But, I mean, it is entirely possible that there is someone out there doing an exploit, but also that there are so many things that can be considered an exploit that's, like, a little bit too vague. If there was a very blatant one, I would have told you guys about it, though. Well, there was an exploit earlier that I believe Chori said wasn't worth it. But that one I already discussed at the start of, like, the dragon riding thing. Let me scroll up and read. I want to make sure I read, like, most of the messages recently. The fact that Blizz calls it alt leveling makes it feel like the first character should be faster too, because it's not your main. Your main is on the regular game. It's so confusing. That's a very fair point, yeah. I was thinking about it of, like, it's a separate game mode, and you can use this game mode as a way to level up alts for the next expansion, but I could totally see people as viewing this as, like, you know, just another character. And if they aren't actually interested in playing a mode, then this serves no real purpose to them, because why would they, you know, spend forever leveling up a character? That, actually, I didn't even think about it that way, Kelly. That is a fair point. What's the best legendary gems for Windwalker? You grab stats, so stat gems, critical strike, versatility, mastery, pretty much. That's about it. Our unlockable bonus rep each faction. What I'll do is I'll pause the timer here. So because we're going to shortly transition into Twitch, what I want to just do is, because I'm transitioning to Twitch, I won't be able to scroll up and read chat. So I want to make sure I get all this stuff answered before we switch over. Does Twitch do the same thing, or can you go pretty long? Twitch actually, I think, lets you go for a really long time. I have seen Twitch live stream recordings that are like 15, 16 hours. So if I ever were to live stream, like, the Final Fantasy MSQ speedrun, I would probably stream that on Twitch and then upload the video to YouTube in parts or something like that. If I know for a fact that it's going over 10 hours, I would definitely do it on Twitch. I was kind of hoping that this run would be under 10 hours. The sad thing is, if I hadn't had technical difficulties earlier, I might have been able to barely scrape this under 10 hours. It would have been close, but it could have been doable. But it's like, because we're already like 20 minutes behind, effectively, that really fucks me. It's 48 hours on Twitch? Yeah, that's much better. The 10-hour YouTube stream limit is really fucking annoying. I've run into it so many times, especially recently, doing a lot of these longer streams. And I know that people are, like, annoyed by it, but, like, I hope you understand there's literally nothing I can do. My hands are tied here. So this is just, in my opinion, I know the problem is I know this is a little bit annoying for you guys in the immediate moment, but this is like infinitely better in terms of like long-term watchability for people watching the recording later on. And the reality is a lot of people watch these recordings. Like my live stream recordings can get like tens of thousands of views. Some of them have like over 100,000 views and stuff like that. So I definitely want to make sure that they are well segmented, right? Because if it's just a mess, then that live stream recording is going to die. And it's just going to make things harder for anybody trying to find the right thing later on. Yeah. I know most of you understand. What's the first thing you should focus on? Just level. Level your first character. That's it. All you really need to worry about, leveling your first character. A dragon riding quest. Oh yeah, Troy explained it. Okay, so the final thing that I want to show, like I said before we switch over to Twitch, is I'll have to log out. So I have the max achievement. We can see here, Infinite Power 11. The next rank of Infinite Power only gives you a toy. It gives you the August Celestial Wings. The TLDR for what quests you should do the first half of Jade Forest, or like the first third of Jade Forest. The moment you, do Jade Forest realistically. Jade Forest until level 25, then Kunlai Summit, then Townlong Steps, then Dread Waste. That's the TLDR. You follow that, you'll be fine. Okay, let's test this. Harl Threads. Okay, so I need to talk to the NPC and skip it to get the cloak. Okay. Alright, it's better than we thought. But it's still kind of bad. So, this is the max cloak that you can get on your alts. To my knowledge, now, the fact that it doesn't have other stuff is interesting. If it works like it did on the testing server, as you get threads, it'll unlock the other stuff. And I mean, I'm not going to dive into this right now because we will figure out more about how this works in the second speedrun, which I'll be doing in like, I don't know, 3-4 hours, whenever that is. So we'll figure it out then. So I'm not going to like sit here and figure it out right now. But at the very least, we can see this is the max value. Now, the good thing, it's not 11%. So, you know, silver linings. But yeah, that's not good. For reference, my Prop Paladin run that is on my second channel, again, just to repeat, I had like around 150% starting experience. This is 50%. It is quite literally 100% slower. So, well, you know what I mean. I guess that would be what? It's like half the speed? Either way, this is a very insignificant bonus. So, like again, unless we are missing something, 50% experience increase is not enough to make this faster. Because keep in mind, you are, not only are you having to level through this mode, which presents its own challenges in terms of slowing down leveling, but War Mode is 10%, Draft of 10 Lands is 10%, and like for Dream Surges, obviously, you get like a ridiculous modifier, right? So, yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, this just isn't faster. Unless we are missing stuff, which is possible, but realistically speaking, I think this is just as much as you get. So, complain to Blizzard, get them to increase this. Because this is kind of bad. 52 feels weird, maybe it goes off your cloak. I doubt it. No, all cloaks will update. So, basically, this is your baseline. this is what you start off with. As you start to upgrade your cloak, it'll expand upon this, but instead of starting at 0%, you get this. However, unlike what previously was the case, where it was just account-wide normally, now this should be all you get on every single future character. Theoretically, based on the way that Blizzard has worded it, both in interviews and in their official post, this is how we can expect it to work. They said they do not want it to be account-wide. They don't want you to get account-wide bonuses anymore. They think it feels weird or something. I don't know what they said. I don't remember their reasoning. All I know is they said it's no longer account-wide. You only get it from, at least that I know of, from the Infinite Power achievement. This thing. And I looked through it and I could not find any other achievements that gave this. It's only this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Are you going to bed?
Yeah.
Alright, good night. He said it seems goofy to hit mobs at level... Yeah, I mean, that's, like, welcome to heirlooms. Welcome to elemental force enchants in, like, literally every single speedrun ever. It's stupid. It's a stupid reasoning. Like, I am fine with them trying to make the experience bonus reasonable, but they need to have a good reason for it, and honestly, I mean, 50% just this straight up isn't enough. This is just not enough. Here's the thing. If this was the first character, right? And let's say this character, my second character, it was 50% bonus, and then my third character, you get another 50%. It was like 100% bonus, and it kept expanding upon that. And even if they capped it at like 400, 500%, which would be really fast, you would still need to level a bunch of characters really slowly to get to that point. I think that would be fair. And that is originally, when I was doing the testing, originally how I said I thought it would work. And that would make a lot of sense to me. But 50%, this just isn't enough. This is literally the same as Winds of Wisdom, but you don't get War Mode, you don't get Draft of 10 Lands, and you have to level through inefficient quests. It's just slower. So, I don't know. Coffee delivery. Actually, he brought me a bottle of water. I'm actually out of coffee, which is not good. I guess he assumed I hadn't finished my coffee, but it's all good. More water is good. Just got here. This is the highest the cloak goes. No, this is as high as you can get it on alts. So I've gotten the maximum achievement on my main. And this is the most that my alt can get at level 0. Or level 10. Why did I say 0? Yeah, level 79. Yo, no. So for anybody just joining in right now, basically, we are at 9 hours, 53 minutes in the stream. And YouTube streams die at 10 hours. I can't go beyond that. So to finish the run, I'm going to switch over to Twitch. And I'm going to do the last 4 levels of the run. We are currently at level 66 and some change. Shouldn't take super long. We are getting pretty good speed. So finishing up Dread Wastes, getting to level 66. And then when I am done with that, my guild is doing a Mythic Ferox sale. And then when we are done with the Mythic Ferox sale, I am going to start the second run. So let me check. No, this is not world first speed. No. Honestly, I think I'm doing really good. My speed has been pretty good. Obviously, I've not been like 100% trying to get like world first or anything. I've been going fast, but I've been testing stuff. But also I did have a really unfortunate like technical issue earlier where I lost like 20 minutes-ish because of repeated crashes, and that's, you know, it is only 20 minutes, but still, it definitely was a little bit unfortunate. Downloads Twitch. I mean, Twitch is just a website. You can just pop over there. Think it's the way you're saying, though? No, it's, Connor, it's not, unfortunately. I wish it was. It is not. They've said that it's only a baseline. Finished Jade Forest and all achievements for it. Got you to level 33 at 30%. Except for the Chiefs with Reputation. Nice. When do I sleep? Well, I woke up right before starting the stream, so I didn't get a ton of sleep, but I got enough to basically power through this. Okay, the last thing we'll do before we switch over to Twitch, I'm going to check the poll. So, oh, wow, it's very close, but Druid is actually in the lead. which is, I'm quite happy about that. Because if Paladin was in the lead and Paladin is 1% off, it would have been kind of weird if I ended up doing a Monk into Paladin run on testing and on live servers. But now we get to play Druid. Well, not right now, but in like a few hours. So right around the time when a lot of the European folks are waking up and when all the, fellow Americans like me are going to sleep. But, well, except for me, because I'm going to be doing degen leveling stuff. He finally got Slay. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to spam my Twitch. Obviously, there's going to be like... There we go. In chat, you can follow the rest of the stream there. And then I should note, the Druid run will be back on YouTube. So we're going to wrap up this run over on Twitch, just because, algorithm shenanigans. And then when we finish that up, and the Twitch stream, we'll start a new stream on YouTube, and that'll be for the Druid run, from start to finish. European people are still up? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure some of you are. Yeah, so I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you all for joining in. If you, have to leave now, that's fine. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. But, yeah, obviously we are continuing there. So I'll see you there. Give me, 4 minutes or something to set this up. It obviously takes me a bit to, I have to mess around with some OBS settings, transitioning from YouTube to Twitch. But I'll get it up and running very, very shortly. But, yeah, I'll see you